Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker.
I will just now make a roll call to see if everyone is connected. And I hope the link has gone out for the public to connect also. Let me just start and making the roll call. And as I call your name, Councillor, I can see you. Councillor Kraft.
Speaker, you are breaking up. I don't know who you're
Councillor
calling.
Davis.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Speaker, you are breaking up. We don't
Okay,
hear you.
okay, let me start again. Councillor Kraut.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Davis.
Speaker, I'm here. Thank you.
I wanted to put your video on, Councillor Davis, please.
I did, Speaker. I'm here. Thank you. Can you see me, Speaker?
Not yet, but it's fine. I'll pass. Councillor Quinana. I can see you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Quinana. Councillor Matika. Councillor Matiwana.
I'm here, Speaker. I'm here.
Can you put your video on, Councillor Matika? Thank you.
Yes, I'm on. I'm here.
Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Naki.
Yes, Speaker.
Councillor Ngezu.
Hi, Speaker.
Just put
You hear
your
me?
videos on. Put your video on. I can't see you. Councillor Opperman.
I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Opperman. Councillor Selase.
You see me, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor Ngezu.
Councillor Salas is here, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Selase. Thank you. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Strubel.
Good morning, everybody. Speaker, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Strubel. Councillor Tsengwa. Councillor Tsengwa.
Speaker.
Yes, Solomon Corner.
Councillor Chokolo.
Speaker.
Speaker, I'm here.
Can you put on your video? Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Skosana, can you put on your video?
It's on.
I can hear you.
Dimlo. Hi.
Thank
Yanbon.
you. Yes. Councillor Ace? Councillor Ace? Councillor van Asvering Meyer? Meyer?
Ja nee, ek is teenwoordig, voorsitter, as jy kan sien.
Councillor Wasserman?
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Councillor Weideman?
Thank you. I'm here, Speaker.
Can you just put on your videos, colleagues, so that I can see you?
It is on. I noticed that there's a green tick next to my name. It should be red.
Thank you. I can see you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor
Thank
Wolmerans?
you.
Councillor Wolmerans?
Eenvoudig speaker, môre almal.
Hi, morning. I'm still waiting for Councillor Ace and for Councillor Quinana. Councillor Davis? Have you heard anything from Councillor Quinana?
Madam Speaker, I've heard nothing. I will try to find out. Thank you.
Okay, no, I also haven't received anything from him. Councillor Matuana, I'm also waiting for Councillor Matuana.
I'm available, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ace? Okay. I'll come back to Councillor Ace. MM?
Speaker, I'm here.
Yes, can get an indication of all the directors that's on here? I can see the CFO.
Yes, I'm here, Speaker.
Marlene Boyce, the Director for Planning. I'm here, Speaker.
Hi, Madam
Thank you,
Speaker.
Director.
Director Infrastructure, Pravir Hari Prasad here, present.
Thank you, Director Infrastructure.
Pumla Makoma, Director Corporate Services. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you.
Davia
Councillor-
Jonas, Acting Director, Integrated Human Settlements is present.
Thank you, Mr. Duenas.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes. Yes, I see Mr. Meyer.
I'm sorry, I'm standing in for Director Community Services, and Stephen is also out of service, out of commission at this stage. He might be positive.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm going to mute all, and then you can switch on your
Yes,
mic again.
I muted him. Councillor.
Speaker, you are muted.
I've muted myself now. So thank you, Councillor Crouch. Councillor Davis, I see your hand is up. Okay.
Councillor Kunana
Welcome,
is
Mr.
struggling.
Beryl.
Councillor Kunana is struggling with connection, but he's on his way. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm there. Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you put on your camera?
I've already done that, Speaker.
Okay. Welcome, Councillor Kwinana. We're happy to see you.
Yabulela Speaker nami ndivuke ukufika. Yabulela imithandazo yenu enkosi.
Thank you so much, Speaker,
Thanks.
also that I could come back to your prayers and your thoughts. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Beryl. I can see you.
Morning, Speaker.
Can all them? I see Christopher. Legal service. I see Johan Roo, the part of the audit committee.
Speaker. Good morning, Speaker. Mike Hennessy here.
Thank you. I see Mr. Hennessy. Morning, Mr. Hennessy.
Good morning to you all and a welcome to Xavier. Very happy to see him back in operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy.
Richard,
Can I have an indication of legal service? Can't start legal service, are you here?
Speaker, I'll get in contact with her quickly to find out where she is.
Okay. Is there anyone else that I'm missing?
I think she indicated that she's struggling to connect, Speaker.
Okay. We have to have the legal service as part of this meeting, but in the meantime, we will have to start a council. Let me again greet you all and welcome you to this meeting today, ordinary council meeting, 6th of August. And let me also just take this opportunity to wish all the women in the Nyasa municipality a happy Women's Month, and I wish that we will all be able to, in our different ways and means, celebrate Women's Day on Saturday. And I wish all the women that are struggling during this time of COVID, I wish them well. And I know we are strong. We are strong women. We've got genes that has been installed in us that no one else have. So for this month, I really hope you enjoy yourself. And maybe Saturday, let's just all pamper ourselves up. Haven't been able to do that for a very long time. Just take the day out and enjoy life. Thank you, everyone. We're going to the agenda now. I see your hand is up.
No, Speaker, I just wanted to report back on the manager legal services. She's struggling to log in. Yes, Speaker. I just wanted to report back to you on the manager legal services. She's struggling to log in, but she's trying, and she'll log on, or she'll be here as soon as she manages to log on.
I'm not sure. Are we having problems with our network today?
Speaker, not that I'm aware of. The manager legal services is also in isolation today, so she's trying to log on from home. So I don't know whether there's a problem with a home connection or what the story is there. But she's busy trying, and as soon as she manages, she'll be in the meeting, Speaker.
Okay. Isn't there someone that can stand in while she's still trying to connect from the department?
Speaker, I think you can proceed. We'll sort out something in the background.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Em. We going to onto our agenda. We now going to point number 2, and I think at this moment we will just reflect on silent prayer. I know that we agreed that we will have someone from the pastor or reverend to be part of our meetings, but my apologies that it was not arranged for this meeting. Can we just take a few seconds for silent prayer then? Thank you, colleagues. I see your hand is still up.
Hold on, speaker, sorry.
Thank you. We are on point 3.3, councillor's absence without leave. There is none. 3.3, we're going to point number 4, noting of the provisions of Code of Conduct for councillors. Point number 5, disclosure of interest. If there anyone, Councillor Wolmerans.
Thank you. Speaker, yes. I want to disclose my interest on 2 items. It's G10.7.2020 and G12.7.2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans. Anyone else? Councillor Wolmerans?
Chair, that's an old end.
Okay. I see your hand is up.
Speaker, just to confirm that the manager legal services is now logged on for your information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wolmerans, your hand is still up.
My apologies, Speaker.
I'm trying to.
Speaker, the first one
Yes,
is
yes,
the
yes. I'm also want to declare my interest on G10.07.20 for the Dorothy Broster one.
The next one is 12.7.20. That is in connection with the only taxi rank, and that is because I'm on the hospital board.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wolmerans. Thank you so much. There's no one else. Then we move to point number 6, long service awards.
Speaker, I'm going to ask that the Director Corporate Services help us out here, please.
Director. Director Corporate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have none at this stage for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolmerans, your hand is still up.
Chair, I'm struggling here to lower this hand. I don't know what's happening here. But my hand is not up. Sorry, that's an old hand.
Okay. Then we on point number 7, introduction of newly appointed staff.
Speaker, again, I'll give over to the Director Corporate Services.
Thank you, Speaker. We have newly appointed staff in planning and development. Ms. Southey, the senior environmental officer, and we have one in finance, Mr. Mato. They have both been appointed in April 2020. One is the Mr. Mato has been appointed as senior SCM practitioner. He used to be in the SCM department, but in a clerk position. So he's now appointed as senior SCM practitioner. In the month of May, I will skip councillors because they are not appointed. The mayor was not appointed. But in May, we appointed senior practitioners as well in SCM, Ms. Besaidenhout and Ms. Fori.
Director, you're breaking up. Director, could
can you
start,
hear me now,
start
Speaker?
again because you were breaking up. You're breaking up.
My apologies. In April, we appointed 2 employees, one in supply chain management and one in environmental management in the planning and development department. In May, we appointed 2 officials. I will skip the mayor because he's not an official. We appointed Ms. Besaidenhout and Ms. Fori in the supply chain office. These were long outstanding appointments which were confirmed. Those are the only appointments, Madam Speaker, that were made during the last quarter of 2019-20. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I don't know, Maya, I did see your hand and it disappeared again. And Councillor Matika.
Speaker, just want to have a clarity before I ask my question. Are we done with placements?
Speaker?
Just want to have a
Yes,
clarity before I ask on these appointments. Are we done with placements?
Speaker, the placement process is not completely finalized. There are still some outstanding appeals on the placement process, and no, the placement process is not completely finalized yet.
Speaker?
Councillor Matika.
Then, Speaker, I'm having a problem. Because, Speaker, we can't be doing 2 parallel issues here. We said that all of the posts, most of them must be freeze last time when Dr. Gratz was here. And the second issue, these are promotions. If I look correctly, some of these appointments are just promotions. We are busy with placement at the site. We are promoting other people. So it's incorrect what we are doing. We must finish with the placement so that everyone could know that this one has a post, this one has this post. Not that we do and go and promote the other people, but we are still busy with placement. We are confusing the 2 issues, Speaker. I believe it was not correct for any, I don't know who has done this, but it was not the correct way. We are busy with the placement. We want to finish placement so that we can know that we are finished with placement, and so that the municipality can adopt a structure, mic structure. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kosana, your hand is up.
Inkosi Somlomo, ngiyazibulisela kumuntu wonke okhoyo enhlanganisweni.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to everyone in the meeting.
Somlomo sonke sizokhumbula simane sisithi asinamali kulo masipala.
We all remember that we used to say that there is not even much finance in this municipality.
Sathi into mazibanjwe izithuba ngela xesha likagqirha lo bekhona uDr. G. Gratz.
And then all positions were freezed during the time of Dr. Gratz.
Andikhumbuli ke sibuyela kwinto ethi makuqhutyekekwe ngazo ke ngokwethuba nangolu hlobo achaza ngalo Councillor Matika.
I do not remember another decision that we should continue now with the new post as with reference with what Councillor Matika is saying.
Angaphandle ke kuba ikhona kanye meeting endiyiphosile kakho isigqibo esithi basime kakuhle ngokwezemali masiqhubeni imicimbi. Ngoku ke ndiyabhidakala.
Unless there's another meeting that I missed that said we should continue and maybe the finances has gone better. So that's why I'm also a bit confused.
Inkosi ndiyabulela kuhlanganisa.
Thank you, Speaker, on the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. May I see your hand is up?
Speaker, thank you very much again. Good morning.
Mayor, can you unmute?
I'm unmuted. I'm
yourself?
unmuted. Speaker, can you hear me? Speaker,
Yes, we can hear you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker, now two things. One, Councillor Ace is struggling to get connected. I've asked us to look at it, so I'm not aware if you informed about it. Then, secondly, Speaker, can I ask nicely from you that people please remove my name as a newly appointed staff. Just remove it. Don't say that I was not appointed. Please remove my name from the agenda. I would love that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll do that. Councillor Matika, is your hand still up? Thank you. MM?
Speaker, I don't have the institutional knowledge, so I'm going to ask the Director Corporate Services to answer.
Okay. Thank you, MM. Director.
Thank you, Speaker. The issue raised by Councillor Matika, we will recall that there were positions, a number of about 5 positions that were advertised, I think in September already last year. The positions were advertised both internally and externally, and the recruitment processes were undertaken. Now, they were stalled because there were issues that were relating to the candidates who were recommended for appointment. And those were withheld until Dr. Gratz dealt with them, dispensed with them in about March 2020. That is why those appointments were made at that particular time. They were not related to the placement process. That is why they were not included in the placement, and the employees who happened to be appointed to the positions were actually within the employment of the municipality in SCM already. So those positions were not related to the placement process. But the CFO can also assist me in that regard because there was motivation for advertising of those positions at the time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Ace, thank you. I see you are connected. Councillor Ace, your hand is up. Okay.
Lydia.
MM? Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm late, but my laptop was stolen. Thank you. Bye.
No, I'm glad you could connect. I did know you are struggling to get on. Thank you, Councillor Ace. Through you, do the CFO want to add?
Yeah, no, thanks, Speaker. With regard to those 3 positions at SCM, they were advertised and the processes was concluded last year before Dr. Haas came. The withheld to not make the appointments in terms of the recommendations of the panel. To such, then those people went to their union and disputed as to why the appointment is not made. And then in that period, then in January, February, Dr. Haas came in and dealt with that dispute. And that is why those people were then eventually appointed. And yeah, the director is correct. So it's positions that were dealt with before Dr. Haas was appointed or before the decision was taken to freeze position. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. CFO. We're now going to If there's not anyone else, we're moving. We're going to point number 7, the confirmation of the minutes. And it starts 8.1, the ordinary municipal council meeting 28 May, and it's on page number 6. Councillor Krauts.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I'm on page 9. I don't know, must I talk now or must I wait till you get to page 9?
No, we're on page 9, the meeting of the 28th.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 3.3, councillors without leave. I believe Councillor Skosana did send you a message to say that he was not going to attend that meeting. So through you, Speaker, if he can then just be absent with leave and not without leave.
Thank you, Councillor Krauts. Jill, can we correct 3.3 on page 10? Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I remember this meeting quite correctly. Councillor Skosana, whether he sent or he didn't send a message to you doesn't matter now. The thing is, in the meeting, there is actually recordings, I hope, that Councillor Skosana was recorded without leave. There was nothing that was heard from him. So I don't understand why now we should correct it here. These minutes are supposed to be a reflection of what happened in the meeting. It is not a reflection of what was supposed to have been done. So, Speaker, I don't agree with that amendment. Thanks.
Councillor Krauts.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to make a correction that there was a message sent that Councillor Skosana will not be able to attend. I know it has been recorded that he was AWOL, so that is why I asked the Speaker to make the correction that he was actually.
Councillor Matika.
Much, Speaker. I think Speaker, Councillor Krauts is correct. We are dealing with the minutes of previous meeting. So we are correcting what was said that Councillor Skosana is absent without a leave, so that we make it correct. Councillor Skosana is absent with leave. Councillor Chokolo, we have not yet adopted these minutes, so we still can make corrections on the minutes because it was not reported, but the message was sent to the Speaker that Councillor Skosana will not be available on that day. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
Can I follow up, Speaker?
Speaker, my hand is up.
I don't see you. Councillor Yokolo, can you just raise your hand? I don't see your hand. I don't want people
Mine,
to.
I'm Skosana.
My hand is up, Speaker.
Councillor Skosana, I see your hand. I will give you. Councillor Skosana and then Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me ask this Councillor Chokolo, Speaker, by the rules of order of this council. Rule 8, procedure for leave of absence. Number 1 is saying a councillor must, or before absent himself or herself from a meeting, inform the Speaker. I did that as in terms of rules of this council. Thank you.
Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not disputing what Councillor Skosana is saying, Speaker. What I'm simply saying here is that it looks like we don't understand the purpose of doing this, of adopting the minutes and doing amendments. What we're doing now here is to make sure what happened in the meeting is being captured in the minutes. That's what's happening here. It's not about to add off what was supposed to have been done in the meeting. In the meeting, it was made very clear that he is absent without leave. That's what the minute should reflect. So to come now and say this was supposed, I've sent a message to the speaker. Can I finish, Speaker? To come later and say I've sent a message to the speaker, it's fine. But in the meeting, we're dealing with what happened in the actual meeting, which is why we are doing this now, to say this happened, no, this didn't happen this way. So I'm not agreeing with the amendment, Speaker, sorry.
Councillor Matika.
Speaker, I don't know what Councillor Chokolo, what is he arguing about? We are saying that here we are correcting the minutes. In the minutes, it was stated that he's absent without the leave, while Councillor Skosana has sent a notification that he will be absent with the leave. It's the same as if there is an error that it says that on the minutes we said that there was a report that says that so and so is going to receive 1 million, but so and so is going to receive 100,000. We must correct it here on the minutes before we adopt the minutes. If we had adopted the minutes, Councillor Skosana couldn't have raised the issue because we did have a chance and we adopted the minutes that he was absent without the leave. We have not yet adopted the minutes, so we still can make correction on the minutes. There's no issue that we cannot make correction on the minutes. Before, that's why it's on the agenda. We must check the minutes if they are correct, if are not correct. If they are not correct, we must make amendments. That's what we are doing here. We're making an amendment that Councillor Skosana did submit and leave of absence. I think you as Speaker, you should rule on that. If it was submitted to you, you should say it was submitted to me. Here is it. If it was not submitted, you should say it was not submitted so that we can move, Speaker. I think you are the Speaker of this meeting. You are the one who's chairing the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Can we correct that in the minutes, Jill? And can we then move? Is there, if there's no one else on the meeting of the 28th of May? Councillor Chokolo?
Yes, Speaker, I want to refer you to the Code of Conduct, number 3, attendance at meetings. A councillor must attend each meeting of the Municipal Council and of a committee of which that councillor is a member, and except leave of absence is granted. It is granted. You don't just say, no, can I finish, Speaker?
I have moved on the item.
I just want to ask, Speaker.
I have moved on the item. I'm not going to give you again.
Speaker, Thank you.
Well, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, did you grant this councillor leave of absence? Did you grant him? That's what the Code of Conduct is saying. He has to be granted leave of absence. Did that happen, Speaker? It's a simple question to you now.
Councillor Chokolo, I have moved on the item. I'm not going to answer you. Councillor Jill, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, morning,
Yes,
Councillor.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, sorry, is Jill finished?
I see her hand is not there anymore.
Okay. Now, Speaker, I just want to point out that Councillor Chokolo is correct and that you actually must answer him because it is important that our rules of order are followed and that you apply them fairly. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Mayor?
Speaker, thanks. I had to agree with Councillor Theokola in this case, but brings now to the second point. If there was an incorrect statement made, or whatever the case has been in that council meeting, you as the speaker has the right, and that is rule 4.2 on the agenda. The speaker may at any time during a meeting introduce an urgent matter. An urgent matter can be perceived as a matter to correct a mistake made at the previous meeting. So through that process, that then can be rectified. But technically speaking, Councillor Matika is correct, but it can be corrected by yourself by introducing an item or an urgent matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning, Speaker, morning, councillors. During the meeting on the 28th, Councillor Skosana was recorded as absent without leave. If Speaker received the message during the meeting and recorded that he has sent a message. We could change the minutes, but unfortunately, he will still be recorded as absent without leave.
Thank you.
Councillor Matika, your hand is up.
All hands.
Councillor
Speaker.
Kusana, your hand is up.
Is up. Speaker, now I've listened to Jill. I hope Jill could have the rules of order in front of her. Because it's saying when it's the last line, 8.1, is saying that a councillor must, before appending himself or herself from a meeting, inform the speaker by means of email, SMS, or other electronic communication at least 48 hours before the meeting, which I did. Now I need to understand from these fundis of this council, who's to be blamed now here? Because my reputation is in line here. I followed the right procedure. I did everything.
Exactly.
I see your hand is up.
Speaker, I would advise that you allow me to take this matter under advisement and report back to you in the next council meeting. It's difficult for me to give you advice on the matter now because I don't have all the facts. But if we can refer the matter to the next council meeting so that I can give you proper advice on the matter, I'd appreciate that, Speaker.
Yeah, ma'am, I didn't hear the first part that you were saying. I think I've lost you.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I'm saying that I'm asking. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking that you allow me to take the matter under advisement, as I do not have all the facts and therefore cannot advise you correctly in this meeting, so that I'll be allowed to come back to the next council meeting and give you proper advice on the matter. I'm not aware of the facts and how it played out, so I'm not in a position now to give you proper advice on the matter, Speaker. So I would like you to please allow me to give you thorough advice, because I think this matter is important. It can turn into something big if we do not handle it correctly. So I would rather give you a proper advice and a proper report in the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you, MM. Councillor Chokol, I see your hand is up.
Oh, no, sorry, Speaker, it's an old one, sorry.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the minutes of the 28th of May? Can we approve the minutes of the 28th of May?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Then we go to 8.2, the special council meeting on the 4th of June.
Last page.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is on page 28. If I can just refer you first of all to page 27, where it says that I would be leaving the meeting and that I left, and then Councillors Wolmerans and Weideman recorded that they would be leaving the meeting. But then on page 28, it gives a list of councillors who left the meeting without advising the Speaker, and I see myself, Councillor Weideman and Councillor Wolmerans are included in that list. Now, just in terms of the minutes, that can't be correct. So I would ask that sentence that they also left the meeting without advising the Speaker be deleted.
Come again, Councillor Wasserman.
Okay. So on page 27 of the minutes, Speaker.
Yes.
So remember, this had to do with the DA walking out of that meeting. So on page 27, in the middle of the page, it speaks about the fact that I said to the Speaker that I cannot stand by, and for that reason, I will be leaving the meeting. And then Councillor Wasserman left the meeting. Then it says, Councillor Vormerans and Vedeman recorded that they will be leaving the meeting. No? If you then go on to page 28, it says the following councillors' presence could not be confirmed as they did not respond to the roll call. That's correct. But then it says they also left the meeting without advising the speaker. And then it gives a list of names. Now, Speaker, the top 3 names are Councillors Wasserman, Vedeman, and Vormerans. Now, in the previous page, it records that we did advise the speaker that we were leaving the meeting. So that sentence that they also left the meeting without advising the speaker is not correct. So can it please be deleted?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Maya?
Speaker, thank you very much. And I apologize for taking you back to the previous minutes. And I just want to respond to what Councillor Basman just said, but I just want to get back to the previous one. Although we noted that the minutes is corrected there was, as you could recall, a serious debate about that item deals with Councillor Skosana. So I'm not quite sure, Chair, whether it should be part of the recommendation or how you're going to deal with that matter. Would it therefore be a new item being brought to the next council meeting by the acting municipal manager? Just remember, his response was he needs time to advise council on what happened there. I'm concerned, Chair. Nowhere do we have a resolution or what you want to call on that specific issue, which to the word of the MM is very important. So I just want to get clarity on that. How are you going to deal with that one? Coming back to Councillor Wasserman on page 28 and page 27 pertaining herself, Wolmerans and Weideman. Councillor Wasserman is probably correct. The only concern I have there, Chair, what is the difference between you granting permission to leave a meeting and advising you that you leave a meeting? I just want to get some clarity on that, because you as the chairperson needs to give me permission to leave a meeting. So I just want to make sure about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Wasserman.
Sorry, Chair, that's an old hand.
Okay, Councillor Matika.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, just want to check, because if I recall correctly, you didn't grant them a permission to leave the meeting. They just indicated, 3 of them, that Speaker, I'm leaving this meeting, and the others, they didn't indicate. So that's why all of them, they fall there on page 29 and page 28, because you didn't grant them, they leave. All other issues I'm going to discuss, I'm still going to discuss this issue on the matter rising, Speaker. But I just want to clarify on that issue. Let's move, let's adopt these minutes and move, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Wasserman.
Just to clarify, this is with regards to the correction of the minutes and not with regards to whether you did or didn't grant permission. The minutes say that these people left the meeting without advising the speaker, and that's not correct. So the minutes in that respect are not correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Crouch.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would suggest that also get taken under advisement by the acting MM and bring it back in the next council meeting.
Thank you, Maya. I see your hand is still up.
Speaker, yes, then on page 28 at the top there, above the names of the councillors mentioned there, the following council presence could not be confirmed as they did not respond to the roll call. By that, I mean, Chair, if they did not respond, they left the meeting. So I believe to correct the minutes there, it should be quite clear. And Councillor Wasserman is correct. They did advise you. But my understanding therefore would be that you as the speaker should have then stated that the following councillors left the meeting without permission. That will be the correctness of the minutes then. Thank you.
Okay, so you are saying, Mayor, that that last sentence must say that they left the meeting without permission.
No, Speaker.
Speaker, let me just
Councillor
remember.
Wasserman, still was the speaker, but was the mayor?
Speaker, just remember, when you read that sentence, the following councillors' presence could not be confirmed as they did not respond to the roll call. They also left the meeting without advising the speaker. That without advising the speaker is not correct. So therefore, I would believe that it should read, they also left the meeting without advising the speaker, except Councillor Wasserman, Wolmerans, and Weideman. They advise you they're going to leave the meeting. But I believe part of that sentence or that paragraph should be that the speaker did not give permission to the following councillors to leave the meeting. That is correct because you did not give permission to those councillors to leave the meeting. They can advise you. I can advise you anything. But you need to take a decision. And that's your prerogative and that's your responsibility. And to my knowledge, Speaker, you did not give permission to those councillors, all of them, mentioned there, to leave the meeting. And that would be the correct notes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut, and then Councillor Matika. Councillor Kraut. Councillor Matika.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to agree with the mayor. The three names, the three top names, they did advise you. They did advise you. They must be removed from the list of not advising you. They did advise you, but it must be also an addition at the bottom that even if they did advise you, you didn't give him a permission to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, must remember that these are minutes. And it is not a recordal of who you do and don't give permission to. But I think that's one thing, Speaker, that you need to look at carefully, because it happens frequently in council meetings that councillors let you know, they advise you that they won't be at a council meeting. And you don't give them permission to not be there. They just let you know. So I think it's a good thing for the acting municipal manager to go and have a look at when permission is granted and when it isn't, and when councillors are given leave and when they are not. Because I think you'll find, Speaker, if you go back, that there are a lot of councillors who have simply told you they won't be at a meeting that you haven't given leave to.
That was
Thank
a
you,
walkout,
Speaker.
Councillor Watson. That was a walkout. I think I will take the advice of the mayor saying that maybe this item, through you. Yes, Mayor.
Speaker, no, we should be very careful. Just remember, the consequences of those councillors that left the meeting was that you had to adjourn the meeting. Quite simple. We couldn't continue a meeting because those councillors left the meeting. For them to leave the meeting, you would have given them permission. And I don't think we should run around with these type of issues, what happened previously, what happened now. At that specific meeting, those councillors mentioned there left the meeting without getting your permission. And what happened after that is that that council could not continue its normal functions and duties to continue a meeting because of council left a meeting without permission, full stop. And that's the reality what happened there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kosana.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the same item, I think we should read section 91C and in line with 81 of our rules of order. It says that, Speaker, that 91C is saying, Speaker, except for the instances contemplated in Rule 8 of 2 and 3, a councillor is in breach of the rules if he or she, without leave, fails to remain in attendance until the end of a meeting. It goes further there by 8.1. A councillor must be before absenting himself or herself from a meeting, inform the speaker by means of email, whatever. I want to join the speaker. Le migaqo nale migomo yenziwe esithi leli bhunga.
What I'm saying,
Ngoko
Speaker,
ke-
these rules of order have been made by us in this council. Therefore,
Ngoko ke akufuneka silalalale apha.
now we should not now spin around and somersault right in these meetings.
Abahlelanga bayigqiba imeeting lo mbutho baphakamile bahamba.
These councillors of this organization did not complete the message, the meeting. They stood up and they
Nabo
left the meeting.
bayavuma.
And they also
Ngoko ke-
admit that.
Ngoko ke amandla siwanikezela kwi-ofisi yakho iqhube inkqubo yakuba yintoni eyenziwayo ngabantu abenza olu hlobo singakwazi ukwenza iinkonzo zasekuhlaleni, because apha kweli bhunga sixoxa ngeenkonzo esiwenziye ebantwini.
Therefore, the power is vested in you that you would decide as to what we do with these people
On a point of
who are
order,
delaying these meetings, because therefore, at the end of the day, we are not able
Speaker, point
to
of
deliver
order.
services because of such
Labulela ke.
behavior.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Councillor Tukul. What is your point of order?
Point of order, Speaker, is content of debate. The councillor now is talking about whether we admit or we don't admit that we left the meeting. The debate should be, Speaker, it's about the minutes, it's about correcting the minutes, that's it. Not about anything else, Speaker. And I'm surprised you let him talk about that, but you know exactly where we are. Thanks.
Yeah, when it suits you. Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to perhaps make a suggestion going forward, if I may. You know, it will be a good idea, seeing that the rules were now referred to, that when a councillor needs to apply for leave for any reason, to write you an email. and
Councillor
then you
Davis,
just
I don't. You see
you
now
just
you are not on
respond.
the right. You are on the wrong topic. We
no,
on
I'm
the
just- no,
issue
I'm
of the
just-
walkout now here.
Yes,
We're
no,
not
but I
on
want
the
to. I
topic of
don't
people
look.
asking for leave.
Madam Speaker, allow me to finish, man. I'm trying to just help you in this thing because there's now a number of occasions where people have, even from Councillor Skosana, that
But can we
also
talk on
mentioned
the
that he
topic
was.
Can we
I
be
wa-
on
I
this
want-
topic?
Yes, but in essence, it's about leave. So I want to talk to you about. I'm dealing with that. So I'm saying that if
This
you
is
can
not
just
about
respond.
leave. This
to
is
the
not about leave, Councillor Davis. We are not talking about leave here.
No, what is it then, Madam Speaker? Is this not
We are
talking
on
about
the issue
leave from a
of
meeting?
we're on the item of the walkout, and people indicating that they are leaving the meeting.
Madam Speaker, we are on the item of correcting the minutes. That's what we are on.
Yes.
And then we're talking about leave, the processes of leave, and that is what we're dealing with. So I don't know why you're not allowing me to speak, but I will leave that. But I was just going to say, if you can just send a reply email to say leave is granted to the councillors, then we won't have these type of problems. But I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
The previous item, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Matika.
Thank you, Speaker. No, Speaker, I just wanted to say that let's move all other discussion. We can only raise them on the matter rising. Then we can argue about these issues. For now, I think let's move with because we cannot spend an hour on minutes, confirming the minutes. So I just want us to move. Then we'll raise the other issues on matter rising, still on these minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Maya, can you just repeat your correctness on the recommendation there so that we can just put it in now?
Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Weideman, sorry, my apologies.
Okay. I just want to recommend that you just take the three names off, Wasserman, Weideman, and Wolmerans, because just above that, Councillor Kraus proposed that you do a roll call, and you have got all the names of the people that were there. But in the next paragraph, all you need to say is that Wasserman, Weideman, and Wolmerans, to remove that because we did record that we were leaving. That is the only correction that needs to be done.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Maya.
Speaker, now this is a very simple thing. Page 27, there's nothing wrong with page 27. That's correct. We don't dispute that. But at the bottom, you started with roll calling. And that roll calling said who were the councillors that were present and who were the councillors that were not present. That was your roll call. So I would just imagine, or as I not suggest, or even I want to propose, that you add on to the following councillors' presence could not be confirmed as they did not respond to the roll call. Therefore, they are deemed absent without leave, or they are deemed absent, or they left the meeting without the permission of the speaker. And we should not play around with it because their action basically meant that a council meeting came to an abrupt ending. And it was me putting there. But it's your speaker, it's your take on this. And you need to take the decision. My suggestion is quite simple. It must be minuted that those councillors left the meeting without permission of the speaker. Full stop. It's simple.
Thank you, Mayor Councillor Weideman. Councillor Weideman.
Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, councillors. I think we have to correct on page 29 on the top. We will, okay, that MM, I see your hand. MM.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I must admit that I'm on the back foot, not having been there. But from what I can gather, the minutes needs to be corrected on page 28.
29.
Where it states that, just give me a second, Speaker, where it included councillors Wolmerans, Wasserman and Weideman in the people that left without giving notice. You know? They also left without advising the speaker. I think those councillors, the top three, should be removed from that, from what I gather here. And that deals with people that advise the speaker. Now, the next matter that comes up is the question of whether councillors actually receive permission from the speaker to leave the meeting, and that's the next matter. So I think we must just split the two from each other. It's clear from what I hear that the top three names should be removed under that at the top of page 28.
Okay.
And then the next matter about whether, yeah.
Yeah, there must be two. There must be two columns here. The next, then all of them were not to leave the meeting.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
MM. Okay.
Yes,
Bill,
yes,
have you
Speaker.
got?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Speaker.
So that we can move. Okay, can we move colleagues to the meeting? We're on 3.3.
Speaker.
Meeting of the 11th of June.
Speaker.
Maya.
Speaker, no, I just want to get clarity. We should not run on these issues. Speaker, thank you. We should not run on these issues because it's very important that we are correct. Hearing what the acting state is for, that there are two ways that you can deal with it. The first way would be only deleted Wasserman, Weideman and Wolmerans on that first part. So that is correct by saying they also left the meeting without advising the speaker. So those were the people that left the meeting without advising you. The top three advised you. Understanding the MM correctly, inserted should then be a second part that deals with the issue of councillors leaving the meeting without permission of the speaker. So my understanding would then be that there should be then a follow-up paragraph by stating that the following councillors did or left the meeting without permission of the speaker. And then all those names should then be mentioned there. I need to understand, is that what the MP is
I
suggesting?
also understand it, Maya.
Thank you, man. Then it must correct the thanks.
Yes, thank you, Maya. MMS, your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker, and I must give the preface to say that it's difficult for me because I wasn't there. The question that you need to ask now, here's where the complication comes in. From my understanding, when those councillors left the meeting was not correct anymore. So there wasn't a quorum. So the question as to whether there can be now inserted that the councillors left without the permission of the speaker in the minutes, right? I'm not too sure of. What can happen, Speaker, is that as the speaker and the person responsible for the meeting, you can investigate that matter. You know, whether councillors actually left without permission, and then determine a course of action going forward. But at the point when the councillors left the meeting, my understanding is that the meeting was no longer correct. So the meeting could not proceed, and therefore I don't know whether the councillors that were left behind actually noted the fact that the councillors left without permission. I didn't get that from the meeting, right? So the question as to whether councillors left with permission or not, I'm saying that should not necessarily be in the minutes, but that is something that you as a speaker can deal with outside of the confines of the meeting.
Thank you, MM.
Speaker?
Yes.
Sorry, Speaker, man, I don't have a hand at the moment.
Yes, Councillor Selassie.
Maybe I have it later. Speaker, mna Speaker, andazi into esifuna achieve kulo mcimbi.
Speaker, I don't know what we want to achieve in this matter.
In the recommendation ikhona that the minutes of the special council meeting held on the 11th June 2020 be confirmed.
The recommendation is there, and as the councillor has referred now in English.
9 councillors is gone. After that, zange kubekho quorum meeting.
After the 9 councillors were left, there was no quorum in the meeting.
Andazi ngoku sadlula kulo meeting leyo ayapasa budget, but sikwenye business ngoku ngosawumangala business ndala.
I think we should go straight to the recommendation because that meeting is passed and those councillors left the meeting. There was no budget approved. I think we should move forward now and look at other matters and issues and just go to the recommendation. Thank you.
Nanto yi-political move leya Speaker yenziwa nayeyiphi party nxa ipolitika. Sawuxoxa loo nto ngoku.
That was a normal political move that can be done by any other party. Should we waste time on that now, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor Selassie. We're on point 8.3 now. The special council meeting 11th of June. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, sorry, I'm too early. I've got one on page 52. I'm too early. Sorry, Speaker. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on the meeting of the 11th of June? Do we approve the minutes?
Yes, let's approve this one.
Davis, I see your hand is up.
But Speaker, I assume that we're going to make our comments. You're just correcting the minutes, and then we're going to make our comments under matters arising in the minutes on point 9. So we'll approve all the minutes, I assume.
Losing you there.
And then I assume that you will approve all. We're just approving the minutes now, but then we will at point number 9, matters arising from these minutes. Then we will comment on the things that we need to take out from the different recommendations. Am I correct there, Speaker? Because then I'm not going to share mine now. I'll wait till point 9.
Okay. Councillor Kraut, I see your hand is up. Councillor Kraut.
Sorry, Speaker.
Councillor Kraut. We are losing you.
It's ordained, Speaker, ne? Ordained. Speaker, let's adopt the minutes.
Councillor Davis, your hand is still up.
Speaker, it's an old hand. I'm sorry, I'll take it down. Thank you.
Adopt the move.
Thank you, councillors. We've got network problems today. Can we move to 8.4, the special council meeting on the 18th of June? Start on page 41. So not 41, 59. Councillors?
I propose we adopt, Speaker.
We on a meeting of the 18th of June.
Agreed.
Agreed, Speaker.
Okay.
I propose it.
We move 8.5 special council meeting, 2nd of July.
Speaker, I have
Yes,
an
Councillor
item,
Wasserman.
page 52, where the list of the impact committee is set out. Chair, I think the minutes must just reflect that I was elected as chairperson there. My name is separated, but it doesn't say that I was elected as chairperson, just for record purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman, for that correction.
Speaker.
Anyone else?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Pomerantz.
On page 52, I think it's just a spelling mistake where it is in bold. Oh, the lady, there's an R missing. So it's just a spelling mistake. Just that correction, please. Where it starts at this point in the meeting, Councillor Davis, congratulate Councillor G. Vormerans. It's just a spelling mistake. There must be an R after the E.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vormerans, for that correction on the minutes. Can we move, councillors? Do you agree?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes. Then we on page number 9, matters arising from the minutes. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to refer to page 46. I apologize, I didn't see an execution list, and I didn't see it anywhere else in the agenda. So I'm just asking this related to page 46, the approval of the zoning scheme bylaw, but point F, it says that an overlay zone for Hornley and similar areas be developed as a matter of urgency. So I just want to find out what has been done so far as a matter of urgency and what process needs to be followed. Thank you, Speaker. If anyone can assist me with that, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Davis. Anyone else on the matters arising? Councillor Matika.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, now matter rising. I'm still going back to 28, page 28. On those councillors who left without notifying you and without receiving any other permission. I believe, Speaker, you must investigate that. And because I believe those people have brought the municipality into dispute, and there must be section must be followed. And Speaker, and I believe you must also familiarize.
We are losing you.
Speaker, what's happening now with Gqirha? I'm still
We are
speaking.
losing
Khululile,
our
no.
councillor.
Speaker?
Sister, hey, what's happening here
Dr.
now?
Zoom.
Utumba.
Hello. Speaker? Zoom. Hello.
Let me just see if I can mute him.
Enjoying himself.
I'm muting.
Speaker?
Councillor Matika, yes, you can speak. He's muted.
Hey, Speaker, what? No, Speaker, man. And still go page 28. Yes, Councillor, funeka senze umzekelo apha, Speaker. Asizange azodlala. Apha must make example and singareferishwa kuthiwa nezinye iikhansela zazihamba zange kwenzeke nto sithetha ngoku thina.
We should make an example. We should make an example, Speaker. We are speaking about the matter now. They must not make a reference to old matters. We are talking about now. An example should be made.
Abantu, Speaker, they've brought those. Who brought bazise umasipala into dispute, Speaker. And
These
the
councillors
Speaker
brought them in.
uyofunda i-court ruling. I-court ruling e-Gauteng High Court ethi deal with decisively with councillors walkout. If uyifunda laa nto xa yenza investigation yakho, Speaker, we must deal naba councillors ba-walkout. Izenze uyilando bangaze baphinde each and noba yi-ANC noba yintoni. If a councillor walkout, we must deal with that councillor. We must set example here. We are not here to play. Thank you very much.
Speaker, the consequences were that please deal decisive with this, and you
Councillor
can make
Matika,
reference
Councillor
to
Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
you can make a reference to a court ruling that is in Gauteng because they brought this council into a dispute.
Now, Speaker, I'm waiting for the interpreter to be given an opportunity to finish interpreting so that everyone can understand what was said. But Speaker, thank you. We welcome any investigation because at the same time, Speaker, I would ask that we deal with the question of whether you acted lawfully in that meeting. So we look forward to an investigation. It will reveal what actually happened in that meeting and the unlawful acts that were perpetrated by you.
We are rising. Councillor Wasserman. We are on matters arising from the minutes.
Yes, Speaker, and I was responding to Councillor Matika. Thank you.
Out of order. MM, through you, Councillor Davis had a question there.
Speaker, can I just get that question again? I seem to have missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, it's my way.
Shall I repeat it? Shall I repeat?
Oh, no. I remember now. It's the overlay zone. I'm going to ask that
the overlay zone is a
planning,
matter of urgency.
that the director planning just respond to Councillor Davids, please. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the question. The overlay zone will, the process that is going to have to be followed will involve participation from the public and from the communities that are affected by it. It is not something where we can just sit in our offices and draw up something and then take that out and add it to the overlay. What we will do when we are developing the overlay, when it seems as if we would be able to go out to the public so that we can have participation meetings, we will submit to our Section 80 portfolio councillor the process plan for taking the overlay proposals out to the community, and we will do it through his Section 80. The portfolio chairperson has asked us to prepare for him just a process plan and to set that out at a Section 80 meeting as I am describing now. We have indicated the problems that we have under COVID circumstances, that the affected communities are communities where we would normally want to have a public meeting in order to be able to show them the proposals on a screen and entertain questions in a public meeting format, for whom a lot of the people in the affected areas, it's not that possible for them to just submit written submissions on email and the formats that are currently available for participation. So the COVID has a bit of an impact. We have, however, discussed what the overlay possibilities might be and what those may entail, but it isn't as simple as just bringing that to council. We have to discuss it with the affected communities, because there is certain impact on neighbours from the overlay proposals that we are currently debating among ourselves within the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I see the MM's hand and Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I just want to add to
And
that.
Councillor Matika, I don't know if it's old hands.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to add to that. I think Councillor Davis also referred to the word urgent. Now, urgent, I think we must just place in the right context. Normally, a process like this would take several months, 9 to 12 months at least. I think the urgency says that we must try and compress that, but obviously taking into consideration what the director just said about, that it has to have a public participation process that needs to. I'm sorry. I'm saying that we must use just remember that the word urgent in this case does not refer to a few weeks, but what it means is that the process that would normally take anywhere between 9 and 12 months must be compressed, but still taking into consideration what the Director of Planning just said, that we need proper public participation in that process as well, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MMM. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up. Councillor
No,
Wasserman.
Speaker, my hand, sorry, Speaker, I thought it was down.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Is there anyone else on matters arising so that we can move, colleagues? Thank you. No one else. Can we go then to 10, statements and communication of the Speaker, and that is on page. Anyone on the communication of the Speaker? The recommendation is on page.
No, Speaker, my hand is up now.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, we just have a request, and this applies to the reports from the Mayor as well. There are a lot of items on your report that just relate to the ordinary work of councillors, for instance, attending a community services meeting or, the Section 80s and so on, or a MACO meeting. And I don't think those are done in your capacity as a Speaker. So what we would really like as a council is to know what you're doing as the Speaker. So our request would be if you could limit your report to what you do as the Speaker in that capacity, so that we can see what that all entails. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we move to the next item, function statement and communication of the Deputy Mayor? Can we move if there's no one else? The next one is communication by the Mayor. Councillor Davis, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, I just wanted to find out, the Mayor was at the last, almost one of the last things there. He spoke about that there was an introductory meeting with Westgrove on a way forward. And I would like to know I would be interested to know what was discussed as the way forward in terms of Westgrove. I was not sure that it was discussed. I know we had a presentation from Colleen Durant,
Yes,
but I'm not sure if they discussed the same thing. So I just want to find out what was the way forward discussed as mentioned in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zuko.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I'm just interested in the meeting that the Mayor had. It's the brief that he had with COGTA. Are we going to receive a formal report that's going to come to Council, Mayor, or if we need more information about it, we just contact your office? And also the meeting that you had with Mr. Mike Hampton. And just the other one, Speaker, Mayor, I see there's also SAMU meeting meetings with the MACO. I just want to understand, because I believe we've got a forum whereby we have the employer meeting the employees, which is the unions, and whereby all the employees are represented by their different unions. And now I see there's another one now being created whereby a union is engaging the MACO. I'm just worried that we have these kind of things. Are we going to be able to sustain these things, and are these things not going to cause problems in the future? Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Couch. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just need to understand. I see a meeting via Teams with the unions and the acting MM. I don't see Michael there. So I don't know where Councillor Lezuko is arrived at.
Speaker, if I can assist the councillor here, please. It's on the 23rd of June, SAMU MACO meeting. That's what it's saying. SAMU MACO meeting. And I understand there's supposed to be a W in between M and U, but it's SAMU, but I assume it's SAMU, the union. Thanks.
Councillor Crouch. Maybe it's an old hand. Maya, over to you.
Speaker, thank you very much.
Maya?
Speaker, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Maya.
Speaker, no, thank you very much. My problem, my biggest disappointment is the fact that not one of the councils raised the issue under the heading statements and communications of the deputy executive mayors. I'm a bit disappointed in the councillors, because if that is true, then I need to ask the deputy mayor just to respond to all these questions. But on a more serious note, let's deal with the report itself. So the correctness there to start with would be just delete the word deputy there. And under 11.1 also the word deputy, because it's my report. Chair, let's start with the first one raised, and I'm going to deal with it, Councillor Bill Davis, unfortunately, through it on the agenda. In the order of days in the month. So if I deal with your one last, is because you touched the one on 16th of July. So let me get back to the first one. Councillor Tiokolo, that meeting that took place between myself and the MM with the portfolio committee of COCTA was a very intense meeting. As you could see, it's actually less than a week after I became the executive mayor. So it was a very intense meeting to respond to all these allegations, more than 50 of them, which was submitted by various structures, whether it's National United, National Ratepayers, your friend Mike Hampton, all that, we dealt with that. The onus now rests on COCTA to provide their report. As the executive mayor, I did not see any report. I therefore not quite sure whether the MM received a report yet. But up to now, sir, I can assure you that we did not receive any report from COCTA, a full report on what transpired and their findings. It was a very fruitful and a very successful meeting, and I need to thank both the AMM and the deputy mayor in this regard, as well as our legal advisor, Ms. Melanie Paulson, manager, not advisor, manager. On the second one about SAMU, you correct, Joel, you guys should correct those things. It's not SAMU, it's SAMU, and you should also then delete the word MACO. That meeting took place on request of the unions, and it was myself and the deputy mayor that attended that meeting, and the acting municipal manager. If you could recall, if you were in National Councillor Tiokolo, there was a march by the union, and they requested to speak to the mayor in that regard, and the deputy mayor and the MM was also there. So there was no meeting between Mako and, my apologies, and Sambu. Then getting to the one of, if I missed out one, you must just remind me again, because on page 59, Speaker, on the question of Westgrove, there was an informal report back. I think it was a Section 80 committee meeting, and I might not be correct there, but I think it was a Section 80 committee meeting, Councillor Davis. And out of that meeting, there was a request from the lady that is working at our tourism building in town for the CEO of Westgrove and Sianov and other people to meet the new mayor. So that was the informal meeting with the new mayor. The way forward, Councillor Davis, is for council to decide how they're going to deal with the issue of tourism in future. That is not my decision, that is the decision of the Mako. Council needs to decide on the way forward dealing with tourism, and if necessary, request then a formal item to go to council. Chair, I think there's not any other questions on my report. Councillor Teokolo, I see his hand, Speaker. So if he can be able to get out one of his questions, I'm prepared to respond to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillor Teokolo and Councillor Davis.
No, thank you very much, Speaker and the Mayor. No, I was raising this one of the SAMU meeting and Mako. I think the Mayor would also agree with me. He always says you don't want to see a situation whereby the other union sees itself that it's not valued and the other one is valued. Whenever the other one asks for a meeting, then they attend to that. I was just trying to make sure that we not, because there is already a platform for that. That's just a comment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you,
Speaker, in response to that, if Councillor Teokolo listened carefully, I've said that there was a march by Sambu where they request a urgent meeting with the mayor. I was accompanied by both the deputy mayor and the MM. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. MMSC hand is up.
Speaker, thank you. Yes, Speaker, thank you. I just want to, just for the correctness, it is correctly denoted on the agenda, but it was referred to in the meeting now as a meeting with Cocter on the 17th of June. I just want to make sure that councillors understand that that was the portfolio committee in the National Parliament. So we appeared in front of the portfolio committee. We did not have a meeting with Cocter, but we appeared in front of the portfolio committee that has oversight over Cocter.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Teokolo.
My apologies, Speaker. It's an old one. I'll lower it.
Thank you. Then we just need to correct those a few things in the communication of the mayor, Jill. Can we move?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker. Let's move
to the items of for consideration and recommendation from the mayoral committee. Anyone on the meeting for the mayoral committee meeting? Can we approve the minutes? Councillor Matika.
Speaker, but I just want to have a clarity and or maybe it's an error on the page 63. The application to purchase encroached land earth 17404 and 17403. The recommendation D must be corrected. The recommendation D said that the application to purchase a portion of earth not be approved. it must be corrected that I believe we said that it must be approved. Thank you very much. There was a site visit also.
Councillor Matika, they're losing you.
It's finished.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I just want to confirm which item we're on, please.
Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I'm just wondering which item we are on. Where are we on the agenda?
We are on the mayoral committee meeting, Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, and which item, I'm trying to find which item Councillor Matika was referring to now.
Page 63.
I've lost it. I want him to repeat it.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matika.
Thank you. No, I was speaking on page 63.
Yes.
Yes, on item page 63 on recommendation T. If I'm correct, I think if I'm correct, it said that that earth must be approved.
It's say approved.
It's not.
No,
not
Speaker.
approved.
Speaker.
Councillor Kraus.
Thanks, Speaker. That recommendation D should not be part of the, should not form part. There was a site visit. The technical department was there, and this is the recommendation that that followed after the site visit. And recommend D should not be part of this recommendation.
Matika, Councillor Matika. Can you mute your Maya? I see your hand is up, and Councillor Wasserman's hand is up.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, let's just not run to number 12. That is the recommendation from the mayoral committee, and I think I'm still the chairperson of the mayoral committee. Councillor Matika, please listen carefully, my comment. Speaker, just coming back to that report, I had to apologize to Councillor Teokolo. He asked a question about his friend Mike Hampton, Speaker, on my telephonic conversation, myself and the MM. I'm not quite sure whether Councillor Teokolo is still interested in getting a response to that. I need to apologize to him. I didn't respond to that one. Then, Chair, I'm also a bit disappointed in councillors that they did not even touch on the one of MG Park and others, nice municipality, the 7th of June fire claims. But that's fine, Speaker. We will move on. There was not a question on that one. Speaker, then we need to deal with item 12, which is the items for consideration. It would be there for the recommendation of the mayoral committee, Speaker, and the normal procedure, I presume, would be for the mayor to present these different items one by one to the mayoral to the council for approval. Thank you very much.
Something happening here, Speaker? Speaker?
Yeah, we've got connection problems. Yes, Maya, over to you.
Speaker, if that is the case, let's deal with item number 12.1. It is item consideration, Speaker. The first item on page 61, Speaker, would be, let me just put my glass and report back on the application to the purchase of earth 1-to-1. Karatara. That are the recommendations, Speaker, of the mayoral committee on page 61. Speaker.
Yes, Maya, you can continue.
No, I thought, Speaker, you're going to ask council whether they agree or not agree with the recommendation, Speaker, for me to continue to the next one.
I don't see any hand. Councillor Nezu's hand is up.
Yeah, we agree.
I agree. We agree,
Mayor,
Speaker.
Thank you. That is the case.
Matika?
Thank you very much.
No,
On
I say
page,
we agree, Mayor.
page 62, report back on the application to buy a portion of 19086, the Nangues Naisna. Speaker, the recommendation is on 62.
Councillor Matika?
Agree, Mayor.
Agreed, Mayor. Let's go. Let's move.
Agreed.
Speaker, page 63, report back application purchase and encroach upon land of 17404 and the portion of 17403. Recommendations A to H on page 63.
Agreed. Let's move, Speaker.
Agreed.
Thanks.
Speaker, page 64.
Got a hand up.
Speaker?
There's a hand.
Yes, there are two
Councillor
hands.
Matika?
Speaker, on that one, I've raised is the issue that I've raised on recommendation D. Because if this recommendation, it says that the F not be approved. But if I remember correctly, we said that it must be approved, and we had a site visit on this issue. Just want to check. Thank you. I think the chairperson can just clarify.
Speaker, thank you, Councillor Matika. Let me not jump in there. I think it's important. Can I ask Councillor Kraus just to respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. Mayor, recommendation D should not be part of these recommendations. I spoke to the director, and I don't know what the recommendation D is doing on these recommendations.
Councillor
So recommendation
Councillor Zuko?
Sorry, Speaker. I lowered my hand because I wanted to listen to Jill first.
Director Corporate?
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. On this particular item, the MACO had recommended that there should be a site visit to establish both of these properties that the applicant was applying for, which was 17404 and 17403. Indeed, the site visit was conducted, and it was established that the property, which is 17403, is indeed encroached on as well by this particular applicant. And therefore, the committee members who were on the site agreed with technical services that there should be a number of plans or studies undertaken by the applicant should council agree to alienate the property or sell it to him. So on the basis of that, the members of the MACO that were in the site agreed that we need to recommend to council that the also 17403 should be disposed of and all the necessary applications be submitted by the applicant. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director Joe. I see your hand is up. Councillor Wasserman? Your hand is also up.
Speaker, I just wanted to draw council's attention to the fact that these are the minutes of the 5th of March, items emanating from February section 80. So there might have been changes and items would have come back to the next section 80. Some of them were referred to the section 80 in, I think it was in July. So then council can just skip those items of the 5th of March and then go straight to the minutes of the 22nd. Instead of discussing it on the 5th of March as MACO.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Wasserman?
No, Speaker, I think that's a very good suggestion by Jill, that we deal with the most recent recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matika, I see your hand is up. And Councillor Kraut?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, what happened with this item was that I think a day before or 2 days before the MACO meeting, we had a site visit and the item was not ready for the MACO meeting. And in the MACO meeting, we suggested that it would come to the council meeting. And I can't remember, did we say, is it going back to the next section 80 meeting? Maybe the mayor can just remind me, but these were the recommendations, except that D was not supposed to be included.
Thank you, Councillor Krauss. Councillor Matika, I don't know if your hand is up, so I can give back to the mayor.
Yes, Speaker, I want this item to be ratified, because now we're going to agree. And then then you are saying that those other ones, the meeting, the site visit, the meeting, are not part of these ones. Then which means when we go to another meeting, we must first rescind this decision, because we are taking a decision here that we not approve this ERF while we had a site visit and we discussed on the MACO that it must come to council. So I just want to do, are we going to make changes here, or are we going to agree that we agree with this recommendation? Then which means in the next council or the next special, which means we must have to rescind first this decision. That's why my worry is it, because I believe that I don't remember saying that would not be approved. I remember saying that let's leave this one in the MACO of March. I said that the directors are speaking something that they are not sure of. They have brought here, in terms of their annexures, they've gave us a GIS, an old GIS of 2015, which is not updated. I even said that you are saying that you're going to use that ERF for other council purposes, but that GIS is not updated. If you go to there is an already building structure that is there. We had a couple of site visits where the mayor at that time was Councillor Valamsa. All of the MACO were there on that time. That we agree, and here and in the 2 weeks time, 2 months back, or last month back, sorry, we also had a site visit on the same property, where we said that in terms of your GIS are not correct. We want to show you the actual, because we don't operate on GIS. We want to show the actual. There is a building that has been encroached.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Wasserman and then Councillor Kraut.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the executive mayor made a bit of an issue about the fact that he is the chairperson of this meeting, and so I would ask him, what is his recommendation to council right now in this matter?
Councillor Kraut.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I do believe we didn't cover this item in the mayoral committee meeting because it was not updated. I would then recommend that this item goes into the section 80 meeting, or for now, Mayor, maybe through you, that recommendation D be removed, and then we go with the recommendation as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Mayor, over to you.
Speaker, thank you very much. You know, and Councillor Ace, my apologies if I actually use your name also. Some of us is a bit older than the other councillors, and we get confused very easy. There was a comment made by Jill earlier, and add on to that, it was a response by Councillor Wasserman based on an argument made by Jill. So I wasn't quite even sure what they want us now to do. But let's rather get back to the items. I want to speak slowly. We're dealing with number 12, items for consideration coming from the mayoral committee. On page 63, there was a recommendation that came from the mayoral committee on the 5th of March 2020. The D part of that has been explained by both Councillor Matika and then also endorsed by the Director of Corporate Services. So I believe, Chair, these should then be amended correctly. And I love the wording, Chair, of the Director Planning, sorry, the Director of Corporate Services. So, Chair, could we then insert the proposal, not proposal, the recommendation of the Director in D, please? So I therefore would ask the Speaker for the Director, please, to repeat what she has said so that we can then amend D to her recommendation, please, how it should be. But there was a decision in the Mayoral Committee. That is what we're supposed to do. So if you allow the Director just to insert that part, and then we can continue. Because the remaining 8 to 8, I believe therefore is accepted by Council. The only one that came up for discussion was the D part, whether it was corrected, minuted correctly. Speaker?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Director Corporate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of recommendation D, we would then say that the application, let me just see, the application to purchase earth, in fact, it will be Irvin now. The application to purchase Irvin 17403 and 17404, which are encroached on by the owner of earth 17405, be approved on the following conditions. Then we take away, because E will then be D. So it would be the application to purchase Irvin 17403 and 17404. Then in terms of recommendation H, where it says a site visit should be arranged, we then change that to that it be noted that a site visit was conducted to view the properties, which is F17403 and 17404. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, is that acceptable, Council?
Yes, Mayor.
I think, Speaker, you should just ask Council supported of that recommendation of the Mayoral Committee, the amended one.
Yes,
We agree, Mayor.
we
Yes, Mayor, we agree.
Thank you, Speaker. And on page 64, that will be items that were submitted to the Mayoral Committee by the Finance Committee, or it was the Finance Committee's meeting that recommended to the Mayoral Committee, MF 0202-2020, the quarterly budget statement as of the 31st of December 2019, Chair. The recommendations there is A, B, and C.
Yes. We are moving.
Then, Chair,
Yes.
the next one will be the close of the revenue enhancement project. Speaker, there's recommendations A and B.
Yes.
Yes.
Then Speaker, on page 65, that's how I want my councils to be Helena Bakkeries, but we can move. On page 65, a report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the period ending 31st December 2020, recommendations A, B, and C.
Yes.
On the same page, Chair, a report on the expenditure approved housing business plan, there's A and B, Speaker.
Yes.
And on page 65, the review of the roads and traffic bylaw, Chair.
Yes.
Recommendation A, B, and C. Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Then on page 67, Chair. There's the designation of the waste manager office. This item was dealt with a special council meeting, so there was a recommendation, Chair. Agreed on that?
Yes.
Okay, then Chair, on page 67, roads and traffic bylaw, A, B, and C, Speaker, there's the recommendation there.
Yes.
Okay, then on 12.2, that's the new date, Speaker. First one, 12.2, report back on the application for the lease of a portion of Earth 2252 only Neisner. The recommendation is A to L on page 69. Then report back on the application of purchase 8269 Kaile to Neisner, abutting or abutting Earth 2023 Neisner, A to G.
Agree.
Thank you, Chair. Page 69, report back on application to purchase portion of Earth 1.1 location Neisner from A to H.
Agreed. Agree.
12720, report back on application to lease a portion of Earth 321 only Neisner only replacement clinic.
Agree.
Okay, jy mag agree met jy het gesê jy het invested interest, né?
Agree, Meyer, agree.
Okay.
Meyer, Councillor Tsengwa, as your hand is up.
My apologies, Speaker.
See the Deputy Mayor's hand up.
No, Speaker. No, Speaker, that's an old hand, eh?
En Dora moet sit in slaap aan nie. Let's move on. Items, that's on page 71. Items submitted to the community services is now be MSCOA Capital Finance and Performance. There's a recommendation.
Agreed.
Noted. Progress on the report on the establishment of a shelter for homeless people in the Greater Neisner municipal area. Speaker AB. Items to the financial, it will be the quarterly budget statement for quarter March 2020. Wat gaan met een dode aan?
Yes, agree.
Agreed.
Speaker. Just ask.
Yes,
Deputy Mayorman. He is still on. Okay. Speaker, on page 72 at the top, capital budget report, A, B, and C.
Agreed.
Great. Then Speaker. Items out, and then this is now there's only item for noting that it was in the Infrastructure Service Committee and also Development Committee meeting. So we now at the bottom there, application for the leasing of a portion of Earth 255 Neisner for farming purposes A, B, C, and D.
Agreed.
Speaker, on page 73, application to purchase Servitude Road alongside Earth 13066 Neisner. The recommendation A to G.
Agreed.
Then Speaker, on page 74, report on the staff housing policy. Speaker, the recommendation A and B.
Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker, that was all the recommendations of the Mayoral Committee to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Then we on point number 13. A new matter submitted by the acting municipal manager. 13.1, roster for acting directors. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we welcome this report. It is important that the people who are properly qualified to hold the positions are the ones that Council approves. So thank you, Acting MM, for this report. We do agree with it and want to approve it. Thank you.
Councillor Tsengwa. Mayor, I see your hands up.
Speaker, just on the recommendation, Speaker, just one clarity through you to the acting MM. Recommendation A is quite clear that the Council rescinds the resolution taken on the 29th of October 2015 regarding the acting rosters for directors, and that the following directors has the necessary skills, expertise, and qualifies to act. Successful the municipal manager. I'm just need to gain some clarity. C will then be for B. These are the people that will then, the two people that will be eligible for acting municipal managers. As I understand. Then there's a C part there, Jay. The following managers act successfully in the absence of various directors. Just remember, we need to understand that there should now be people that act in the positions of directors. I see the MM's hand is up, Chair. Before I go further, because he probably know what I'm going to ask, so let me rather allow the MM to respond. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. MM?
No, I see the mayor has become a mind reader, Speaker. Speaker, no, I don't know what he wants to ask, but what I wanted to just say is that we need to probably change the name of this item, because it doesn't only deal with the director, the roster for directors, but it deals with the roster for acting municipal manager and directors. So we'll just change the name so that it reflects properly, so that if in future people refer back, they refer back to the right item, Speaker. So I'll allow the mayor to continue and then answer the question afterwards.
Okay. Maya?
Speaker, the MM is quite correct, and I think in his response now, it then just put then the whole thing in more perspective. It's not only about directors that is going to be able to act as MM, but also then managers is going to act as directors in the absence of directors. I think, I was going to that point to understand what is this about, taking in consideration the recommendation stated of the acting municipal manager. But thanks, Chair, I'm clear in this regard.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maya. So we agree with the recommendation from the MM. Then we go to 13.2. The report on the audit committee meeting of the 4th of March 2020. The recommendation is on the same page. Maya?
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks again. No, thanks, Speaker. Again, Speaker, normally we just note first these reports and then we adopted these reports. Speaker, I'm glad that the chairperson of the audit committee and Mr. Hennessy, I saw them both earlier as part of the meeting. Although at the next one, Speaker, a report from audit committee meeting, I've always said that I need a very vibrant and aggressive audit committee, that when council or whoever is failing the municipality, there should be recommendations. In this regard, there was not any recommendation that came from the audit committee, but I would therefore just ask Speaker that we A, note the report, and then B, that we adopt the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya. Then can we go to the next one? Audit Committee Charter. Maya? Maya?
Speaker, let me rather lower my hands because I think let's give other councils opportunity. I've got some views on this issue, but let me rather lower my hands first to listen to councillors. Thanks.
Okay, MMIC hand is up.
Speaker, yes, I just want to draw your attention to, we just need to get a little bit of the language right on page, I think it's 93. If you'll just go to page 93. So there's you see there's an addition there that says, except in the special circumstances set out here and after. And the sentence after that, we just need to probably get a little bit better. So it reads, after serving consecutively for 2 consecutive terms. So we must change it to after serving, and then we remove the word consecutively, for 2 consecutive terms, a cooling off period of 2 years should be provided for before appointing the same member to the same audit committee. So we must just remove that consecutively after serving.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with the MM on that point. I just want to ask about the word should. That provides a discretion. Should it be must?
Speaker, the answer to that is that these are suddenly the English fails me. These are not recommendations, but these are standards set in the audit world, and we've taken it from there. So the reason why we use the word should is that, you know, sometimes there, and especially in rural municipalities, you do not always find the right people to serve on these committees. And if we use a word as strong as must, it creates a problem, right? So when we have, if we have, the idea is that we should ideally be changing people after 6 years, so that we do not have people developing, becoming furniture in the system. But we also know that sometimes it's not possible like it is in a metropolitan setup, for instance. So I'm quite comfortable with the word should in that respect. So as far as possible, we should be doing that, Speaker.
Great, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. I see your hand is up.
Speaker, thanks. The aiming part is the one I was going to raise, but luckily done it before me. Speaker, just on page 103, and I know it's not part of the amendments to the charter, under remuneration, again, and I think Councillor Wasserman touched on the issue of should and must. That one, and I'm not quite sure whether the audit committee debate and discuss it in their meeting about the remuneration that shall be fixed by council as its discretion from time to time. It's a bit vague, Speaker. So I just want to encourage the audit committee to look at that specific paragraph under clause 11 remuneration and come up with clear indications to what remuneration should be talking about here. Just a comment, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maya. Can we move then on that recommendation? Do you agree?
We agree,
Yes,
Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you. The next one is 13.5. Report on Audit Committee meeting 19th of June.
Speaker, did we just
Speaker, you're
approve
missing.
charter, the internal audit charter?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yes, when can we do the audit charter? Anyone want to say something on that one?
Speaker, it's
Speaker,
basically
we
for your
agree with the
noting
recommendation.
that the dates are changed on the charter.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Councillor Maya.
I'm not quite sure. Just remember, the only changes, to my knowledge, is in the date. 2019 changed to 2020. The mere fact that it is being changed, it's an amendment to a charter. You change the date. So when you look at the recommendation at the bottom there, the 2020-21 internal audit charter should be noted. That, to my knowledge, could not be correct because you amend the date. We should therefore approve the amended charter. And again, I'm not a linguist, but I believe that any changes, whether it's a date or comma or whatever, it's an amendment to a existing document. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maya. Mr. Beryl, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Speaker. This is the charter. The audit committee has to approve the internal audit charter, which we have done. This has to take place every year, and this item is merely for noting by council.
Thank you, Mr. Beryl. So we note the audit charter. Then can we move then to 7.5?
That's fine, Speaker.
Maya?
Listen to Mr. Wasserman. Mr. Ray Beryl is fine, Shane.
And Councillor Wasserman, we on 13.5?
Yes, Speaker. I would just like to, on this report of the Audit Committee meeting, I would like to thank the members of the Audit Committee for recommending that they don't take a salary increase. I think that in the times that we're experiencing and that the community of Knysna are experiencing such difficulties financially, that this is a very commendable action and selfless action on their parts. So we thank them.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Maya.
Speaker, thanks. And at this time, Speaker, I need to thank, if we're on item 13.5, I need to thank Mr. Barrow and his audit committee to be aggressive towards making sure that we fulfill our oversight responsibilities by making those recommendations, Chair. Just probably in future, Chair, that will have to go to another named committee. Currently, it was when they make the recommendation in D, we still have the governance committee. To my knowledge, have changed since then, the different committees. But okay, as it is there, it's still at that committee. But again, thanks for them, Chair, that is so doing their work.
Thank you, Maya. So we all agree with the recommendation.
Speaker, if I
Councillor
may.
Mr. Barrow.
We had a very useful, I think we would call it discussion, workshop on the functions of MPAC and the interplay between MPAC and the audit committee. And in that discussion, I think we all came to the conclusion that the MPAC terms of reference have to be beefed up and revised. And I think that this report should also appear on the agenda of MPAC meetings. So I would suggest that we add that to recommendation D, D for David.
Thank you, Mr. Barrow. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, thank you. Yes, I agree with Mr. Barrow. We had a very productive meeting yesterday with Salga when they gave training for the MPAC members. And I think that that recommendation of Mr. Barrow's should be approved by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Okay, thank you. We agree on the recommendation from the audit committee. Can we move to 13.6? The draft second generation air quality management plan developed. The recommendation.
Agreed.
Anyone on that item?
Siyavuma, Speaker, siyavuma.
We agree, Speaker.
Speaker, man.
And the hand of the
yes, Mayor.
Speaker, just on page 136, I need to understand what is that. What is the meaning of that? Financial implications, compilation cost, local municipality cost per plan, 70,000 rand. Can I just get some clarity? What is meant by a compilation cost per plan, which is 70,000 rand? So if you've got 3 plans at 210,000 rand, is that what we say there? Or would that be the total cost for us?
Mr. Mayor, we are, sorry, Speaker, I must raise my hand, I'm
yes.
sorry.
Yes,
we are in a difficult position because the Director Community Services is not in the meeting, but my understanding is, and perhaps the CFO can assist me, my understanding is that was the cost of developing this plan that is in front of you now, Mr. Mayor. The plan that you are going to adopt now.
Correct.
Thank you. Richard, is up.
Speaker, thank you. The MM is correct with that.
MM?
That hand
Remember
is,
your hand
that hand
still
is,
up?
that hand is old. I'm sorry, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Do we agree on that item, Councillor?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, then we go to the item 13.7, the auction assets. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a question on page 183 at point F. D, it speaks about the alienation of properties at a reserve price. But when you have a look at the prices, that the reserve prices and then the prices at which the properties were sold, Speaker, it seems, well, it is that the auctioned proceeds were less than the reserved price. So can we just have some information on how it happened that the reserve price wasn't maintained as was resolved by council? That's my first question. And then secondly, why has the Milkwood property not yet been auctioned? Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker. Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Okay. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Kraut.
Now it's Batik. Okay.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to know why. Speaker, are you noting?
Speaker, no, I'll wait until Councillor Crouch is done, then I'll speak. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I have some few questions that I want to ask in this item.
Yes, Councillor Kraut.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I would just like to know why this item is coming only now. Speaker, I'm talking. Can I talk, Speaker?
Councillor Kraut.
I'm talking, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Councillor Speaker, let me give it to you.
Speaker, can't you hear me?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, do you leave? Speaker?
He is.
Okay, Speaker. Speaker,
yes, we can hear you.
Nkosi Speaker, man. Ndifuna ubuza mna Speaker. If ndijonge ezi properties, ndifuna ubuza ba ithini ngubani othatha isigqibo sokuba ezi price mazihliselwe i-amounts ezi thina besizibekile, like ezi bezibekiwe reserve as municipality.
Speaker, I just want to ask you on these properties, who took the decision to reduce the prices that we decided on?
Speaker, for instance, some of these properties, for instance, in page 182, Falcon Street, i-value reporter, it's 1.5 million. But if you are born a Speaker, imali si auctioning ngayo, it's a half amount of the one that we have reserve price for. So Speaker, I believe ama Speaker, ikhona nje into i-valuers okanye i-auctioners funeka zisixelele uba kwenzeke ntoni apha, because ke onobeka imali uthi uyayi-advertise uthi nantsi i-reserved, but now wena uyayibetha way below nale reserve amount yakho and ubetha nge-half price. So it was bingekho right, Speaker, because nabani na babeyazi uba akho reserve price could go to beyile kwi-auction wo-auctiona laa ndlu because ayina-reserve price. But xa ine-reserve price xa ithi 1.5 million nam andinoya ndiyoyi-auction, but uba ayina-reserve price ndingayo-auction ndingayifumana nange-10 rand because akho reserve price. So ndifuna sixelelwe who took that decision. If that decision was illegal, ndifuneka reverse.
Speaker, there seems to be a problem here in the valuer's report recommended price, which becomes a reserve. vis-a-vis the auction price, which becomes half the amount that was reserved. This becomes a problem because at the end of the day, if there is a known reserved price, why does it get auctioned on half the amount? This contradicts, and also who took such decisions? Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Mathieu. Yes.
Okay, I have a question, Speaker. I want to know what rationality was used in ensuring now in this economic meltdown that we're selling our property. Is because we don't have money, or because the purchasers must purchase them cheaper than the value market? Because I must ask that, because I feel like if you can sell any house now, whereas we are 5% below the threshold, it means now these properties will be sold next to nothing.
Thank you, Councillor Matuana.
Speaker.
Councillor
Sorry.
Kraut, I've lost today. Maybe before the
Okay, sorry, I don't know why you can't hear me, Speaker. I just need to understand. The first auction was held on the 30th of July, 2019. The last one was held on the 2nd of October. Why did this item take so long to come to council? It's like nearly a year. And then my other question is, on all these vehicles, there's about 34 vehicles with one frame, and the amount we could get is 111,000 rand. That for me doesn't really make sense. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, if you deal, I want to deal with the matter separately. So, in respect of the properties that were auctioned, it has come to my attention that some of the questions that have been asked in this meeting now have previously been asked by council. So I would much rather provide the council with a proper report. I believe that there was a report prepared that never served before council. So I would much rather provide council with a report on the matter, on the issues that were raised, and those issues are, if I enumerate them properly, is number one, why was who took the decision to sell the property below the reserve price, and number two, why was 86 Milkwood not on the auction list? There are other matters around that. So if council will allow me, I would much rather bring a full report to council in that respect, instead of trying to answer out of my head now. But there are reports. I've seen some of the reports that were written, so we will bring a full report to council on that matter. In respect of the other auction, I think the sure, I'll wait, Speaker.
Yes, you want us to withdraw this item?
No, I don't want to withdraw this item, Speaker. I want to bring. Speaker, can you hear me?
Speaker, you've just. Speaker, who are you recognizing?
No, the haven't finished.
Okay.
Yeah, Speaker. Now I'm saying I don't want to withdraw this item. I want to bring a report to council on the two matters that were asked. The question about selling below the reserve price, and the question about 86 Milkwood and its withdrawal from the auction list.
Okay.
Okay. Speaker, can I come in?
Thank you.
Speaker. Yes. No, thank you, Speaker. I think you read my mind there on that question. But on just what the has just said now, doesn't he then think that this item needs to be withdrawn? Because I'm worried that we're just going to note this report, and then he comes with more information, and that information might lead us to make some more recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Lusuko. MM.
Speaker, now in respect of the in respect of the sale of the properties, those sales have proceeded, Speaker, right? So there's nothing that we can do about it. There are contracts between the people that bid on the properties and the municipality, and we're in the process of implementing those, those sales. There is no way for the council to reverse those sales now. We can only report to you on what happened, and if you think that there was something wrong with what happened, we can deal with the fallout from that. But this is the word that I was looking for. The transactions that flowed from those auctions are way advanced, so there is no ways that we can reverse them. You can simply note them at this point, and if you feel that there is action needed after I report it to you in the next council meeting, then obviously we need to determine what that action should be.
I don't know what's happening. I seem to lose people while they're talking.
Yeah, there seem to be a connection problem with a lot of people. Some of my colleagues have sent me messages to alert me to that. I know that there's a problem, unfortunately, Speaker. Do you want me to repeat that, Speaker? Did you not hear everything that I said in my previous submission?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'll repeat, Speaker. What I said is that the transactions that flowed from the auction, Speaker, are already far advanced, so there's nothing that the council can do in respect of reversing those transactions. So I will report to council on those two matters that I've listed now, and if council think that we should do anything about it, then we can decide what it is that we do at that point. But we are far advanced in respect of the transactions that flowed from the auction, Speaker. That cannot be reversed at this point.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't want to agree with MM that we notice while we have lots of questions to answer. I believe this must go back and then we wait for that report. And I don't want to agree with MM that there's nothing we can do. This is far advanced. If anything wrong was done, we must be able to question it, and we must able to look at our legal advice. How best can we rectify if anything wrong happened? Because we can't have in house, we put a reserve amount of 1.5 million and sell it at less price. Maybe there were lots of people who could have had interest to purchase if they knew there was not reserve price. I'm one of the people who also attend lot of auctions. I'm not saying I was going to attend this one, but I know the issues of attending auction. If you're having a reserve, it's advertised that this one has a reserve. It has a reserve amount. So if you know that you're not going to afford that, you don't take any interest. But if there's no reserve, then you can go and take your chances. You can even buy that house for 100 because there is no reserve. But if there is a reserve, you know that you don't start. You're not going to go there because you're not going to afford. So I believe that the report should have come to the council first and said that these amounts that are put for a reserve, there's no one wants to bid on this amount. So that can we lower the amount and re-advertise that there is no reserve amount so that it can be a fair process for anyone. That should have been advertised. So I don't know what is that report saying, but I'm saying that I'm not going to know this report unless we receive that full report. What happened? Who gave the mandate for that to sell that property on half price? The others, at least you can make an example. Others, if it was the reserve was 1.5 and then we sell it 1,000, at least it's not that bad. But at the half price,
Okay, Councillor Tsengwa. Councillor Tsengwa, then Councillor Matiwana.
Speaker, thank you very much, man. Speaker, I think I've listened to Councillor Matika and I've also listened to them. The part which I want to agree with Matika with is the fact that we really need a comprehensive report to this effect, so that we can all understand as to what happened, you know. But if the MM is saying that there's nothing we can do, contracts have been signed and so on and so forth, there's absolutely nothing we can do. But I want to concur with Matika to say that we really need that report so that we can understand, you know, if the those speakers and the understand and moving forward. Yeah,
So
but
that if
in
there's other
closing,
things that happened, then we can understand in the way moving forward.
yeah, in closing, Speaker, I must really go to. No, I think let me not go there, Speaker. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Matiwana.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Mine is one question to you, MM. I want to ask, if we don't have a say in this, what is in front of us, why it was brought to us as council? Just to endorse? Because end of the day, if anything that is brought to you don't have a say, it means you're just endorsing what you are bringing to us.
Thank you, Councillor Matiwana. MM, do you want to respond?
Speaker, yes, please. Thank you. And I must probably, my English is very limited this morning. I know that, so I'm sorry. I'm going to try again. Speaker, there were certain activities. There was an auction and there was a bid awarded to certain people that bought certain properties, and as a result of that, there were certain transactions that were entered into. Now, I'm saying those transactions cannot be reserved because the people to whom the bids were awarded, they got certain rights that we cannot just simply take away. That is what I'm saying. We cannot reverse, Speaker. I'm saying to you that I need to bring to the council a report on what happened and why it is that the reserve price was not maintained. Council can then at that point, once I bring that report, council can make a decision to say, listen, we're not happy. We think that council suffered losses and that we must go after, we must identify who's responsible for those losses and go after them and defer the matter to impact or do whatever council wants to do with that. So that is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that council cannot do anything about it. I'm saying that the transactions we cannot reverse because there are other parties that have have rights in those processes. We cannot simply reverse that process. But council can determine what it wants to do about this matter after I've given the report to council and council has applied its mind and make a decision on that. So I'm hoping that makes it a little bit clearer for the council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Tsang, was your hand still up? If it's an old hand, then can we then note? It said we must note the report.
Speaker, I see the CFO also wants to say something, Speaker.
Okay, but first, MM, do we need to add the recommendation of yours here to say that we will be waiting for the report?
Yes, I want you to do that, please, Speaker. I'm recommending that you do that.
Okay, thank you, MM. CFO?
Oh, thank you, Speaker. The MM has covered me, except to just add the fact that this report is intended so that we actually disclose the transaction that has transpired during the year. So we have to disclose now in the financial statements the transactions that has transpired in the year with regard to these assets. But the MM has covered me fully in terms of that process. So that's why I was saying I was going to ask that the item should not be withdrawn. And the reason it comes now is that the auction comes at the end of the year to report with regard to the transaction that has transpired in terms of assets of the municipality. It's meant for the financial year end process, But I take note of what Councillor Krauts have said. Perhaps we can report as the auctions happen. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. So we're going to add the recommendation of the MM. Councillor Wasserman, is your hand is up?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, please can we add a B with a full report with regards to the reserve price, and if the municipal manager can also in that report just say to whom those properties were sold and indicate if those persons have any relationship with the municipality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker. Speaker.
Can you move item name?
Speaker, there's someone trying to speak. I don't know who it is. I think it's Councillor Matika.
Speaker. Speaker.
MM.
Speaker.
Yes. Can you
I'm
hear
trying
me?
to say that I don't think it's gonna be proper for us to mention the names of those who have purchased the properties. But we must just have a report on that, on all of these three properties that we purchased. Yeah, so that if anything went wrong, so that consequence management must take place if anything went wrong. I don't think it's going to be proper for us to bring names. It's going to look like we are fighting names. I'm happy that the way it is now, there are no names attached to each property, so that we cannot be look as we are targeting each individuals. So we don't even know who's owning these properties. I'm saying that we must have that report. Who make a decision that it must come at a lesser amount, at a half price, because I believe it was wrong. It's a council properties. It should have come to the council for permission. Council, here is happening, so we want the permission to sell this price at a lesser amount. Before any purchase, I believe, before any purchase could have proceeded, it should also have, the report should also have come to council and said that because APC, this is what happened. So we are intending of selling this house at this less amount. Anyone can go to court and win this case in court because there was a reserve price. It was not a fair process. There was a reserve price. So who took the decision and when was the decision taken to sell properties at half price without us informing the council? We should have made that decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, there are allegations here about properties being sold at half price without council having said that can be done, Speaker. So the person to whom the property was sold is relevant, because if there is a relationship between that person and the municipality, then council's proper oversight role is to explore whether there was anything untoward in the sale. So, Speaker, if the ANC is going to be opposed to that being part of the report and part of this recommendation, then I would like it noted that I've requested same. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, MM.
No, that was not me, Speaker. Sorry.
No, it's me. Sorry, I don't have the hand. Sorry, I normally type on the side and wait for the MM.
Okay, CFO.
No, Speaker, when Councillor Matika, when Councillor Wasserman spoke and Councillor Matika responded, I immediately asked, can I say something? You know, I think the report must come with the names so that, you know, councillors are assisted and councillors to be reading a report in front of them. You know, once you start to say there is allegations, there's this, so let the report come with the names of the people that brought the property, you know, and that report will also say whether the municipal staff or public works staff or pick and pay staff are not qualifying or not allowed. So let the names also come. It's not an issue. I think it would have been proper to agree on the report that the MM said he was going to bring, because I can see now we start to talk about what we've heard, about the rumors that we've heard, and it's very dangerous for the level of council at this level and at our level to start to talk about what we've heard. Let's wait for the report of the municipal manager and then deal the matter at that time. But I support that the names must be included in terms of who bought the property.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker.
yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, look, I'll begin to have a problem now. I must be honest into this meeting. You see, Speaker, each and every person have a right to buy a property. Has a right to buy a property, whether that person is related to a person who works in the municipality. You know, that is an auction, Speaker. Am I muted? Speaker, can you still hear me?
Yes, yes.
Speaker, that is an auction. So that simply means in an auction, each and every person is allowed, whether a person is related to anyone. You know, CFO, from where I'm sitting, I don't see any point for us to bring the names. The names to what? Bring the names to what? The names to do what? You know, the report which the MMF referred to, I fully support it. Because now, from where I'm sitting, I must be honest here. You know, and I don't have a problem when people are raising their concerns and so on and so forth. But we must be open. We must be open with the fact that anyone has a right. I work in Pick and Pay, Spar in a municipality, sweeping street. I've got a right if I do have money to buy a property in an auction. This is an auction, colleagues. We must not mistake it. So CFO, I mean, I do not really want to support this thing of bringing the names. You know, what we need to get is the report. I think let me stop there. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Can we move from that item? Was that the recommendation that was added by the MM?
Speaker, can
MM, say hand up.
Yes, my hand is up, Speaker. Speaker, the sale of property is public knowledge. People will know in whose name the property is registered and who bought the property. There is nothing that is secret about that. So I don't have any problem putting the names in there. It's a public thing. People, the auction was a public event, so people that attended the auction would have known to whom the bid was who was the successful bidder. I don't think there's any problem with identifying who we sold the property to council. It's information that is known in any case.
Yeah, thank you, MM. Colleagues, I think we need to move from this item. We agree on the item, and then was it?
Speaker.
CFO.
No,
Kosana.
Thank you. My hands is up, Speaker. Speaker, we believe in a governance which is transparent. I agree with the MM and the CFO that it is public knowledge and correctly said by the team, and everyone who wants to go to auction can go for an auction. And I see no reason that we can give up these names, man. And then we put this issue on rest. Please, MM, will speed up this process so that we can go forward. Thank you. Bring the names.
Thank you, councillors. We are moving. We on 13.8. Report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the period ending 30 June 2020, including the annual stock take report. Can we go to the recommendation if there's no one else?
Agreed, Speaker.
Agreed. Councillors, at this point, I would like us to take a break and be back at 2:15.
Speaker?
Yes, Mayor?
They did not see my hand.
Okay, your hand now.
Yeah, I'm might not be lost. Did we deal with 13.8 now? The supply chain management policy. Speaker, before we just go on that, I need some clarity on the deviations in B. For two reasons. One, I need to understand whether, if you compare to last year, and I was trying to get that information, if you compare to last year on the last quarter, whether there is an increase or a decrease in the deviations. And I want to be quite clear again, Chair. deviations is not a sin. It had to take place at some time in order to speed up service delivery. But it's also a responsibility, and I know that it will have to go to impact. But just in general, did we have seen that this is the last quarter, and this is for the specific quarter, if there's an increase in deviations or not? Thanks. Just a general question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, can the CFO answer?
Yes, Speaker, the CFO can answer.
CFO? CFO?
Yeah, sorry, Speaker. I'm trying to get to the report to. It's scanned now. I'm trying to get the page so that I can see in the report. I'll tell you now.
Speaker, while the CFO is busy paging there, you'll see my comment. I actually said in my comment that I see a downward trajectory in respect of deviations, which I said is welcoming. So my reading of the report is that there is a downward trajectory that we're moving down. The previous reporting period that deviations were 11 million. And in this one, it was at, I think, at 7.4 million, if I remember correctly.
Speaker,
Maya?
Yeah, sorry, Speaker. Yeah, Speaker, there is a decrease in deviation. And still the main deviation has to do with the rental of those properties that we are renting. So there is a decrease with regard to deviation.
Speaker, you see, that's precisely why I raised the question. And thank you very much, and the CFO, that there were a clear indication that it now becomes a principal operation method that we try to cut down on deviations as a municipality. And I think the normal misguided information that this municipality operate in a corrupt and a unresponsible manner, it's now been clear that the municipality in itself is trying very hard to address issues like deviations. And again, I want to re-emphasize, deviations is not a sin. Sometimes you need to deviate in order to speed up delivery. But as CFO, thank you, and thank you very much. I just want to raise that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. We are going to take that break now, and we will all be back then let's make it 20 past 2 then now, because it was supposed to be 15:15. Thank you, councillors. Whose dogs are they now?
Ciao is honde wat die beeste jag.
Councillors, are we back?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Wile Mama.
Speaker, I think you should do a roll call.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman. Let me do that. Councillor Kraut. Councillor Davis.
I'm here, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Quinana.
Corner Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Batika. Councillor Batika.
Corner speak.
Councillor Matiwana. Thank you. Councillor Naki. Councillor Nezu.
Corner speak.
Councillor Naki. Councillor Opperman.
I'm back.
Thank you. Councillor Salase. Danke. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Strubel.
Speaker, I'm here.
Councillor Skosana. Councillor Salase. Councillor Tsengwa.
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I'm present. Speaker, present. Present, Speaker.
Councillor Chokolo.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ace.
I'm here, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Ik kan mij zien, Speaker. Steeds
Yes,
teenwoordig.
Mayor, thank you. Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker.
Councillor Weideman. Thank you. Councillor Weideman.
I'm here, Speaker. I'm here,
Councillor
Speaker.
Wolmerans, I can see you. Thank you,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Weideman. Councillor Kraut.
I'm here,
And
Speaker.
And Councillor Davis.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Naki. Councillor Naki.
Hello.
Councillor Skosana. Yes, Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana.
Now unmute.
Councillor Skosana. I can see all the officials are still back. We are now on 30.9. The report on the disputed properties for the Garden Route District Municipality. And we've got a recommendation there. Councillor Wolmerans, I see your hand is up.
No, sorry, Chair. That's just, oh, very old end.
Okay. Council, there's a recommendation A, B, C, D, Supposed to be E, but it's DD.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Tangwa. And then the
No,
mayor.
no, thank you very much, man. Speaker, we are on 13.9.
Yes, yes.
No, Speaker, no, basically, Speaker, I'm not going to just.
Deputy Mayor, you are muted.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
No, yeah, Speaker, mine is going to be very simple, man. I just want to thank the MM for bringing this item at last. From me, I'm saying it really confirms what I've asked the other day. You know, whether, you know, there was any dispute from the Niger municipality to Garden Road. You know, otherwise, I mean, I fully support it. I don't have a problem. I don't have to keep quiet, Speaker. I think I must really thank the MM for finally bringing this thing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Amaya.
Speaker, I need to apologize to you. Earlier, before we went into a break, I've raised the issue about supply chain and deviations that there's something that I picked up which didn't add up for me. Would you allow me just to convey this to council because it might have an influence on the recommendation which council made. I'm totally at your hands in this regard.
Mayor?
Speaker, yes?
Yeah, you are disappearing.
No, Speaker, what I'm trying to say to you, I need to apologize. Prior to we break, we've discussed the supply chain item, which is item number 13.8. And there was just, and unfortunately, you were so quick, I was busy with something else. But last night when I read the report, there was something here which didn't add up to me. So I was just trying to make sure that the recommendations is correct, that is in front of council on page 186. But I'm totally in your hands whether you want me to continue. But I just believe if we leave it like that, and that's my view, that the recommendation might not be totally correct.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Skosana.
Sorry, Speaker, I heard you were looking for me. I was in a small room of the loo. I'm back.
Okay. Mayor, do you want to raise your issue on the item of the supply chain?
Yeah, Speaker, if you allow me, I just want to quickly inform Council about what I picked up. And
Mayor.
Speaker, just on page 380 of the agenda, there's an item number 7, deviations from the SCM policy. And there was an amount of 958,794 for the period April to June. But when you look at the recommendation on page 186, the B version thereof, that the deviations to the value of 7,944,629 for the period as indicated in A above. Now the period indicated in A above is the fourth quarter on the implementation of the SCM policy for the fourth quarter. And to my understanding that figure of 7.9 million is for the whole financial year. Because looking at the figure on page 380, that figure is 958,794 for that specific quarter, April to June, April, May and June, that's the fourth quarter. So I'm not quite sure, and probably the CFO or the MM can assist us there, whether that figure of 7,944,629 is for the fourth quarter or whether it is for the whole of the financial year. If it's for the fourth quarter, then we need to change that amount. Thanks.
Thank you, Maya. MM?
Speaker, I'll throw this to the CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we are in good hands in terms of oversight by the Executive Mayor. That correction needs to be made. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, CFO. So we need to correct that recommendation on the policy, on the supply chain. Yeah.
Yes, Speaker, it has to reflect the quota, not for the full year.
What is the amount then?
Speaker, the correction will therefore be 958,794 for that quarter. The 7 million is for the whole financial year. I repeat, 958,794.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for that correction.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Then can we then move to the properties, Eden properties?
Yes, Speaker.
Anyone on the Eden properties? Do we agree with the recommendation?
Speaker, can I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. I just want to find out if an IGR dispute if the legal services manager could just clarify whether an IGR dispute has in fact ever been declared.
Acting MM.
The question was asked to the manager legal services, who can answer, Speaker. If she's not here, I'll answer. But,
I am here. Sorry, Speaker. It's just I seem to be having technical difficulties today. We have prepared a notice. I think the executive mayor raised the issue in a previous Section 80 meeting as well. The notice was prepared, I think, in March of 2019. However, there is no record of a signed notice ever being submitted to the district. We have had a look at our records. We know the letter was prepared, but there is no signed letter that was ever served on them.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Melanie.
Speaker.
Councillor Strengwa.
Speaker,
Yes,
once again, thank you very much, Manager Legal. I want to say it again, Speaker, on the record. You know, the information which this confirms, the information which I've received from Dr. Kratz, it's a true reflection of what is happening. Otherwise, I must say it again, Speaker, on the record. And that, thank you very much for bringing this item into this council meeting, so that all of us, we know when we are debating issues here. I don't want to get into in detail into this particular issue, but I want to say it again. Thank you very much. I'm very happy now. What I've raised previously, it's confirmed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's a recommendation, and Council, do we agree on the recommendation in front of us?
Yes, agreed, Speaker. Agreed.
Thank you then. The next item is the SALGA membership.
I think you, Speaker, I think you're missing the NERSA item. Speaker, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think you're missing the item on the NERSA tariffs.
Yes, my agenda's got the wrong numbers,
Sorry.
Thank you for that, yes, we on the NERSA approved tariffs for 2020-21 financial year. Councillors?
We can go with it.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
No, it's not the it's
I
Councillor Vanat.
can't see your hand.
Speaker, just quickly, NERSA tariffs, electrical tariffs remains a very hot debated argument out in the public domain, Chair. I just need to understand when there's references in B on the recommendation that council note the sense difference between NERSA approval and council approved tariffs as attached in Annex B, Chair. Now, it is very difficult sometimes to read the tariffs and try to correlate the two tariffs. So I just want to find it in very simple terms. When you're talking about sense differences, that sense difference, to my knowledge, is that we are we're supposed to be less and not more than what NERSA is requesting council or municipalities to ask. So that's the first question then, Chair. And then the C1 there, that council note the block not provide for in council approved terms, but on the NERSA approval. Speaker, I don't really understand that recommendation. And again, Speaker, I apologize that I might not be on the same level of understanding that other councillors is, but that one, Chair, to some extent did not make sense for me. I will read it again. That council note, it's fine. The block not provided for council approved tariffs, but on NERSA approval. So that one I was looking at Annex B. These are the few things, Chair, which I just need some clarity on for my own purposes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor,
You are muted.
Can you unmute your mic?
I'm sorry, I switched on the camera instead of the mic. I'm sorry. So, Speaker, we circulated this morning, Jill circulated this morning a PDF document with a table that reflects both the NERSA and our tariff to show you where the differences lie. I'm going to ask that the CFO actually take us through that and also answer the Executive Mayor's question on the cent difference, which is a calculation difference. It depends on, it has to do with the decimal numbers after the comma that happens. But if the CFO can just take us through that, I'd appreciate that, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Thank you, Speaker. On the council approved tariffs, under 6.3 tariffs for domestic, there is 6.34, which is a domestic three-phase credit meter. We did not have a tariff for that included in our tariff book. And NERSA has actually put a specific tariff for that block, because for us, we were trying to actually combine those blocks. You would see under 6.3.4.1, we said that we're trying to combine, but NERSA came back and said they wanted a specific tariff for that. So that is with regard to recommendation number D, Mayor, in terms of that. So that needs to be in our tariff book, meaning our tariff book needs to be adjusted with that, now. But also I went to read the approval of the budget and the tariffs. It was worded correctly that we approve the electricity tariffs based on NERSA approval. But unfortunately, when the budget was approved at that time, we didn't have then the final NERSA letter. So it only came here in July. So we're not really impacted, but it's to bring it to council attention that when we apply the tariffs now, there will be a block which is going to be 6.34, which was not in the approved council tariff, which is in terms of the NERSA. The other one of the sense, it's really about the rounding, how you calculate the rounding. There's actually really no difference. We will apply the NERSA letter as it is, We always get this situation with people when they make their own calculations with their own calculator. Then they get to a rounding off difference of 9 cents or 3 cents, So we'll apply the tariff correctly. So we just wanted to alert council that the tariffs will be implemented in terms of the letter of NERSA. Fortunately, this year we have not done the billing. We are busy with the billing, which is supposed to be finalized today. So I hope it does clarify the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. MMS, your hand is still up?
I'm not speaker.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, I hope that answer your question, Mayor. So we agree with the recommendation A, B, C.
Yes, no. Listen, I was listening to this speaker with you. My apologies. I was trying to understand what the CFO said, but I apologize. Sometimes weet die vrystof raak 'n bietjie min, and it's sometimes difficult to follow the whole argument there. But when I look at the recommendation, that's why I was a bit confused, because I was trying to get speaker, and probably I got the wrong agenda. To find, for example, Annex B, in reference to Annex B. Now I was looking out for Annex B, and I couldn't find Annex B. So when you make references in your recommendation about an annexer, then I normally look at the annexer, but I was struggling to get the annexer in order to understand what is meant by A and B, for example. But if council is happy that they understand it, Chair, who am I to dispute that? I will just agree with them. Thanks.
Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker. Perhaps, Speaker, we should make it easy so that whoever comes in 2-3 months' time does not read this and have another understanding. Can we then, on the recommendation A, that council note the NERSA approval letter, which is Annexure A, that's a letter that comes from NERSA, and then B, we can take out in terms of the rounding of the cents, and then C, which will become B, then we then say there that council takes note of the tariff for domestic at 6.34, which was not included in council approved tariff. I'll repeat, that council take note of domestic tariff 6.4, which was not included in council approved tariff. And then the last one will be council resolve to amend its approved to be in line with NERSA, meaning we will add now 6.34 in our tariff book. So that perhaps will read much easier than Mayor. Thanks, Speaker.
Speaker, can I just add to what the CFO just said?
Yes, Mayor.
You see, Speaker, that for me it make more sense. And we just need to make sure when we talk about 6.4 or 6.3 or 6.2.1 that we refer to our tariff, approved tariff by council. It should be clear in the recommendation. And then also, Chair, that if we did not mark in the minutes or in the agenda Annex A or Annex B, can we just then not refer to those annexes? Because, as I said to you earlier, I couldn't find the annexes that has been made reference to in the recommendation. So while I totally agree with him, Chair, just two issues. One, when we refer to a 6.4, 6.3, that we say we refer to the 6.4 in the approved tariffs for electricity. And then we just delete all these annexes if we did not mark the annexes in our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I hope the administration have captured what the CFO was saying on that item. Can we now move to the next item? Report to seek council resolution in support and approval of funding applications from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA.
Agreed, Speaker.
Maya, I see your hand is up. Maya, is that an old hand?
Speaker, now it's a new hand, but I saw Councillor Kosana and also then Councillor Kraut. So I think being the chairperson of finance,
From my side.
being the chairperson of finance, I would wait for my chair.
I see his hand.
I will wait for my chairperson to respond first before I will raise my concern.
Councillor Matuana, is your hand up?
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is based on, I've read the report regarding the funding, but I don't see any correspondence of DBSA which says this needs a council approval, firstly, from my side. And secondly, I want to know what condition is this grant going to bind us as the council? Because end of the day, there's no person that can fund something which doesn't want something. Is this a typical of a loan or what? So that we can be in a position that is clear, so that any decision that we take on behalf of council, we know as councillors what are we putting the Niger municipality under. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matuana. Councillor Kraus?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just need to understand on page 444, in the last paragraph of the conclusion, it says that the amount shall be paid directly to the professional service providers. Is that the professional service providers that did the revenue enhancement for Knysna municipality? Or is it a service providers that the DBSA is going to get on their own? Then on page 4656, in the conclusion, it says the financial support request from DBSA is to fund the following positions. Now, those positions that is there, is that money going to be used for those positions, or is it totally new people that's going to do the revenue enhancement? I am a little bit confused there, Speaker, and the amount requested from DBSA is 5.2 million rand. I need to know for how long the service providers and whoever they are appointed will be doing the service. And
thank you.
I think that's it for now, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Maya, your hand is up.
Speaker, yes, no, as I told you, I want the chairperson of finance to ask these questions. Some of them I was going to raise from a different perspective. But just a question, simple question to the MM and the CFO, whether in the recommendations that amount of 5 million rand, before I get to that, MM CFO, I think we're always grateful when you receive grant funding, whatever source, from whatever source and for whatever purpose, because it always enhances the municipality, not from a financial perspective only, but also from a human resource capacity. But what is important, CFO, MM, is whether that amount of 5 million, which Councillor Kraus referred to on page 456, that amount at the bottom there, The total financial support requested from the DBSA is 5,274,001.48 rand. I just need to understand whether that figure should be part, of your recommendation. Shouldn't that be added into that recommendation so that we know what we're talking about if we seek assistance or if we seek support for funding? Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Kosana.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is at 456 at the conclusion. I just need some more explanation. It says that the financial support request from DBSA is to fund the following positions. I take it is those positions which are mentioned there. But if you read another paragraph, it says this position will cost, the cost of them. And in the brackets, you call this chief accounting basic only 9 months plus other position at 3 years contract. I need explanation, and is there going to be other position on top of the 4 which is mentioned in our program or in this conclusion? And also, Speaker, if you read further down, there is municipality is intending to perform these functions internally instead of going out on procurement processes again. And can someone be more explicitly clear in terms of what is the intention that we're going to be internally, not externally? Because maybe we don't have people with this capacity internally, and then what? Are we closing an opportunity for those who went to school, sitting out there, wanting to perform the same duties and owning some tertiary, some bursaries? This is an opportunity for them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kosana. MM.
Speaker, I'm going to ask the CFO to deal with the technical questions. All I want to just say is the question raised by Councillor Masiwane, what is in it, because there is no free lunch. I think he referred to that. I just want to inform Council that the DBSA is a development finance institution that is owned by the South African government. So they are a state institution, and so they're not merely a bank, they are a development finance institution. And as part of their work, they lend money, they borrow money to institutions, amongst others municipalities. But they also, as part of their lending activities, they also do capacity building. That's part of their mandate that they receive from the South African government, who is the sole shareholder in the bank. So this capacity building initiative is part of that role that the DBSA must play. So it's not like it's a private institution that is giving us money and expecting something back in return. It's part of their public mandate for them to do this. Speaker, I'm going to ask the CFO to answer all the other questions with your permission. Thank you.
And thank you, CFO.
Thanks, As a former employee of DBSA yourself, this is definitely a free lunch, Councillor Matiwane, if I can just put it. But the I think has covered that question of Councillor Matiwane. I'm not going to do it again. I think I must just bring a background here, slightly in terms of maybe the item from my side. I perhaps agree that it's not structured well. When we were finalizing the final budget, Dr. Prats said that we cannot afford to have new positions included at all. I motivated the need to say, we've been sitting without a municipal valuer for more than 5 years. We have been sitting with that old lady that left. There was a deputy manager income, which I've explained how that situation has created a problem for the municipality. Now, since we're in this financial situation, then I said to her, I have interacted with DBSA, so I want to make an application then that DBSA assist us, but we need those positions. Remember, Council took a decision to appoint PwC with the understanding that when the contract of PwC ends, PwC will then have trained those local people who are trained, as Councillor has said. They are trained now, they are available, they are ready. so we can appoint them as internal staff. My view is that we need these positions internally than to use a service provider now. It was to build capacity when we did this process. So initially the application was about that, but then we had a meeting, myself, Busi and DBSA and Ralph Links and all the people of DBSA. They then propose themselves that, look, they are not looking at only one part of revenue announcement, which is what I've done over the 3 years. They are looking at a total value chain. Now, if I can explain for 2 minutes, what they are looking at is the township establishment done in Knysna. From township establishment, do you have GIS coordinates that from GIS map, you can look at each earth, each house, it can tell you which house is there, whether it's vacant and all of that. Have we done property registration to register the RDP houses? So they look at that whole value chain and everything to look at the linkages in terms of your properties. Do you have municipal properties that you are leasing? Are they correctly leased at the correct amount if they are public, for the public benefit organization, or if they are leased to NGOs and all of that? So then DBSA then informed me that they are not gonna finance positions. So that is a decision of DBSA now, which needs to be put in writing. They would not be financing positions. They will appoint themselves a service provider that must do the total value chain of revenue for Knysna municipality and complete that, and then give a report and then appoint people to assist us to actually ensure that any errors or mistakes in the total value chain, they actually resolve it. So that might include a person that is going to be a town planner, that might include a person that is going to assist with zoning or an income specialist. So that's what they are looking at. So unfortunately, I see for some reason I did not attach the email of Ralph Links. I sent it to Jill and the MM just now. There is an email from DBSA that requests a council resolution to say they support. This was an application by the CFO. DBSA asked me in the last meeting, do you have support of your council to actually run a project like this? And we need a council resolution if your council has got an appetite that we assist you. So that is why. So the money is not going to fund those positions. So I just attached the original application. The service level agreement that is going to be signed will be presented to council. Is going to determine everything that DBSA has decided to fund us for. And we cannot put in the resolution 5 million. I just got it in terms of how they work through Louis and other people, that normally they look at the loans that they have with that municipality. And then they say they do this developmental work with a 1% or 0.5 or 2% of the loan that they've given, the municipality has taken with them. So the amount, I'm not sure it's going to be 5 million. I'm hoping for 5 million or more. But DBSA, once they get this council resolution, will draft an agreement that specifically spells out what they will be assisting Knysna for. And that agreement needs to come to council for information for the MM to sign. So it's not going to fund the position, but this was the initial application that I did at that time. So at this point in time, I don't know. I received an email last week reminding me about the council resolution. That's all that we need. We need a council resolution that says council support the initiative for the total revenue enhancement of value chain for DBSA to fund that project. We're not going to be involved in any procurement. They'll bring specialists. Either they bring human resources or they bring money so that the total value of what they will bring will be included in the service level agreement. Thank you, MM.
Thank you, CFO. Council, can we go with the recommendation? Is there anyone? That's a recommendation A, B, C, D, and E. Councillors, can we go with that recommendation?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We are going to the next item, 13.12. The payment of annual salary increase for the rescission of exemption application and council resolution. Anyone on that item? Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have a couple of questions. Firstly, have we budgeted for the 11.4 million rand that it will cost? And secondly, even if we have budgeted for it, can we afford it? I'm particularly concerned having a look at the quarterly reports, which speaks firstly about collection rates, which are expected to deteriorate substantially, and our current ratio, which is highly problematic. So if I can just start off by getting answers to those two questions, please, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Anyone else before the MM can answer? Anyone else on the item? Can we move? Okay, thank you. MM, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the reason why we're bringing this report to council and we're making the recommendation is that the previous resolution of council meant that myself and the CFO, more the CFO than me, had to go into exemption hearing and under oath state certain things. Now we had to state under oath that the municipality does not have the financial resources to pay for the increases. Remember that these are increases that were agreed on in the bargaining council before, and we had to do that now. And what unfortunately happened is that the exemption hearing couldn't be concluded before the date of implementation of the final year of the current 3-year agreement came into being. I'm just giving that as background so that you understand what I'm saying. The question that Councillor Wasserman asked, first of all, is it budgeted for? Yes, it is budgeted for. The second question is the more important question. Can we afford it? Do we have the ability to pay for this? Now, like all other municipalities in South Africa, Knysna municipality also have serious concerns about revenue and whether we are going to raise our revenue. In my opinion, we will be able to afford this. We need to manage our cash flow very strictly. But if you look at the number of municipalities that actually applied for exemption, it's 12 across the whole of the country. In the district that we are in, all the other municipalities, and I want to venture, I saw this on the WhatsApp group of municipal managers that I'm part of, all the municipalities in the Western Cape have implemented the 3rd-year agreement. So the issue that we have to confront is that we need to manage our cash flow properly. So we need to make sure that we raise the revenue that's due to us. We know that our revenue will come under pressure as we move forward. And secondly, we need to manage our expenditure. So from where I sit, Speaker, my view is that yes, we can afford it. It would be very difficult for us to sit in an exemption hearing and say that we cannot afford it. And municipalities like Kannaland and Oudtshoorn are implementing this. Just as an example, are implementing the agreed upon increases. So, Speaker, I see there's a lot of hands raised, so I'll stop there for now and rather listen to the questions before I proceed.
Maybe, sorry, I don't have a hand. If you allow me.
Yes, please press.
Thanks, thanks, I've attended 2 hearings. The first one was postponed, the second one, the third one, and the one of yesterday, which was postponed. In Matu's argument and Sambu is all the information we have provided is projections. It means we're projecting that we may not have income coming in. And that is what the MM is trying to say, that they argue that we're talking about the unknown, and we're then trying to penalize stuff about the unknown. What if the income realizes? Their point of departure as well was that this is a 3-year agreement that has already been signed a long time ago. If we were talking about a new agreement, it would have been something else because that is still on the table for negotiation. This one, and then they showed me the clause as well where they say that the municipality must implement, to an extent that they were then threatening that they will take us on for not having implemented 1st of July, because the agreement states very well. And SALGA has issued a letter, was it last week, Last week, SALGA issued a letter also that state that the agreement stand as it is. So we were in that difficulty then of the agreement that has already been signed. What I have done for the month of, what we have done, myself and the accounting officer for the month of July, he has been very strict in terms of assisting and managing the expenditure and also looking at the revenue. So we've done some investments. I think it's about 59 million investments that we have done so that we are able to meet the obligations of this increase and bonuses when they come and other obligations. And we'll continue to make those investments in order to meet the obligations. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Speaker, if I can just make a correction on what the CFO said, it was not SALGA that issued that letter, it was the bargaining council actually that issued.
Sorry.
Thank you, CFO. Let me take all the hands because it's in line here now. See Councillor Matika's hand, the mayor's hand, the deputy mayor's hand, Councillor Luzuko, and Councillor Skosana. Councillor Matika.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think we must go with the recommendation and pay the staff their annual increase. Speaker, I think we are in breach of bargaining council agreement because we still belong under SALGA. So we must implement the bargaining council resolution that we must rescind the last resolution that we took and then give the workers their 6.25 salary increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Mayor.
Speaker, can I afford the other council the opportunity to finish first their questions, because I need to raise this issue in reference to a question earlier by Councillor Teokolo on my report in meeting with Samu. So I would like council to finish there so I can raise my point in conjunction with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And Speaker, mine is going to be very simple to say. Thank you very much, and the CFO. Otherwise, I'm very clear from what you have just reported to us, because what is important in this whole thing, whether do we afford as a municipality to pay this 11.4 million? The response from the MM and the CFO is very clear that yes, of course, we can afford. And Councillor Matika is quite right. What you have just raised. Remember, these negotiations were this is a 3-year negotiations. This is a stuff which was negotiated before, and then ours is very simple now, is to implement. And it's where, as colleagues, if we can afford. If you can afford, as MMF said, I'll also support the fact that let's give the workers what really belongs to them. You know, I'm not gonna come because I had a proposal yesterday to say that if we are going to implement this, then if the whole council agrees that let's pay from task level from T3 up to T12. You know, and those other senior managers, we can always, the MM can always engage them to say, looking at the situation, at our situation, and as well as I understand, they are also the employees within this organization of ours. You know, that's basically the proposal which I was going to raise, Speaker. Let's really not waste time, because when the decision was taken, we were in a dire financial situation. Now things have changed a bit. We are at least, coming back to our feet, you know. So that's why, Speaker, I strongly believe that let's give workers what they're supposed to get. This 6.25%. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Councillor Chokolo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The first one, Speaker, I would have hoped that because we made this decision, I think, to apply for exemption because we were looking at our financial situation, and I think we had even extra meetings about it to look at our finances. I was hoping for us to rescind that decision now. We would have got maybe a briefing that of such a nature that we had in the past, so that we can make up our minds. The other one, Speaker, I know in the last week in the district didn't apply for exemption on this one, but I know the MM in the meeting informed council that they received a letter from National Treasury on I think it was on the 23rd or 24th, but just before when the salaries were supposed to be paid. And the letter from National Treasury was saying they shouldn't pay the increases, whereas the municipality at the time had processed the salaries of the employees. I just wanted to understand, in Neisner, did we receive such a letter from National Treasury? Or was it maybe a letter addressed to municipalities that didn't apply for exemption? Thanks, Chair, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Skosana.
Thanks, Speaker. Okwam, Speaker, koku kulomba sixoxa kuwo. Zimbini izinto endaziphakamisa apha. Abasebenzi bonke abasebenzi bethu balapha kwamasipalati kweli bhunga masibanikeni imali yabo. Njalo Butoli kusekhona.
Speaker, mine is just to raise two things. I think I agree with the sentiment that let's give our employees their increase.
Okwesibini ndizocela kugqirha lo siphetheyo ngoku apho MM.
Secondly, I just want to ask the acting MM, Dr. Lewis.
Isiphakamiso sam kwajonga ke ngoku i-allowances, car allowances, traveling allowances, zona ezi sizikhuphayo kodwa uba sibe nengxelo egcweleyo siyifumanayo silibhunga kuba ndinenkolo ethi kukho abantu esibanika nje i-allowances, iimoto zabo zihlale phaa basebenzise kwa iimoto zelibhunga kanti ezaa mali bezinosinceda kwezinye izinto.
Also, I would like to ask the acting MM to look at my proposal that he must look at the allowances that we are giving. There are a lot of unnecessary allowances that we're giving, like car allowances and the other stuff. At the end of the day, some of the people are receiving these allowances and they don't even use their cars. They are using even municipality vehicles.
Ivala ngokuthi ke ndicela abantu babhatalwe bonke, an injury to one is an injury to all. Enkosi.
Closing on this note, that let all the employees receive their increases because an injury to one is an injury to all. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Councillor how is he not? Councillor Crouch, is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, then Councillor Selassie, Councillor, and then Councillor Wasserman.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I believe that we must give the employees that actually belongs to them. We don't need this unnecessary distress amongst employees, and it will constitute to unfair labor practices. We just need to give the employees what belong to them and give the increases. I think the acting MMS explained. Councillor Skosana has now also talked on the fact that we need to look at the unnecessary allowances. So we need to cut where we can cut, but we need to make sure that we pay the employees their increase across the board from T3 till 380.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Councillor Salase.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, okwam kuncinci nje kakhulu. Speaker, into endizayithetha eyoba siyavumelana sonke. I don't think kukho ikhansili evumelanayo noba kophulwe umthetho we-bargaining council. Sonke siyavumelana that abasebenzi banikwe imali yabo.
Speaker, mine is very small. I think we all agree as councillors that let the employees receive their increments. We agree on that.
Ingxaki ke endinayo andinayo ingxaki koloqala lothatha lo decision. Ingxaki endinayo, I wish bendifana ke nabanye okhansile nam ndibe kanti ndikotyisiwe kumanxa indawuni i-recovering plan.
I do not have a problem with that, but the only challenge I have, I wish I would have had the privilege of seeing what is the recovery plan like the other councillors, which I did not have the privilege of looking at it.
But i-decision ndiyavumelana no-MM, masinike nabasebenzi, masirisile i-decision sasiyithathile, sizobeka abasebenzi ecaleni, sibuye sizojonga i-recovering plan, because ngelinye ixesha usubone ngathi yalahlwa pha lo recovering plan, ayisahoyekanga.
I do agree with the MM's report, and also based on that, let us rescind the decision that we took. And but secondly, we need to look at the recovery plan, because it seems as if that we have thrown the recovery plan away and we're ignoring it at this stage.
So ndizawucela mna MM uba ngaba ugqibele kudala ukujongana nala recovering plan, ukuthande uziqhelanisa nala recovering plan, because ezinye izinto zenzeka singayazi noba la recovering plan isekhona, ngoba yayisenzelwa into yoba imali kamasipala ikhawuleze inyuke, singabhatala abasebenzi sibe neproblem ngoDisemba yebonus.
So therefore, I would want to suggest or propose that the must also, in the same token, familiarize himself with the recovery plan of the municipality, because it was meant to enhance the finances of the municipality. So we need to look at that. Please, look at that one and familiarize yourself with that report.
So ndiyavumelana nami ne-decision ethi abasebenzi masibakhuphe ecaleni bona banikwe imali yabo, then siqhubekeke nomcimbi. Enkosi.
However, I do agree that let us get this one aside of the employees receiving their increment, and then we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. I see the hand of Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to follow up on what the CFO said earlier. His words were, we have done investments so that we are able to implement this increase. So I'm assuming that we haven't put money into an investment, but rather that we've taken money out of an investment and we're planning to use invested money to pay for this increase. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. I think I'm now going to give to the mayor, and then the MM and the CFO will answer.
Speaker, thank you very much. Let me start with an old Afrikaans saying. A donkey kap nie sy kop teen dieselfde klip 2 keer nie.
Let me start with an old
Obviously,
African
what I'm
saying
going
that
to
a
say-
donkey does not. Oh, sorry, you're going to translate it yourself. Thanks, Mayor.
Chair, going further, what I'm trying to say here is, and I might be contradicting myself in two issues here. Number one is that, and let me start with this, Councillor Teokolo. The meetings we had with the unions came after an illegal toy-toying in front of council's offices. And one of the comments made by union members was that if you don't adhere to our demands, we will meet one another in the street. Now, Chair, I'm quite clear on this. This council, this mayoral committee, and the mayor of this town should never ever be threatened to take decisions. It doesn't work like that. I'm quite clear on this. I will never take a decision because there's a gun against my head and then even take a wrong decision in this regard. It's not going to happen. So the unions must be quite clear that the decision that this council will take would be one in the best interest of the municipality, themselves, and the National as a whole. Add on to that, Speaker, we must just remember, and I was very encouraged by one staff member when he said the following to me, Mr. Mayor, I'm buying this bread to those people that doesn't have an income. At least I have an income. So the official was quite appreciative of the fact that he at least still have an income, taking in consideration that 50% of the townspeople out there are unemployed. Now you would be the one person, and probably Councillor Wasserman, Councillor Wolmerans actually, but Councillor Wasserman also, would remember that I've never, ever supported or approved a budget, even when I was the chairperson of finance. And one of the reasons thereof, Chair, is the fact that we've got tariffs, which I believe it's really unafforded, cannot be afforded by poor people of this town. And people might differ from me, but that's my view. Now, Chair, we've just discussed the issue of tariffs increases in electricity. I need to explain to people quite simple out there, as a councillor and as a member of the public. You increase tariffs. We're unemployed because of COVID-19. You increase tariffs, we cannot afford it. How are we going to pay those increased tariffs? But at the same time, Chair, we also need to defend that we increase tariffs and we allow staff to get an increase. That is a difficult thing to be explained by any councillor out there. I can assure you about that. It will be very, very difficult to explain. But there's a softening blow that we can look at. I think the Deputy Mayor tried to explain to them when he talked about the implementation for 3 to 12. Whether that is possible or not, the MM and the CEO can speak to about that. But there's another animal, Speaker, that we need to add to that. Check away the dog of you that is chasing the cows there, man, please. Chair, there's another element that we need to look at, which Councillor Skosana touched on. We need to find out whether these allowances that we pay our staff, that we can still afford them. As a softening blow, MM and CFO, it would assist us if this council said, this is the amount that we currently pay for allowances to staff, whether it's traveling, subsistence, or any other allowance, which some of them alluded by yourself and the CFO, it's illegal to give to. So we've got those type of figures, and that we're serious to deal with those count of expenditures on staff expenditure. Add on to that the fact that we still not being able to deal with our overtime expenditure. And that's got nothing to do with the fact that the 40-25 hours. It still need to explain why some staff members in the municipality earns as much as 20,000 rand on overtime and standby allowances. It cannot be correct. And those are the things that you need to take in consideration when you brought this to council. Now, here's the contradiction which I want to talk about. Yes, at this moment, I'm in favor probably of increasing or adhere to the bargaining council's letter that we did not receive. We only received the Salgas letter to increase the staff salaries. But, and the reason for that is, and that's probably why I will support it, that a lot of those staff members would therefore be able to assist, because that is how our culture is. We help one another. Getting a salary still, and now getting excess money, you'll be able to assist those people and family members of yours and members of the public that doesn't have, like this gentleman, to help them in this difficult time of COVID-19. In closing, Speaker, I think we need to understand that when we go back to last year, although the problem and the indicators were there in August, the real problem started in November last year when we had to pay bonuses. And staff must take cognizance of that we might end up in a situation that this council will have to relook at paying bonuses at that time if our financial position does not allow us to even pay bonuses. So those are the things that this council should look at seriously. If we are serious about our cash flow, then all options should be on the table. And I would love you to bring to us all those options that should come to council in order for them to take a responsible decision when it comes to expenditure and our cash flow. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker, thank you very much. I want to start off by answering the two pertinent questions that were asked, and then I'll go into some of the broader discussion. So the first question, Councillor Chikolo, no, we also received that letter. All municipalities across the country received a letter from National Treasury. It was a very craftily written letter because it seemed like an instruction, but it wasn't actually an instruction, because National Treasury cannot give an instruction like they gave. What if it was an instruction from National Treasury? It would have been illegal because there was a bargaining council agreement that we are all subject to. And you'll find that a lot of municipalities in the Western Cape wrote to both provincial and National Treasury and said, listen, we can't adhere to the suggestion, which is what it was in the National Treasury letter. Councillor Wasserman, just in terms of are we using investments to pay for salaries? No, we're not. We cannot use non-recurring funds to pay for recurring expenditure. So salaries is paid out of our operational expenditure, and not in terms of not out of investments that we make liquid in order to pay for salaries. We don't do that. It would be illegal to do that. I needed to say the following when I spoke the first time on this item. At the time when the council made the resolution to apply for the exemption, there was a key and critical, or for me, let me rather say, at the time when I joined the municipality, there was a critical issue that was at stake, and that is whether the DBSA loan would come through to the municipality. Because if it did not come through, if the DBSA loan did not come through to the municipality when it did come through, we would have been seriously underwater in terms of our finances. I think what councillors must remember is that when myself and the CFO appear in front of the in the exemption hearing, we are under oath, and we need to state things under oath. We need to be sure that the things that we say are true. Because if it's not, if we are not convinced that it's true, then we are guilty of perjury if we under oath. And you would know that the unions is fighting the exemption application, and we are subjected. I'm saying we, it's mainly the CFO, is subjected to cross-examination in that process. So we need to be very clear about the things that we say there, and be sure that those things can stand. When bringing this item to council, I am not saying that, you know, the salaries that we pay are affordable and so on and so forth. That's a debate that is raging in local government about whether the salaries applicable in local government is above market and so on and so forth. And I've got certain strong views on that. I say this often to my colleagues. If you work in local government, then you earn, there's no doubt in my mind, whether it's the general worker or the municipal manager, we earn more than what our counterparts in the private sector earn. That's a reality. The only thing that is under discussion here is the fact that we are subject to a multi-year agreement, and the resolution that you took as a council did not allow us on the 1st of July to implement that agreement like we should have. And that made us, the agreement or the resolution that you took us outside of that agreement, and we were subject to a court challenge on that matter. So I want to end off by saying, councillors, we need to seriously, going forward, watch our cash flow, make sure that we are able to meet our obligations. We must make sure that we manage our expenditure properly. We must make sure that we critically look at our revenue. But I don't think at this point, if we look at ourselves at our municipality and we look at other municipalities, I do not think that we could, with a straight face, myself and the CFO, sit in the exemption hearing and argue for that. Our situation has changed with the DBSA loan coming through, and with especially bigger or greater discipline in terms of our expenditure management. I think we are making strides in the municipality going forward. I've taken note about what Councillor said about allowances and so on. I am busy with the review of all allowances payable, whether those be standby, overtime, additional work, all those things. I am busy with the review on that. I have also had discussions with the CFO to talk about options that we can bring to the council to consider to reduce the load on our personnel budget. We will also be we're also busy in the process, the whole top management team, about reviewing all the positions that we have available to see whether we can't, through internal changes, get a more efficient workforce, putting jobs together in many instances. There are some places where we do not have 100% productivity, where people do a very, very small portion of work but gets paid for the full position. So those are the things that we're busy with and that we'll bring to council for consideration to ensure that our personnel budget is a whole lot more efficient than what it is at the moment. Speaker, I'm going to stop there now. I don't know if the CFO has anything to add. He doesn't have to if he doesn't have anything dramatic to add, but I've said what I wanted to say. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO.
I'm covered, Speaker. MM has covered everything. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if all these hands are still up. Councillor Davis, I see you got a new hand.
I also
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like to call a caucus, please, with this new information. Thank you very much. About 15 minutes, please, Speaker, if it's possible.
Let me
Thank
just
you.
take time, Councillor Davis. It's 25 to now, so we'll be back at 1:45. Or
Okay,
5 to.
thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
1:45 or 5 to?
5 to.
5 to, okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey.
Levi.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Ooh, Mr. Beryl, how are you? Right? You,
Hi, Speaker. Can you
hi,
hear
hi,
me?
Mr. Beryl.
Yes, I'm fine, fine. How
Ah,
are you?
long time no see. I'm fine, I'm fine.
Yes, well, my wife doesn't want me to leave the house too much.
Oh, are you at that age now?
Yeah, well, I'm in one of the endangered groups, but
Oh, okay.
I'm very fit. I do exercise twice a day.
Wow.
Okay. How are you and the family?
No, we are fine, we are fine.
Good.
We are all fine. Very frustrating for the grandchild.
Yes, I can imagine.
Yes.
Our dog is very frustrated.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's quite a frustrating time for all of us.
Yes, it
For all
is.
of us. Yeah. Oh, well, so it's quite a challenge, eh?
Yes. Let's see, but the weather is nice. I'm very impressed with our weather. I mean, we had lovely sunshine in the middle of winter. We had
Yes, and we're
bad
going to
winds in
have
the middle of winter.
we're
Now
going to
we've
have
got
a
this
lovely
lovely
day
rain.
tomorrow.
Yes. Have you planted anything?
I haven't, but my wife has. Our garden's looking great.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. And my
Yeah.
friend, Mr. Matthias. Carl,
Yes, Speaker.
how are you?
No, I'm also gardening. My
No, you must
cannabis trees are
come back.
coming on very nicely.
Oh.
I'm joking.
I can imagine how yours look like. Maybe it's a whole a forest by now.
I'm joking, Speaker.
Yeah.
We have never prepared ourselves for this.
Yeah. It's a
And
it's a challenge.
A councillor in and I'm not sure now it's Laingsburg or part of Beaufort West or where, but in the central Karoo. She died last night.
Sure.
And
From
Auntie Mac is in hospital. The mayor of Kannaland. It's been in ICU now for 2 weeks.
That's not good.
No.
The longer you're in ICU, the less chance you have
To
of
come
coming
out.
out alive. Eh? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shame, man.
But the problem is that I'm not sure about how the medical people works because my sister-in-law, they tested her 4 times for COVID. And 4 times it came back negative. But when she went into hospital, she was put into the COVID ward.
Sure. Yeah.
So she might have just have got COVID because she didn't have it. But she was lucky because she was discharged yesterday. But all in all, now they've just come up with saying that she's got a lung infection.
Sure.
Because some people say the people go into hospital and then they attract COVID in hospital.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's the case. You know, hospitals are not places you visit for fun, eh?
No.
I think
And
the
that is
sooner you
why now I also understand about this whole thing of the alcohol ban.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I have a point. But, you know, because some people are irresponsible doesn't mean the people who are not must suffer also.
Yes.
So both sides have a case.
I think they must just regulate it more.
Speaker,
Yeah, I think-
Mr. Barrell, I don't mean to interrupt you or to be rude, but remember that
Yes.
the broadcast is still going out to the public.
Oh, goeie genade.
Okay, but
Dit
we
sal
say-
julle leer, ek luister na julle.
Yeah, we are just talking in general here, England.
yeah, we're not talking politics. At
Why
all.
would Christopher stop me when we were talking about alcohol?
No,
He has a vested interest in that one, Speaker. He has a vested interest.
Because all along he was leaving us, and then all of a sudden alcohol came up.
Why does he have a vested interest?
Let's check that one out. Okay, let's talk another day, my friends. We've been stopped here now.
No, well, at least the people listening in can realize we are ordinary human beings.
just sorting out the chicken, and I fed Goldie, and I'm going to shoot that one now.
Chawe Nkosi uphi umdangi?
Ujonga inkomo zakhe umdange lo.
Awu mntanomhle, mntanenkosi yam.
Chawe Nkosi.
Abanda. Banda mntanomhle.
Kuyabanda kakuhle kuyabanda.
Banda mntanomhle.
Bona
Azifihla.
nobuhlele hiteni apho uphunga isuphu.
Mntanomhle ndisavela uthatha nje ikhaphu ukwenzela uba ndisondele kufuphi.
Make ndizenzele nje isuphu lo mzuzu na.
Awu mntakakwenani.
Awu inkosi kaloku wena mdange. Kunyanzelekile abasebenzi benyusele.
Ndiyakuva ubetha fresh mntanomhle, ubetha fresh mntanam.
Ndim ngenqo ngomdange ndibuyile ngo. Cha ndisamamele ezingxoxo.
Mntanam ndiyakubona. Ndiyabona umhlonyane mntanam, ukubethe wangathi usandozalwa.
Halo mntanomhle, cha funeka undike amabini. Uyamosha mdange ngongathini uthi ndoda ibethwe ngumhlanyane ngathi isanda kuzalwa. Uyamosha chivo ngoku.
Ndoda ibethwe ngumhlonyane le fresh igqiba uzalwa. Ibimane izigquma kuwo, ndiyayibona uba iphuma intle. Negalika ke ingayikhange ishiye ngasemva.
Councillor Levail, are you back? Councillor Levail?
I'm sorry, I'm back.
Councillor? Is everyone back?
Speaker.
Yeah, Councillor Kraut?
Yeah.
I'm back,
Councillor Kraut,
Speaker.
you back?
I'm back.
Councillor Levail?
Speaker.
Yes. Councillor Matiwana? Councillor Matika? Councillor Naki?
Ewe Speaker.
Councillor Ngezu? Councillor Opperman?
Recall, Speaker.
I'm back.
Councillor Selase?
Ndikhona Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Skosana? Councillor Skosana? Councillor Strubel?
Speaker, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Tsengwa? Councillor Tsengwa?
Yeah, present Speaker, present Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chokolo? Councillor Ruzuko? Councillor Ace?
I'm here, Council. I'm here,
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you.
you.
Maya? Maya, are you there? Councillor Wasserman?
Well, Speaker, I think they're busy coming on now. It's 5-2.
Okay, Councillor Weideman? Councillor Weideman? Councillor Wolmerans?
Present Speaker.
I'm still waiting for Councillor Weideman. Councillor Matika? Councillor Skosana? Councillor Matiwana? Councillor Naki?
I'm here, Speaker.
Ayibethisa ngomthile nje ngomphakamisile.
Thank you, Councillor Naki.
Chief, you, Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Skosana?
I'm here.
Yeah. No, I heard you. Yes, Councillor Naki, I've got you.
Khawuveza ubuso mamunaka sikuboni.
Councillor Matiwana?
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matika? And Councillor Kraut? And the Mayor?
Speaker, I'm also here. I was having a quick
Yes,
focus with the mayor.
I've seen you, yes.
Speaker, I'm here. As you can hear, Councillor Teokolo requests an urgent caucus with me.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Speaker.
You look standing, Mayor. You look standing.
Speaker, I'm here. I was the secretary of that
Thank you,
caucus of the
Councillor
mayor
Matika.
and Councillor
Councillor
Chokolo.
Davis, can you? Yes, Councillor David, you have asked for the caucus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We note the comments of the acting MM as well as the CFO. We do have some concerns in that regards, but I think that can be dealt with at another time. What we want to ask, Madam Speaker, if the Mayor mentioned in an analysis that he just did earlier before we asked for a caucus, that there are some, he mentioned the word illegal or unnecessary allowances. So we would like to request that, if we can't, based on his analysis, just if we can't craft a recommendation now and add it to this item, maybe for a report to be brought back, identifying these unnecessary or illegal allowances and the measures to deal with the problem in order to enhance our financial position. So that's what I would like to say, Chairperson, and maybe if the Mayor could respond to that, because what he said was very serious and we think we need to add it to this recommendation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. I don't know all the hands that's up, are the new hands or old hands?
Speaker, mine is a new one because I was asked by Councillor Davis to respond to a comment I made.
Yes, Mayor, you can go.
Speaker, I was quite clear, and I hope Councillor Davis again wasn't careful what I'm trying to say here. It was quite clear that some of the allowances that we paid to our staff is illegal. And that's a fact. And some of the allowance that we pay to the staff, Speaker, we need to get clarity about. What I was trying to say, quite simple, it would have softened the blow in our report back to our constituency if there was, for example, an amount stated in this report how council wants to deal with the issue of our, as the MM said, taking our cash flow very seriously. Because quite simply, he would agree with me that when you are in any sort of financial trouble, and I differ from some people, we somehow still not reach a stage where we should be really comfortable about our financial position. So if you want to deal with cash flow problems and things that you want to deal with, one of the things we need to look on expenditure. And we need to make sure that wherever it's possible, we need to cut down on expenditure in order to get back on track. We are, speaking with all due respect to everybody, in very difficult times. Councillor Wasserman was quite clear, and I agree with her. We're not yet in a position where we were previously pre-COVID. COVID had a tremendous effect on our revenue, and that's a fact. You can't deny that fact. So we're not even close to that. And we probably only see the impact of that probably the end of the year. But I'm happy if Councillor Laville Davis wants to get some clarity on that issue, ask the MM to bring a report in that regard back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we then go to the recommendation?
Sorry, my hand is up.
Wasserman, is that a new hand?
Yeah, it's a new one. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just wait, Councillor Wasserman.
Okay.
Let me just check on all the hands I've got here now. Councillor Matika, is that a new hand? I see Councillor Matika, the Deputy Mayor's hand. I see the MM's hand. I see Councillor Salasa's hand, Councillor Skosana's hand. Over to you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to quickly to start off with point out that it's completely fascinating to hear that when we were discussing the budget and we raised the issues of the relationship between the DBSA loan and being able to pay salaries, we were assured that there was absolutely no link between getting the DBSA loan and our ability to pay salaries. So I just want to point out that it is interesting that now we are hearing that because we have received the DBSA loan, our situation has changed and we are able to pay salaries. Secondly, Speaker, if the acting MM says that we can afford these salaries and that he won't be able to go to the exemption board and say otherwise, then we won't get an exemption and there's no point in pursuing it. Just the very fact of having had this meeting and that statement having been made actually wipes an exemption off the table. So we have to go with the recommendation that is before us, but I would like to support what has been said by Councillor Davis and the Mayor. It is extremely worrying that the Mayor is saying that it is a fact that there are illegal allowances being paid and that there are allowances that are unnecessary. And so I would like to add a recommendation that a report be brought urgently on illegal and unnecessary allowances that are being paid to staff. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Selassie, Councillor Skosana, the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Matika. If those are new hands.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, for the last bite in this issue. I think for me, Speaker, I feel very happy that all of us we are debating this issue very honestly, because before we take a wrong decision, that's why we see a lot of resealing of the decision. Today we have an opportunity to discuss the issues. That's why I'm saying, Speaker, I am agreed that the money of the workers must be get it. But the debate now is the issue of the recovering plan of the revenue of the municipality. If this debate can continue, we can continue, even if we are already taking the decision that the workers must get their money. The issue of the recovering plan, we must stick to that recovering plan. Our eyes must be in that ball, because this is a very important one. You can take the decision that you can pay the workers, but if there's no money, still your decision is a waste of time. So that's why I'm saying that, Speaker, all of us, we agree that we take the decision that is the workers must be get their salaries, but the debate of the revenue of this municipality must not end today. We must continue to see what is giving the money. We must less spending, but unfortunately, we're going to the 2021. All the councillors want to see what has happened to their ward and the other things. But the issue is that we must look at the revenue of the municipality. If we don't want to have the problem of January, we can be good today to the workers, but January month, we can be laughing stock. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Selassie. Councillor Skosana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is at page 459 under recommendation C. Today we are on the 6th, Speaker, of August, and we were supposed to implement this on the 1st of July. Now I want to understand how will the process unfold itself going forward now, because I need to understand ukuva nakuwe ukuthi ba ngaba siyavumelana sonke sileli bhungu ukuthi ba le mali mababhatalwa abasebenzi na, because ngokungathi sithetha apha sithethe phaya ndifuna ukuva ukuthi ba siyavumelana, because ndithe apha xa ndithetha ndathi ndiyacela banikwe bonke abasebenzi imali yabo. Now efuna ukuqonda ke namhlanje i-6 ngaba le mali xa sivumelana namhlanje izofakwa kule viki, xa izofakwa kule viki zayo, xa izodityaniswa ezinyanga apha ku-August. Qonda oko.
Speaker, I just need to understand if we're all on the same page in terms of agreeing that the employees must get their increment, and also are we going to, if we agree this week, is their increment, because it was supposed to be on the 1st of July, therefore are they going to be combined now from this week or end of the month in moving forward?
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Matika. Councillor Lavela, also your hand is still up.
Nkosi kakhulu Somlomo. Somlomo lomba lo suxovule sawuxavatha. Sawuxoxisisa kakuhle. U-MM usinikile umkhombandlela. U-CFO uyiconfirmile. Ndifuna ukuthi mina Somlomo andinangxaki ne-report malunga nee-allowances uba mazize masigqibe lo mcimbi wobhatala abasebenzi siwubeke ecaleni yaw because ke abantu aba-responsible for ii-finances basinikile umkhombandlela and ndifuna ucela ke somlomo funeka sidlule kulo mba noko kudala siphethe lo mba ngoku uba ngabe ukhona umuntu ufuna siye votini ngalo mba abasebenzi bawafumana imali yawo qha nkosi.
Speaker, thank you so much. This matter has been thoroughly debated and deliberated, and the acting MM has given us a way forward and a direction. So I would like to propose that let us park this aside and let's move on to other business of the day, because we all allow that we all agree that let the increment come through, but then we also look at the allowances at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
Oh, inkosi Speaker. Speaker, I think Deputy Mayor wakhe onke man. Masingabi ngo-Councillor Matikwane senze utit for tat apha. Sithi masithethe ngale nto iyi-1 sinike abantu i-increase yabo masingayenzi utit for tat sibe ngoMatikwane. Thank you.
Councillor Vaila's hand is up so that we can go to the MM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Points of order.
Interpreter.
Thank you, Speaker. The DM has covered me in all. Let us not go like tit for tat like certain councillors, like Councillor Matiwana in the past. So let us just move forward and let's not go from tit for tat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Madam Speaker, I just want to tell you there was a point of order. Did you hear that? There was a point of order from Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. It was in relation to letting the interpreter have an opportunity to interpret. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I reiterate my request. We know that we're trying to save money and we're trying to cut costs. I think it would be prudent of us to add a recommendation on this, the issue about the allowances, the unnecessary allowances, because that's going to save us money at the end of the day. And so I'm asking again, Speaker, if we can add that recommendation to this agenda. It's going to help to this. It's going to help us a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Vail. MM.
Speaker, thank you. Let me start with the last issue first. Like I said earlier today, I am busy with the review. I want to ask councillors to refrain from stating upfront that there are illegal allowances. I don't know that. I'm busy with the review, and as soon as I've completed the review, I'll present it to council, and then council can make a decision as to whether it's legal or not, whether it's illegal or not. I just think that council shouldn't prejudge the matter by stating as a fact that there are illegal allowances. I will bring that to the council. I also don't want to belabor this point, but I don't think that I have ever said leading up to the adoption of the budget that the DBSA loan will not have an effect on the operational expenditure of the municipality. In fact, I said the opposite. I said that if the loan does not come through, that it will have an impact. It will leave a hole in the revenue of the municipality. But I did also say leading up that I was confident that the DBSA would approve the loan, which they subsequently did. But I think let's not dwell on that. So it would be good if council adds a resolution stating that I must bring a report with an analysis of all the allowances paid and whether it's legal or illegal and what we can do about it. It will be good if council adds a resolution like that, and it can read as follows: that the acting municipal manager, as soon as is possible, submits a report to council containing an analysis of all allowances paid to officials of the Knysna municipality and include a determination whether those allowances are legal or not. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, MM. Adding that recommendation to the recommendations in front of us, councillors, can we agree with that recommendation?
Yes,
Yes,
Speaker.
please, Speaker.
Thank you.
Sorry, MM.
CFO.
No, sorry, MM, man, I don't have a hand here. Perhaps, MM, we should at the end include whether those allowances are in line or are contained in the bargaining council agreement, because the point is the allowances that are not in terms of the agreement. Maybe we should add that so that we can differentiate for council to say these allowances are contained in the agreement, these are not. Thanks. Sorry, MM, about that. My apology.
No problem, Speaker. If you'll allow me, I'd like to
Want to
respond to
refrain
that.
your?
No. I want to leave my recommendation as it is. I think the question of legality covers what the CFO is saying.
Yes.
So I think the recommendation is fine as it is. But there was another matter that I was also supposed to respond to, and that is the question as to how we will deal with the increases. And I think we will just simply with the next salary payment, we will rectify what we should have done. So we will do it with the next salary run, end of August, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, MM. We now on a 13
Speaker.
point.
Speaker. Councillor Kosan.
Mayor.
Speaker, the mayor, yeah. Speaker, let's allow Councillor Kusana first.
No, Councillor Kusana have asked a question. I think you want this question to be answered.
No, listen, Speaker, you correct it, but there's something that I needed to be clear on is, thank you, Mayor and the Speaker, is that we get some of our staff working from home since the pandemic. Then I need to understand how can we pay them travel allowances while they're working from home. Those things need to be checked as well.
MM, have you got that one?
Speaker, yeah, we'll do a full analysis of the allowances. We'll look at everything, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, MM Mayor.
Speaker, no, I don't want to dwell too long. I don't want to dwell too long on this issue. Thank you, MM, for trying to cover my back in this regard and asking us to refrain from making these statements. Speaker, these statements is not made by me for the first time here. It was made by officials as well as councillors previously. So I'm not concerned about raising that issue. There was already previously a discussion about, and the CFO now slightly want to touch on that, about the allowance that we pay and whether those allowance is within agreements and within the law. So it is not in the law, it's illegal to start with. So, but thank you, ma'am, that you're trying to cover my back, but ek is groot genoeg om pak te vat if I have to take it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. We now move away from that item. We agree with the recommendation added by the MM. Can we go to 13.13? SALGA membership. And there's a recommendation from the MM. Councillors? MM, is your hand up?
Agree, Speaker, ons gaan nergens sê. Ons bly by SALGA.
MM, is your hand up? MM?
Speaker, sorry, old hand, I'm very sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we agree with the recommendation, councillors?
Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Wasserman?
Speaker, I just have two questions. Did we in fact pay by the end of July, as was set out on page 498 of the report? And secondly, when will SALGA NEC consider the request? Thank you.
MM?
Speaker, no, we did not pay, but after this meeting by council, after this resolution by council, we will be in contact with Salga and submit the resolution to them, the council resolution to them. I'm quite confident that they will accept it, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
No, it's already said, sorry, Speaker, I already said that I agree with the recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah, we cannot go out of Salga.
Thank you, councillors. We agree with the recommendation. Can we now move? 13.14, report on the ward delimitation process. And there's a recommendation, so A, B, and then O. Councillor Crouch, and then I see also Councillor Matika, your hand is up.
Thanks, Speaker.
Your hand up. Councillor
Okay.
Zuko, is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, then Councillor Kraus, Councillor Matika, Councillor Zuko, and Councillor Tsengwa.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, on this recommendation, the ANC support A. When we come to B, we go to MDB2. Because we do not agree with the delimitation board on Ward 1, 2, 4, and 8. But the rest we do agree with the delimitation board.
Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika.
Speaker? Oh.
Okay, Councillor Tsengwa, DM.
No, Speaker, I must just going to support Councillor Krauts on that recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Matika, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, also support Councillor Kraus' proposal. We don't agree with demarcation, especially on Ward 4 and Ward 8, on the issues that how it is demolited. We believe that at least those areas should come back to the ward that belongs to Ward 8. Those areas that are affected in terms of the previous demarcations, all the way from Etembeni, Zwelicha, Lingelihla, Riverside, Happy Valley, Victor Molosi area, Congo Dia Central, Congo Dia West, and Masakane. So those areas should belong to Ward 8. Yes, I agree with Councillor Kraus' proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Zuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not going to go to what we discussed in that consultation meeting, but recommendation A, we agree with that one, Speaker. B, then you go with the last one, that form MDB3 to submit to the MBD separate individual proposals on ward boundaries where there is disagreement with the MDB and the municipality's draft wards. So we propose that we go with that one as recommendation B, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, I second that.
Wasserman.
Just seconding Councillor Chikola's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor, we've got now two different proposals on the table. We've got one that say that A, and then we've got one that agree with NMDB2, and one said A, and NDB3. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor, I think then we now need to go for a vote.
Speaker, can I just ask a question before we vote?
Yes.
In B, it says that the second part of the sentence says, and to submit to the MDB, alternative proposals on which consensus has been reached with local stakeholders. Now, how is it proposed by the ANC that you're going to submit a document that sets out consensus with local stakeholders when the local stakeholders disagree with each other?
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Crouch?
He must just join us, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Crouch.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I think there was a meeting with the delimitation board and the various stakeholders. And in that meeting, majority of stakeholders present in that meeting was supporting the proposal of the ANC. So I think when Councillor Wasserman says alternative to reach consensus, if we can maybe send the recordings, you will hear that majority of stakeholders supported the ANC proposal.
Hey, Councillor Kraut.
Councillor Salase?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, it looks like all of us, we have a little bit unsatisfied in that recommendation. Why we are not taking the decision that we are not supporting all the recommendation? We must go back all the recommendation, because this one of other one take A, B, C, D, other parties take C, D, E, other parties take C, is not taking us anywhere. We must reject this recommendation. Is go back to come back with the recommendation is fair to all of us. Thank you. Instead of other part who can say, I support this AP, other one is not support this ABC. We look like now we play a game dice now. To me, I reject all the recommendation as it is. We must go back to the Democration Board as it is. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand is still up.
Yes, Speaker, yeah, that's why I was saying the ANC should join us when we taking that recommendation. I just want to read slowly for Councillor Krauts what the sentence that Councillor Wasserman was reading. It says, and to submit to the MDB alternative proposals on which consensus has been reached with local stakeholders. So, but if you read the third one, Speaker, then it's going to give the ANC what they want to do, which is also what we want to do. So we don't understand why are they taking the B one, but it's fine, Speaker. We can vote if it's going that way. I think they must just read it quite.
Councillor Luzuko,
correct.
thank you. Councillor Tsengwa, is your hand up? Councillor Tsengwa, is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I was just going to ask for a 10 minutes caucus, Speaker.
Thank you. The time is now nearly half
Speaker,
past.
before the caucus, I've raised my hand on this issue.
Okay, Councillor, yes, Maya?
Speaker, no, not to the recommendation, but just to this last paragraph on the background discussion, where we submit a letter to the demarcation board. Just remember, closing date was the 30th of July. We submit a letter to them asking them to postpone till the 6th of August. So I need to understand, Chair, whether it was granted by the demarcation board so that we don't waste time. If it's too late, why should we submit then? So we need to get clarity on that. I didn't see the letter of the demarcation board, neither did I see, I didn't see the letter of council or the municipality, neither did I see the response of the demarcation board, whether they are happy with our late submission. Thanks.
Thank Maya. MM?
Speaker, we were informed that the board will consider both our letter and our submissions when they discuss this. I think the date that we were given is in September when they will consider all these submissions to them.
Thank you, MM. Does it answer your question, Mayor?
Speaker, not really. Just remember, they will consider it, but we're not quite sure whether I would be considered because we're late. I thought that they would respond immediately by saying that unfortunately we will not be able to look at your submissions because the cutoff date was the 30th of July 2020. So not really did the MM respond to my concern, but if he is of the impression that whether we're late or not, they will discuss our submission, then what I have to take that. Thanks.
I'm not sure, Maya, but I did see somewhere that there was an extension until the 8th, I think the 8th of August, if I'm not mistaken. But we can check that one if it's right. But I did see something that's talk about the 8th of August. Councillor Matika has your hand up. You were granted the caucus, Deputy Mayor. You must be back at 2022. Deputy Mayor.
Speaker?
You must be back at 22. You are granted the caucus. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Upumdange.
Mntana omhle. Ngikhona Nkosi yami.
Oh, hayi mandikufonele Mdange singathethanga. Simanyelwe.
Ndihleli kwisitulo sasebukhosini mntana omhle.
Okay Mdange.
Kaloku kule kwesi ndihleli kuso sanawukhutshwana ngevoti.
Sesakho Mdange.
I still struggle to find, maybe it will take me some time to to find why this item is on the agenda, considering that, you know, the IEC is a Chapter 9 institution, and there was no consensus, you know, so I don't know how us making the best we can do is note this item, note our views, and submit the different views, but you cannot claim that there was consensus. You know, and if we were to do that, I mean, it would compromise the IEC in any case for us to, as a unanimous, knowing that we've got different views as political parties, now say that council now wants this approach to happen, and there was no consensus. So I don't see how this is going to the value of this. You know, ideally we have to submit our things individually to the IEC. That is what they require. I don't know how we can say on behalf of the whole of council, everyone agrees that we're going to do this. So I think this is fundamentally flawed, and I just would like someone, if we can get some advice on this and what I'm saying, just for clarity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. MM.
Speaker, yeah. So first of all, it's not the IEC, Councillor Davids, it's the Municipal Demarcation Board, the MDB. So there's a process that the Municipal Demarcation Board is going through, and the council is but one of the stakeholders, right? So all political parties, all community formations, everybody, even individuals, have the right to submit their proposals or their comments on the Municipal Demarcation Board proposals. So if council makes a resolution now, that will simply be one of the submissions that will go into the board. I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm sure that political parties also made their submissions to the board. So this will just be one of the submissions that the board will consider when they consider the final delimitation of the wards. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Wasserman, is your hand up?
Yes, it is, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to point out that the word consensus in the second paragraph can't possibly be defined as the majority. So you have to pick. Either it's the majority, which means you don't have consensus, or we have to go with number 3.
Come again, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, earlier, Councillor Krauts, can you hear me?
Yes, there's a word consensus. What about it?
So Councillor Krauts said that you want to go, the ANC wants to go with the second option, which speaks about there being consensus having been reached. And she said that you can go with that because the majority of the stakeholders supported the ANC's view, and therefore there was consensus. I want to point out with her that the word consensus is directly the opposite of majority view. So you cannot, if you are saying that you have the majority view, also at the same time say there is consensus. So you cannot go with number 2, I'm afraid. It doesn't make any sense.
MM.
Yes, Speaker. What? Yes, Speaker.
Can you assist with the wording here?
Speaker, I really don't want to. I think this is something that needs to be aired out. But if you want my view on the term consensus, or is that what you want me to say? Whether do you want me to give you a view on the word consensus?
Speaker.
I think who's speaking in between?
Somlong.
MM.
Yes,
no, I think you must just proceed, because I don't understand the word consensus. There's 2 proposals, there's 2 views, and I think we were on the verge of have to vote because there's 2 views on the table now.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Don't take us back, Councillor Matika, please.
No, it's Tengwa, Speaker.
Councillor, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you are correct. There's two views on the table. We can't be debating this thing now. You know, Speaker, I want to propose that we were here from 11 o'clock. That put this matter into a vote. If these other colleagues of ours, they've got a contrary view, they can always contest this thing, you know, this matter. So I want to propose to you to say, put this matter into a vote, and we resolve this thing through a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lavelle is your hand up.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you can't say that this is a vote of council because of the type of issue we are dealing with. You cannot say by a vote that this was the decision of council. This is not an item that we can vote on like that. This is a totally different type of item. It's not appropriate for us
raise a point
to
of
say
order, Chair.
I mean, how can you vote
raise a
on the
point of
issue
order,
and
Speaker.
saying that this was the consensus of council when there is no consensus? It's not a representation of what council has decided because there are different views on this matter. And so I don't know, Speaker, why we still have to proceed with this thing. When we had to submit individual, why don't we go with the 3 which speaks about individual submissions? But now you can't say that council voted for this when council didn't. It's not from council, this decision.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lavelle.
Speaker. Councillor Newton.
Councillor Ngezu. And
Speaker,
then the
manje.
MM.
Okay, Speaker, inkosi man. Kodwa Speaker ndiyacinga silapha ebhungeni asingabona ngasonye kwinto ezohlukeneyo. Ndiyakholwa sizohlula ngevoti kasilapha. Andiyazi uba into enzima ke masivote sijeke phambili. Mna ndithi masivote because ke asiboni ngasonye sithi kude sibone ngasonye apha ebhungeni sivote. Inkosi.
Speaker, I want to support the proposal that when we don't see eye to eye on an item or an issue, we resolve it by voting. So let's vote and move forward. Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Speaker, there's a councillor that wants to speak before I speak.
Madam Speaker, I'm not going to speak. I'm speaking now for the last time on this matter. We've got an accounting officer, which is Dr. Skippers, which have made it very clear when Councillor Davis asked, this is an issue of council. You know, this is not an issue of IEC. This is an issue of council. That's why this issue is on the agenda of council. And it's not the first time, Councillor Davis, an issue of this nature comes into agenda of council and be voted for. You know, Speaker, please put the matter into a vote as a brief speaker. Bye, donkey.
Thank you, MM.
Speaker, now, like I said before, I didn't want to become involved in this, but let me try and assist you, Speaker. So there are 3 options basically that can be followed. Option 1 is MDB 1 must be filled in if the municipality and the local stakeholders all agree with the demarcation board's draft ward boundaries. If everybody agrees. Option 2, MDB 2 is if there is consensus reached with local stakeholders. Now, consensus doesn't mean that everybody agrees. That is what makes it different from 1. If there is consensus, it means that there is a larger than just a simple majority agreeing. If there is no agreement and there is individual submissions, then you use MDB 3, Speaker. This is the way that I understand the process. So it seems to me as if MDB 3 would be applicable in this instance. I think the council can vote, and if the vote shows us that there is not consensus in the council, in other words, if it's 1 or 2 of the council members that do not vote for the proposal, then obviously one can argue that there is consensus. I tend to recall a term sufficient consensus that was coined with the CODESA engagements in the early 90s. But this is the way that I understand it, Speaker. But this is essentially a political matter that I really don't think the administration should become involved in.
Thank you, MM. I was on the point of saying there was now 2 proposals on the table, different ones. So I think we need to vote on the item. Am I correct, MM?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's go to the first one. Those that agree with A and B, D, B2. Can they raise their hands and you put on your mic and you put on your video. See your hand is up?
No, hold on. Sorry, Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Crowns, I see your hand is up. And your mic.
Speaker, I agree with my proposal.
Okay, who's next?
Speaker?
Yes. Councillor Tsengwa?
Speaker, okay, Speaker. Speaker, I support Councillor Krauts on that proposal of the ANC. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Who else?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Solange.
Ndiyamsupport umolokazana sekhaya, Speaker.
I support the daughter-in-law proposal.
Daughter-in-law's got a name.
Councillor Claudine.
Who else?
Speaker.
Yes.
Councillor Ntuzu, I'm support to Councillor Clotilde.
Thank you. Next.
Nike support.
Next.
I support.
Councillor Matuana, can you put on your camera, please?
The camera is on, Speaker.
Can't see you yet.
I'm here, Speaker.
I just see Councillor Naki. Okay, next.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Skosana.
Yeah, it's Kosana from Ward 3.
Yes, Councillor Skosana.
The honors is with our chief whip. I support her. That's what we're going to convene.
Akho nto kwezontswele benkwazela sikhosana mani kuplay.
Councillor Gombo, I also support the proposal made by Councillor Krauts.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Matika.
Can you hear me now? I said
Yes.
Matika, I support the proposal of the chief whip of the ANC.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Can we go to the next proposal? Made by Councillor Trocolo, seconded by Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I go with my proposal. I stick with my proposal. Thank you.
Speaker, I vote for Councillor Chikolo's proposal.
Colleagues, can you just put on your mics and your cameras, please?
Speaker, you got me?
Yes, Councillor Weideman.
I support
Thank you.
Councillor Zuko.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
I'm Councillor Wasserman, and I support Councillor Chikolo.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Councillor Wolmer.
Councillor Wolmerans, can you put
I
on your
support the
camera?
proposal of Councillor Chikolo.
Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
Speaker, Councillor Quinana. I'm supporter of Councillor Chikolo. Okay.
Yes.
Then Quinana uyafuta vela kahle.
Speaker, Councillor Strubble, I'm just putting on my camera, yeah?
Yes.
I'm in support of
Councillor Chikolo.
Councillor Chikolo.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Opperman, my proposal goes to Lezuko. Councillor Lezuko.
Speaker, Councillor Davis, I support the proposal of Councillor Chikolo. Thank you.
Thank you. We are moving. Anyone else?
Speaker.
Councillor Maya.
Speaker, I'm not quite sure whether it's mentioned here, but I abstain.
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Ice.
Councillor Ice.
I abstain.
Councillors, we've got 8 votes for Councillor Luzuko, and we've got 9 votes for Councillor Krautz's proposal. Councillor Strubel and Councillor Wasserman, your hands are up.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Strubel.
Sorry, Speaker, I've just lowered my hand.
Okay, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to suggest that the votes that were cast now be forwarded to the demarcation board so that they can get a sense of what the level of consensus was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker?
Yes, Maya.
Speaker, I'm not quite sure whether that is correct. Do you need the votes that should be sent to the demarcation board, or do you need to take a decision to the demarcation board? I'm finding it very difficult that when we take decision, Speaker, and there's a resolution by council, that you now need to differentiate who voted for and who voted against it. And I need to be guided here. I need to be guided here by the MM in this regard. My knowledge is that you submit to the demarcation board the decision of council. If the Wasserman want it to be stated there, it was a majority decision, that's fine.
Thank you, Maya. MM.
Speaker, yes, Speaker, thank you. As I said before, what the demarcation board requires you to do is to do one of 3 things, right? So if you have consensus, and consensus means, we've had a debate on the chat now about what consensus means. Consensus doesn't mean unanimous. It means that at least a sizable majority of people agree, right? It's not a simple majority. So it is clear for me that there is. it is clear to me that there is no consensus, Speaker, because we've got the majority. It's a majority vote, but it's not an overwhelming majority. So I think what should happen is that MDB 3 should be submitted, and we can say to the demarcation board that on the council, this is the majority view and this is the minority view, and you send both views into the demarcation board. I think that is what should happen.
Thank you, MM.
MM. Councillor Kraut?
Sorry, Speaker, I do agree with what the acting MMS said now. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Can we move? We on item 14.14, item for noting, and 14.1, the resolution of the mayoral committee of the 5th of March, 2020. Can we note? Councillors, can we note those items?
Speaker, I so propose that we note those items under 14.1.
Thank you, Mayor. 14.2. Mayor. Mayor, we on 14.2.
Speaker, let me just get 14.1. My understanding is all those noted items that serve before the mayoral committee. So those are all the items. 14.2, Speaker, I therefore, let me just quickly get to it. Unless you tell me where's 14.2, I'm trying to get 14.2. Speaker, you follow me?
537.
567.
537.
7, yes.
537. My apologies, Speaker. Ek het so kom wat ek moet doen. All right, I'm there. 537, so my apologies, Speaker. I therefore also then propose that the council accept the recommendation on 14.2.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maya. Then we go to the supplementary agenda. The supplementary agenda. Have everyone got it?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, we on 13.15, the quarterly budget statement, quarter 4 ending June 2020. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand, and the mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to ask at page 7 with regards to the current ratio, it says that an investigation is to be conducted into the current ratio. I wanted to ask by whom will this investigation be conducted, and shouldn't we make it one of the recommendations that the outcome of that investigation should come to council? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Mayor?
Hang on, I just want to get to that report. I've got hundreds of papers here on my. I just want to get quickly, Councillor Wasserman, my apologies. What the hell het Kirsty nou met die goed allemaal van? Okay, I've got it here on page 7. Can you just repeat that?
Certainly.
Oh, the current ratio.
Current ratio, at the end of that it says an investigation to be conducted, because there's obviously a problem with the current ratio. So my question is, who is conducting that investigation, and where will the outcome of that investigation be reported to and when?
Speaker, quite simple. Council need to decide, firstly, whether there's a justifiable for the recommendation for an investigation. Secondly, Chair, it also then be the prerogative of council to decide who's going to do that that investigation, Chair. And thirdly, also they will then also decide the time frames of that. It should be the decision by this council, whether they agree after looking at the information in front of them that there's a justification for an investigation to be conducted, and then council also then decided who's going to do that investigation and who's going to be reported to. I just hope that answered the question of Councillor Wasserman. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Jokolo, is your hand is up?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, two things on this one. The first one is, and I think I've already told the Mayor this one, that this report was supposed to be submitted to Council within 30 days. That didn't happen. And I know I'm not expecting an answer for that, because I know the answer will be the situation that we are in, the COVID-19. So I just want to make that comment, Speaker, that we didn't comply. He didn't comply with that. The second one, Speaker, I'm very much disappointed at the quality of the of these reports that we're receiving lately. If you can see, we received the first one, it was very bad. The second one, you can't look at if you look at the pie chart on page 31, you can't read that because the colors are all the same. You can't say this represents that, this represents that. So it's very much disappointing, Speaker. And I think we tried to move away from paper to paperless because of these reasons, because we wanted to see these colors, we wanted to see these indicators. The other one has got this different color to the other one, but that is not happening, even though we've got the technology now. But I know, Speaker, we're going to get the excuses about the situation that we are in now, the COVID. That's it for me now, Speaker. I just wanted to make those comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Jokolo. Mayor, so your hand is still up, and then
No. Listen here, this is the report of the Mayor, Speaker, and therefore I assume the Mayor needs to respond to the concerns raised by Councillor Tiokolo also. Chair, firstly, the determination of, let me start the other way around, quite correctly stated by Councillor Tiokolo, that there are a specific time frame attached to when you need to report as the Mayor to Council on the Section 42 report. I just need to remind Councillor Tiokolo that the determination of a council meeting is not the prerogative of the Mayor. That is your responsibility. So the date of this meeting, Speaker, I did not decide on. I just want to be clear. Although the Act stated I need to report back to Council on the Section 52 report. In fact, the Section 52 report is my report. In the way I need to do it, I'm not quite sure. I believe it should be in a council meeting, but I don't determine the date of the council meeting. Then secondly, Chair, on the issue of paper, Speaker, there's one thing about Councillor Tiokolo, which I will always admire. He is much more advanced in technology than I am. And I believe, Speaker, that when he go back to his emails, he will probably find this on his computer, where all the colors that he's talking about is available for him. So they don't have black and white. Yes, he's probably correct, Speaker, and I agree with him that the hard copy of it is, some of it is difficult to read. But the copy that was provided to councillors through IT systems. That one I assume was quite easy to read and to see the colors there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor MM.
Yeah, just a follow-up, Speaker.
Councillor Chokolo.
No. Speaker, on the first one, Speaker, to say for the mayor to say it's my responsibility to decide when the council meeting, or was he referring to you? I'm not sure what that is. But we expect we expect coordination, Speaker. He should be telling you that, Speaker, I need to table this for council. So that needs to be done at that level of between the Speaker's office and his office. So saying he is not the one who is convening meetings is not an excuse. I won't accept that, Speaker. The second point, Speaker, this document that we've been sent, I think it's a scanned one. I can't edit it. I'm unable to edit it. So it's not in color on my, maybe it's in color to the councillors of the Jamaica or to the mayor, but it's not in color at all. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo. MM.
I need to correct Councillor Chokolo, please.
You want to respond, Mayor?
Speaker, no, listen, I don't want to put that with Councillor Chokolo. Number one, Speaker, I've never said he. I said the determination of a date for a council meeting is done by the Speaker. For him, Speaker, now to think or to anticipate, I'm not quite what the English word I'm looking for, but the lack of a better word, think that there was not coordination between the office of the Speaker and the office of the Mayor, Speaker. I don't think that's correct. And he actually even lost out another person that deals with these things, which is the MM. And the MM will be able to respond to the issue that he raised about COVID-19 and those type of things. I just told him quite clearly that Mayor don't determine the date of meetings. There's no way that he can make this assumption that there was not coordination or discussion between myself and you. So I ask him just to refrain from making that comment. Thanks.
Now, the MM, I'm giving over to you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Maya, there's different people. There's the player, there's the referee, and then there's the spectators on the sideline. MM, over to you.
Speaker, thank you. Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with Councillor Chikolo on the quality of documents. In fact, this morning had an email discussion about the same matter, because I think there are simple things that we can do to improve the quality of what is presented. I find it difficult sometimes to read documents that I must sign when it is scanned. So we are busy with that process, Councillor Chikolo. I can assure you, I've addressed it this morning, so we are definitely looking at it so that we can improve the quality of documents that are presented to you. The fact that we share soft copies means that we should be able to give you documents of a higher quality. So please rest assured, we are busy with that, and we're going to improve the quality of what we present to you. In respect of the current ratio, Councillor Wasserman, I would want you to just be patient. I think we should be determining the current ratio is not a difficult issue. We should be able to, in our process of drawing up our financial statements, we should get enough information to determine what our current ratio is. And if we find that there is a problem, I think we'll get external help. We have enough, I think, capacity in the municipality and people in the town that can also help. So I don't think that at this point we will need additional resources to do that. But if we do, we will definitely get those resources. And the result or the product of that work will be presented to council. The current ratio is an important ratio that shows us where we stand in terms of our ability to to operate the municipality in a viable and sustainable way. So we will get that information back to you. At this point, I don't think we need external capacity to do that. Just the last thing in respect of the date of the meeting. It was the speaker's decision to shift the meeting, but I made a recommendation to the speaker, and it was it dealt with the safety of the staff. At that point, I couldn't risk the safety of staff and keep the offices open at the point where we decided to postpone the meeting. So I am also part of that. I made a recommendation to the speaker, even though it was the speaker's decision at the end of it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MM. May I raise your hand up?
Speaker, no, my hand is not up. That's the deputy's
Okay.
hand.
So we note the report, councillors. I need. Thank you. That was the last item on the open agenda. And then we've got we've got two motions. I just need to know, can we do those ones first and then go to the in committee items, councillors? Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Sorry, Speaker, I was speaking with my mic off. Speaker, before you move to the in-committee items, I want to raise a point of order on the in-committee procedure. So if you will let me know, give me an opportunity to do that before you actually move into the in-committee session, please.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Kraut.
Speaker, I think let's just deal with the motions first and then we can go in committee.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Matiwana.
Can I ask for a caucus of the ANC for 5 minutes?
Thank you, then you have to be back at 25 past. 25 past 5, thank you.
Michelle?
Hi, Kathy.
Well, I'm here. I see it's so quiet.
Okay, now I just wanted to check. I thought maybe there was a technical glitch my side, but I see the NC is just not coming back yet.
No.
Okay, thanks, Kathy.
Nee, Michelle, ons is nog hier hoor. Ons wag
Okay,
net.
baie dankie. Dankie, Jolene.
Be careful.
Of what?
Wil ek ook nou vra? Wat sê die meier dan?
The mayor, tell me, the mayor, are you not in the caucus? Are you not in that caucus?
No, I'm also not in the caucus, ne?
Will you please be honest? Will you please be honest, Councillor Theokola, and convey to the councillors that you just have a caucus with me?
No. They know. That's why they've sent me here. They've asked me to make sure that I do have caucuses with you.
And that you normally take my decision and advice? Did you tell them that?
No, I still have to confess to that.
This meeting is the Nusbali Zatsala.
I'm done. Speaker, funeka zenze ngo-9 his meetings, not ngo-11.
This meeting is the Numa. Yo, umuntu ocaba akhoyo imbenye into anoyenza ba sinale meeting. Sasikade sigqiba ngo-1 basingene ngo-9. Hayi andiyazi ukuseya imini yonke.
Muwangalala.
No. Proper revision.
Yeah. Hayi sizahamba ngo-9 namhlanje.
This is gqiba namhlanje. Next meeting siyazirisila kakhona.
Speaker, can I raise a point of order? Speaker?
It looks like she's finally joined the caucus now.
I just want to raise the point that if the speaker said that the meeting should start at 5:25, and it's now 10 minutes later, that essentially we are here and the meeting should start.
I agree with you. We've been on this meeting since 11 o'clock. It's not a joke.
If we're not a quorum, then that in itself is a procedural problem.
I must tell you. Sorry.
I'm waiting for the ANC to come back from the caucus. I've sent someone to go and check on them.
Thank you, Speaker.
But understand, we haven't got all the officials here that we used to send to people to come back. We're in a difficult situation.
Give us another 5 minutes, please.
I wanted to say to you that you guys are very, very meeting fit. I'm not used to these long marathon meetings.
We've had years of practice.
Yeah, it seems like it.
But I think we must ask the speaker, to please go back to 9 o'clock and not 11 o'clock. Yeah, it's getting very, very late.
Not working.
Is it a practice or a disease?
It's a disease.
A what?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
what sort of disease?
Are you the last one? Are you the last one, Henrik? Downstairs. Okay, our lock is fine. Just close that door in front. Oh, sorry.
What is it normally, CFO?
No, is it what?
Sorry, my speaker. Sorry, Enrico was coming to tell me he's the last one, so I must lock the office. Yeah. So now I forgot this thing, this technology.
You must be careful. you can what do you call it? You can have all your secrets spilled here if you forget.
If you're not careful, Councillor Jolene, how are you doing? Lang last you gezien.
Ah, jy skep my af. I'm fine.
Oh, is it ek of E?
Ja, ek dink is jy. Jy was
Okay,
ons nou
laat-
jou by die huis, Danny. Jy nie van die huis af
Ja.
gewerk.
Laat die restaurant
remind council again?
koffie kry.
Must I remind council again that the recording is still broadcasting?
Yes, Christopher, ek weet jy wil hê ek moet nooi vir jou vir die koffie. Nee, dis net vir Councillor Jolene, nie vir jou nie, hoor.
Dankie Christopher, ons is bewus daarvan.
Christopher, the members of the public,
Speaker, we're
otherwise
back.
they don't know what's happening. Better to
Thank
give them
you.
something to listen to.
Thank you, councillors. Let me do the roll call. Councillor Crouch. Councillor Crouch. Councillor Davis.
Crouch is
I'm
back.
here, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Quinana.
Yes, he's a speaker.
Councillor Matika.
The corner speaker in the corner.
Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Naki.
I'm available.
Hello.
Councillor Naki. Councillor
How do you
Ngezu.
back?
Yes, Councillor Naki, thank you. Councillor Ngezu.
Okay, Speaker.
Councillor Opperman.
Yes.
Councillor Selase.
Yes, Speaker.
Councillor Kosana.
Hey, where's the still record?
Councillor Strubel.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Tsengwa.
Yeah, present speaker. I'm present.
Councillor Chokolo.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Ace.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Van Aswegen.
Altijd
Yes.
in woord.
Councillor
Altijd in woord.
Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Councillor Weideman.
I'm here, Speaker.
Councillor Wolmerans.
Ek is hier.
Thank you. Councillor Crouch.
I'm back, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillors, when the ANC asked for the caucus, we were on the issue of the two motions that we're going to deal with first before we go into the in-committee items. The first motion, notice of intention to introduce a motion to remove Councillor Wasserman as the chairperson of MPEC. The second one is to
Speaker, isn't it the other way around?
Yeah, Speaker, you got it vice versa.
okay.
It's
Okay.
not
So I'm saying the first one is at the amendment. Yes. The amendment, and the second one. Yeah, because the one is in bold letters and the other one is not. Councillor Kraut, you are the mover of these two motions.
Thanks, Speaker. Notice of motion to amend the terms of reference of MPEC. I, Councillor Claudine Krauts, hereby give notice in terms of Rule 26 of the National Municipality Rules of Order for Internal Arrangements bylaw of my intention to move a motion to amend the terms of reference of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee at the forthcoming council meeting scheduled for 30 July 2020. To amend paragraph 3.4 that reads follows. The appointment of the chairperson must be in terms of a municipal council resolution. The chairperson may not be a political office bearer / executive councillor in the municipal council The chairperson must be an inexperienced councillor who has the necessary skills and expertise to preside over this critical committee. Then underline, the chairperson shall be from the largest opposition party. That is the current terms of reference. If the chairperson is absent from a meeting, the members present must elect a member from the meeting to preside at that particular meeting. So we want to change the underlined part in that paragraph with the following. So we delete the section underlined above and replace with the following, that the chairperson shall be from the opposition parties represented in council. Our motivation, that the current terms of reference insofar it requires that the chairperson must be from the largest opposition party. Unfairly excludes smaller opposition parties, especially with such smaller opposition parties have councillors who possess the necessary skills and expertise to make an invaluable contribution to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee. Duly signed by C. Krauts, the mover, and signed by the seconder.
Speaker, the seconder is Councillor Aubrey Tsengwa.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Matika. Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika.
Speaker, I'm going to mute all and you can then switch on your mic again.
Okay, you are now muted and you must unmute.
Councillor Matika.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
Speaker.
Yes, your hand is up. Councillor Matika, your hand is up. And then Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker,
Councillor Matika.
I can
hear you. We hear you.
You can hear me now.
Yes.
No, Speaker, I was going to say I support those recommendations of Councillor Krause.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you know, in an ideal world, the motivation from Councillor Krause would be the logical thing to do. To have the best person for the job in a council is what the Democratic Alliance certainly wants. But in practice, what happens when you have a governing party that is part of the decision to choose an impact chairperson is that they tend to choose a friend. So, and that is not good for oversight and good governance. So where you have a situation where it is at the discretion of the governing and therefore the largest party in council to play a part in choosing the chairperson of impact, it is highly likely in politics that they're going to choose someone that supports them and doesn't play a vigorous oversight role. So chairperson, instead of having this buddy-buddy system that the proposal by Councillor Krauts is likely to lead to, the Democratic Alliance is against the motion that has been brought by Councillor Krauts, and we would have it left as it was. Secondly, Speaker, I think with something as important as the terms of reference of MPAC, you should really have some kind of public consultation process before you start to amend the terms of reference, and that hasn't been done. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Crouch.
Speaker, you recognize
Speaker,
me.
I
Oh,
just
sorry,
need to
Councillor-
correct
Councillor-
Councillor
Councillor
Wasserman.
Councillor
They
Crouch.
just say that Councillor Ice and Aya buddy. That is so wrong. Councillor
Councillor
Ice
Crouch.
is not my peer. He's an
Councillor
elder.
Crouch.
So to say
Councillor
this is a
Crouch.
Tommy Chommy thing, it's totally wrong. Councillor Wasserman.
Councillor
Speaker,
Luzuko.
can I come back, please? Because
Councillor
Councillor
Luzuko.
Crouch has just spoken out of turn. Can I follow up?
Councillor Luzuko.
Okay. Speaker, should I speak or Councillor
Yes,
Wasserman wants to
Councillor
follow up? Okay. Speaker, just to add on what Councillor Wasserman has said, Speaker, just in the mayor's word when he said earlier on that when he was speaking about the audit committee, which, and I think even in the training that we had yesterday, I think the audit committee and the MPEC committee are playing a vital role. And in the mayor's words, he said a vibrant and an aggressive audit committee, which I think he should view the MPEC's role the same as the audit committee's one. Just on that, Speaker. Speaker, also in light of the training that we had yesterday, it's also unfortunate that not all councillors that are serving on MPEC were present, but a lot of things came out of that, which I think we really do need to look at our terms of reference holistically, not to pick and choose for political gains, because I'm telling you now, Speaker, trying to amend these rules and only trying to amend a certain sentence in the terms of reference is playing a purely political game. It's exactly what, as Councillor Wasserman said, that if you're going to have a situation whereby the people who are supposed to be held to account to council, you have them electing or choosing the chairperson of such a body, which is MPEC. It's like really playing bari. It's like now you're trying to choose someone who is not going to hold you to account. So that is the problem, Speaker. I would have supported the motion of the ANC, but they pick and choose, Speaker. I do agree that let's amend the terms of reference, but let's look at them holistically. But I don't support the motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Mayor.
Speaker.
Mayor, and then
Speaker.
and then you, Deputy Mayor. The mayor's first. See his hands up.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I didn't want to use that word deja vu. We're back at the same discussion which we had about 4 or 5, no, it's more than 5 years ago. And I'm not quite sure whether Councillor Wasserman at that stage was still a councillor. But we should not be selective when you deals with these things. What Councillor Wasserman just said was said by myself in my debate and discussion with the ANC when the ANC came forward with this proposal to make sure that a big political party, whether at that stage the issue of experience and those things, that was not the issue. The DA supported it. The amendment of the current terms of references of MPEC, it was a proposal by the ANC, supported by the DA, to deliberately, Speaker, left out smaller political parties. At least, Speaker, I've got more respect for the ANC because they now want to rectify a problem that they started. But now the DA want to play the other side because the school is now on the foot. Now they want to change the whole attitude towards this whole amendment of the terms of reference. So we should not, Chair, with all due respect, be selective in the way we operate as a political party. That's the first point I want to make. Secondly, Chair, coming back to the point raised by Councillor Teokola. Speaker, did we at this moment, as we speak now, propose any person as a chairperson? So how could Councillor Teokola Quadrati said that you need to have an experience and a vibrant chairperson? Who is he now who is going to be elected? To make an assumption that the person that he thought is going to be elected doesn't have
Speaker, I need to
the
correct the
experience.
mayor.
So for me, let me finish, Councillor. That's what you said. Now, Chair, for me, to have that type of argument from a councillor, Chair, makes me very concerned. So in closing, Chair, I just want Councillor to understand my support for the ANC in this regard is quite simple. They acknowledge smaller political parties in council, which should have been the case right through. Parliament is doing it, and a lot of provincial parliaments is doing it, where smaller political parties being acknowledged for their contribution to the democracy of this country and in this town, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor, your hand is up. Councillor Matika,
Yeah.
your hand is up. Councillor Wasserman, hand is up.
Somlomo inkosi kakhulu man. Usekhona uToliki.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Somlomo I'm disappointed kancinci man. Statements ka Councillor Wasserman. I'm sure before the be disappointed dinomdla understander kwe statement sakhe esithi xa sifuna utshintsha in terms of reference kufuneka siqale siyo run public participation ingaba ikota kophu umthetho lonto leyo. I mean suppose ukuthi ikhona act ethetha ngezo zinto ezo ndinomdla omkhulu uyazi ukuthi yeyiphi le act akota kuyo, you know, and bangabona unclarify phansi nzaba happy. Number 2, Speaker, because I'm avoiding a situation up on the doubt to Jonga, because I don't really want us to be misled up a cancelling. See misled to about the interest zabo. Umeya correct. ANC is correcting impazami BNZ because we always believe that we need to do izinto within the framework of the law, right? And the third point, Speaker, I'm very disappointed on the latter party statements ka Councillor Jokolo. You know, aska ketim do ozaba nguchairperson. You know, the manner in which I bega ngakhona is as if abekho abanye abantu abacompetent to do umsebenzi woqiniseka ukuthi wonke umuntu owenza into enqamnye nomthetho uya accounta. You know, so I'm really beginning to have a problem with this statement ezinjalo because I strongly believe each and every person okule council, I mean, competent, uthunyelwa ngumbutho, uthunyelwa ngabantu ukuthi azoba representer. This notion that abantu aba competent bakwi-political party want, I think that one must come to an end now. Councillor Jokolo, I just want to appeal. Ndiyacenga ke ngalo mazwi lawo. Ndicela ukuthi uguqule emkhulu wenza uphinde ndibuye.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, Councillor, the Deputy Mayor said that she is very disappointed by the sentiments of Councillor Wasserman, because Councillor Wasserman says now there must be a process that must run of party participation. And also he wants to know that what terms of reference is she using and what act is saying that. And also saying that we must avoid being misled in this council. So the mayor was right in saying that the ANC is correcting a mistake that it has done in the past. So the DA must not want to comply with this process right now. And again, also the Deputy Mayor is saying that he's very disappointed with the Councillor Chokolo's statement that for him to think that the only people who are competent is people from one party. All deployees who are here are elected representatives because they are competent and they know what to do in this council. Thank you.
Speaker, xa ndihlala phantsi ndiyafuna uCouncillor Vesemani in particular asifundele today. Ngale mva kwemini lo mthetho, if there is an act okanye ikhona legislation ethile, she must read that legislation kule ntlanganiso inkosi, not ngenye imini ngoku.
Councillor Vasema must be able to make a reference on any legislation or act that refers to what you're talking about right in this meeting right now as I'm sitting down. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Chokolo.
Yes, Speaker.
And Councillor Weideman and then Councillor Wasserman.
Yes,
And I
Speaker, I think I need
we have
to
to conclude on this one.
Yes, I think I need to correct Councillor Yeoman, Speaker. I think the mayor raised it, and now the deputy mayor is also raising it. I never spoke about anyone that I said. I quoted the mayor's words when he was talking about the audit committee. He said he wants a vibrant and an aggressive audit committee. I said the same thing should apply to MPEC. I was not talking about an individual. And this word of competence, I think, Speaker, is haunting people because I didn't mention it, but I think it's just haunting people. I just wanted to correct that, Speaker. Thanks.
Councillor Weideman.
You've got a short memory, boy.
Thank you very much. I'm very surprised that everybody is so disappointed in the DA. When it suited them a year or two ago, when you were elected as the chair for MPAC, it didn't suit them then to change the rules. But now that it suits them, now the rules must be changed because it suits them, just because they don't want the biggest opposition on the MPAC. So I really am very surprised that it was never worried about before, but now when it suits them, it suits you to change the rules. This is now when you want it.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Wasserman, you will be I think the last one on this item.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to say it's very obviously in the public's interest to have a participation process with regards to the terms of interest at the terms of reference of MPAC, which is a very important body that oversees the executive. And then, Executive Mayor, I don't know what you're talking about when you talk about the DA picking and choosing. It was the DA that put this clause into the terms of reference to start off with for this very reason. So nothing has changed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker.
Maya.
Speaker, I'm not quite sure whether Councillor Wasserman was at that meeting. I'm not quite sure. I think it would help her to go into the archives to see what happened there. It was a motion put forward by the ANC led by Councillor De Vries, and it was a heated debate. And I once again want to repeat. The DA at that moment was the majority party. They didn't dispute this and came up on to assist smaller parties. And that's why I said, I've got much more respect for the ANC in this regard, understanding that that process was not a process that was a democratic process, and I also believe it was also against the Constitution. It was a total disregard for smaller parties. And the DA didn't stand up to this holy type of attitude they've got. They supported it to exclude smaller parties. So I'd like you to go and read what happened there, please, ma'am.
Speaker. Speaker.
PM,
Speaker, ndicela ungakulibazisi. Speaker, ndithe apha ndiyayi-avoida into yobana sixelwe ngemithetho apha simisleadwa bekhansileni. Ndisamile ndicela uCouncillor Wasserman aquote lo mthetho berefera kuwo. You know, she must quote and read that particular act, yeah, not tomorrow, now. Thank you.
Speaker, as I said, just across the portions, I'm avoiding that we've been misled by this council by being quoted acts that do not exist. So Councillor Wasserman must quote and read the act right here in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, TM. I think we need to move to the item in front of us, which is the motion. to review the terms of reference put by Councillor Claudine Krauts. Can I just start with those that we have to vote on it as a motion? Those that vote that the motion must serve. Can I just have an indication?
Speaker, do we put our hand up and our mics on?
Yes, MM.
Speaker, now I just want to make sure you're saying that you want to vote for the motion to serve, but
Yes.
the motion is serving. So
Yes.
are you asking those that vote in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Salas, in favor of the motion. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Salase. Can you put on your camera?
Nanto.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. Councillor Krauts, I can see, but I can't see you. Just see the ceiling.
Oh, sorry, Speaker. I am voting in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Tsengwa.
Speaker, I'm just following suit. I'm voting in favor.
Thank you. Next.
Councillor Nwezu, I'm voting in favor.
Matika, I'm voting in favor.
Speaker.
Councillor, wait, Councillor Matika, I can see you. And then Councillor Matuana.
Oh, you can see me,
Speaker,
Speaker.
Matika here, I'm voting in favor.
Yes.
Speaker,
I can see you.
did you note my vote?
Come again, Councillor.
I'm saying, did you note my vote? Did you count my vote?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Speaker, I'm
Yes,
voting with the
Councillor
ruling
Susana.
party in this country. I'm voting with my chief whip, Claudine Krauts. I'm voting.
Speaker, Councillor Van Aswegen, I'm voting in favor of the motion that is readdressing the injustice of the past. Thanks.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Ace, in favor
Yes,
of the motion.
Councillor Ace.
In favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who else?
Speaker,
Yes.
next I'm voting with my party.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Gombo, I'm voting for the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, jokes.
Those who vote against the motion, can I have an
Speaker.
indication?
Councillor Wongrans, I'm voting against the motion.
Councillor
thank
Weisman, I'm voting against the motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Wasserman voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, Councillor Chokolo, and Yamselani nale motion.
Thank you.
Don't agree with the motion.
The motion.
Councillor Quinana does not support the motion.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Strubble, I'm not supporting the motion.
Thank you.
Councillor Opperman against the motion.
Speaker, Councillor Davis, against the motion.
Thank you, councillors. The motion that we are discussing is going through. 11 voted for the motion and 8 voted against the motion. So the motion is carried. Can we then go to the second motion? 16.2. And that is the motion to remove. I see 2 hands. Councillor Opperman and the Deputy Mayor, hands are up. Thank you. The notice of motion to remove Councillor M. Wasserman as chairperson of MPEC was submitted by Councillor Kraus. Councillor Kraus, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Notice of motion to remove Councillor M. Wasserman as chairperson of MPEC. I, Councillor Claudine Krauts, hereby give notice in terms of Rule 26 of the Knysna Municipality Rules of Order for Internal Arrangements bylaw of my intention to move a motion at the forthcoming council that is scheduled for 30 July 2020. Motion to remove Councillor Michelle Wasserman as chairperson of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee and to replace her with the competent Councillor Ian Ace. Motivation. It is my considered view and that of my caucus that Councillor Ace is best suited and appropriately qualified to be the chairperson of this critical committee of council. It is common cause that the municipality is experiencing financial challenges, and it is therefore of utmost importance that we rope in skillful councillors to assist the municipality to navigate the organization to excellence. Councillor Ace experience, skills and expertise will greatly assist this municipality to provide the public with assurance that the public funds and assets are properly managed and that those who are responsible for irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure will be held accountable. Duly signed by Councillor Krauts, the mover, and seconder.
Speaker, the seconder is Aubrey Tsengwa. Aubrey Tsengwa. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, there is a motion on the table. I will start with those that agree or support the motion to remove Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, are you going to give anyone an opportunity to speak on this item before you go straight to a vote?
Yes.
Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, over to you.
Thank you so much. Speaker, impact deals with both financial and non-financial information, and the skills and experience that are needed are both financial and legal. It is a legal mind that is required to understand how issues fit into legislation. So I'm currently the chairperson of MPAC. I've studied accounting at a university level. I've been the chairperson of finance and governance. I've been a member of the audit committee. I've investigated the performance of municipalities for the Human Rights Commission. I've practiced as an advocate of the High Court for 5 years. I've been a councillor at the municipality for just under 6 years.
Speaker, on the point of order, we are on a motion. We don't ask the credentials of Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker.
I'm sure she's competent in all these competencies that she's competent. But Councillor Wasserman, we are busy with the motion. We don't need your competency.
Speaker, can you control your meeting, please?
Speaker, I think that what Councillor Krauts just said, that she doesn't need my competency, is exactly the point. Speaker, if I may continue, Councillor Ace has financial qualifications,
Madam
but he's
Speaker.
only been a councillor for 2
Madam
years.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Deputy Mayor.
Madam Speaker, please, man. Speaker, please manage this meeting, Speaker. Speaker, manage your meeting. Manage your meeting.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Councillor,
on a point of order.
Credentials now, Speaker.
Speaker, on a point of.
Can I continue?
What is the point of order, Chokolo?
Speaker, can I continue?
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you. Speaker, the reasons given by the ANC don't make any sense. There's been no comparison done by the ANC with regards to skills and experience. The reason for this motion is simple. It's about the fact that the ANC wants to weaken MPAC so that it won't properly oversee what the ANC government has planned for Knysna, and the people of Knysna deserve better. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Can we go to the motion?
Speaker,
Those
I
that
still
are
have
in
my hand
favor
up.
of the motion.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Speaker, I still have my hand up.
Councillor Kraut.
I totally disagree with what Councillor Wasserman has said. However, she makes mention of we don't want oversight as the ANC because we don't want people to know what the ANC has planned. I'm sure that she knows what the ANC is planning, so maybe she must put it on the table to tell the people what the ANC is planning, since she has more knowledge about the ANC than we do.
Councillor Kraut.
To motion, Speaker.
We are on the issue of the motion. Those that support the motion, can they indicate, please?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Luzuko, I'm done. I've done with this item. We are on voting now.
Speaker,
Madam Speaker, don't you see my hand, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, is this how you handle?
Councillor Kraus, I see you.
Yes, Speaker, I'm voting for the motion.
Speaker, point of order.
Thank you.
Councillor Wasserman says point of order for the Speaker.
Next.
Speaker, I'm
Speaker.
voting in favor of the motion.
Speaker, are you going to do this now?
Madam Speaker, please, man. Can we?
Speaker, please, man.
Do I
Is
have
this
to
how
we
you're going to
calling
handle your meeting now?
point of orders and you're not
Madam
allowing us
Speaker,
to
you see, that's
give our
why.
point of order?
Speaker, Speaker, on a point of order. Speaker, on a point of order.
I have ruled.
We are voting.
Speaker. No,
Point of
no, no, no.
order, we are
We are on
voting,
the
but we are the one
voting
to
now.
raise a point of order.
On which rule?
You are out of order. You are out of order. We are voting. And how can there's no point of order when you are voting? There's no point of order when you are voting. How can you raise a point of order in voting? You don't raise it. You raise it when we had the debate. You didn't raise it.
Speaker, it's a
You cannot
shame
raise
how
it
you
here. We are
handle it.
voting now. You
It's a
cannot
shame.
raise the point in order when we are voting. The voting has already
Speaker,
started.
you didn't allow us to
And
debate
now
this
you have to
issue
raise a
at
point of order.
I don't think how's this? When are they
Are you voting?
Speaker, are you still going to
How
make
can you
a
see
meeting?
Councillor Matika, yes, I'm voting.
Speaker, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika.
So
Next.
this is of order.
Speaker,
Who's voting? Are you voting for the motion, Councillor Zuko?
are you bulldozing the meeting now? This is not a
Councillor Zuka,
PGM.
are you
It's not a
voting for the
PGM.
meeting?
It's a council
He's
meeting.
voting
It's
for
not a-
the motion.
This is not
Are
a
you voting for the
PGM. It's a
motion?
council meeting. Speaker,
I'm not
I
going to
want
be.
to speak.
I'm not going to be schooled by you.
There's no PGM in the DA. I don't know why you're talking
Speaker,
about.
Rule 23,
There is no
Speaker, is very clear.
PGM in the DA.
Speaker, let me school you with the
Who
rules
else
then.
is voting? Who else is voting for the motion?
I am going to speak, Speaker. You
Who
are
to-
going to allow
who's
me.
going to speak?
Speaker, you are going to allow me.
Speaker.
Thank you,
Speaker, you
Councillor
are going
Matika.
to allow me.
There was a rule. There
Speaker,
was
Yes.
a rule.
Speaker,
Smalley.
rules.
There was a point of order, Speaker.
Yes,
Can
Smalley.
you please allow the point of order, and the speaker that is currently speaking must stop so that the point of order can be dealt with, Speaker. Can we please use the
What
rules?
point of order in voting?
Yes.
What point of order during voting?
Councillor Vale.
Madam Speaker, there was an item brought before the council. According to the rules, we are allowed to speak on an item once for 5 minutes. The person, the item affects a person in the caucus. The person spoke. She was interrupted rudely by a member of the council, and I mean that is unbecoming. She's allowed to speak on the item, and what's the worst
Councillor
for me is that
Wasserman, if
no,
I allow you
but
to speak on
you
the item.
interrupted her. The chairperson of finance interrupted her. And I mean, it's terrible, you know, especially during Women's Month. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Councillor
And you are a
Levine.
woman, and she's a woman.
Councillor Levine.
Speaker.
We are on
I
voting.
think
Who
it's
else is
Councillor
unfair,
Chikole
voting?
is
Madam
not a
Speaker.
woman.
Really, I think it's unfair. No, it's
Councillor
really
Chikole
unfair.
is not a woman. That is been a
Councillor Matika. I've got
It's a
Councillor
shame.
Krause that were voting. Who else is voting for the motion?
It's a shame.
Speaker, yeah, it is a shame. I understand.
Speaker, Councillor Salas voting to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Salase.
Speaker, Councillor Aswegen is voting for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Aswegen.
Speaker, Councillor Kosana here voting for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana.
Speaker, Councillor Ace
Speaker,
voting for
Councillor Matiwane voting for a motion.
Thank you, Councillor Matiwana.
Councillor Speaker.
Councillor Nagi for the motion. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nagi.
Speaker, Councillor Ace
Nagi voting for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ace.
Speaker. Councillor Ngrezu,
Yes, Councillor Ngezu.
voting for the motion.
Thank you.
Angiboni na. Akumboni thisha sodlala.
Yes, I see you.
Speaker, the way you've just conducted this meeting is
Thank you,
disgraceful.
councillors. Those who vote against the motion,
Incompetent.
can I get an indication?
Councillor Wormerans voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wormerans.
Councillor Wasserman voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Councillor Strubel voting against.
Thank you, Councillor Strubel.
Councillor Weideman voting against the motion, and I'm so disappointed in you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Busiso Quinana voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Quinana.
Councillor Opperman against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Opperman.
Chokolo against the motion. I'm voting again because I'm not sure whether I'm captured or what.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo.
Lihlazo.
Who else? Councillor Davis.
I'm waiting for my colleagues, Speaker, but I will vote resoundingly against it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. The motion has been carried by 11 votes, so the motion goes through. Thank you so much. Can we now go to the in-committee items? And can you...
Speaker, I've previously asked to address the council on the procedure that you're following in terms of the in-committee items. Can I do that now?
Okay. Over to you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in the Constitution, at section 160, subsection 7, it says that a municipal council must conduct its business in an open manner and may close its sittings or those of its committees only when it is reasonable to do so, having regard to the nature of the business being transacted. So that is repeated in the Systems Act. And then our rules of order at section 16 deals with the exclusion of the public from meetings. It says that the public may be excluded from the meeting, firstly, when directed, where so directed by the Speaker, or B, where so decided by council upon a motion from any councillor to that effect. Now, Speaker, you haven't given a direction, but you have put these items on the in-committee agenda, so I'm assuming that the direction comes from you. But then you must comply with subsection 4, and that is that the motion for the exclusion of the public must be minuted. And that, Speaker, entails council debating the reasons for the exclusion of the public, but without discussing the matter. And that is the only way, Speaker, in terms of our rules, that you can move items into the in-committee section. Speaker, there are at least 3 items that should not be discussed in the in-committee section, and to do so would be unlawful. Thank you, Speaker. I ask then that you follow the procedure as set out in the rules of order and debate the reasons for moving these items to in-committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Maya, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, I'm Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, thank you very much.
Councillor Wasserman? No, thank you. Wait, Maya. You want to add something?
No, I just wanted to correct you. You once again called me Councillor Weideman. So I just wanted to point out that my surname is Wasserman. Thank you, Speaker.
My apologies. Thank you, Maya. I see your hand, and I see Councillor Kosana's hand and Councillor Matika's hand.
Speaker, let me first start to congratulate Councillor Ace in his appointment as chairperson of MPEC. I believe, Speaker, that he do have the capabilities and the stature of a person that take Naisna very seriously. I've read his book and his heart is on the right place. And I know that he will make sure that this council will be kept on its toes. So again, congratulations, Councillor Ace. Speaker, on the point that Councillor Wasserman raised now, she's correct, Speaker. And I totally agree that that process need to be followed in this regard. But I also believe that the MM would also need to come in here and probably advise us on certain of these issues. But I fully agree with what Councillor Wasserman have just said. Thank you.
Speaker?
Speaker
Kosan? Speaker?
Matika?
Matika?
Thank you, Speaker. I think also, Speaker, I need to echo with the mayor of the town in terms of, I think the MM will be right person to explain why in white paper. Due to the rules are very clear that the speaker or the person designated by the speaker must prepare an agenda for a meeting, which in this case, I think the MM is designated by your office. I assume that, so that the MM can take us through why we invite these items on white paper. Maybe there are legal reasons, so that we don't drag each other. It's too late now, please.
Thank you, Councillor Kusana. Councillor Matika?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also wanted to concur that 3 of these items out of 4, 3 of them could be on the white paper. We must remove them from green paper and then we debate them here. And I think we as a council could take that decision, because I believe that it's an interest of everyone that this item to be discussed on the public platform. I think it's only one item that I think we can maybe discuss on in committees, but the other 3, I believe that we must remove them and discuss them openly on the public platform. I don't think there's anything to hide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. MM?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Speaker, now it's up to the council to decide whether they want an item to be in committee or in an open agenda. So if the councillors want to move items to the open agenda, it's entirely up to the council to do so. Even though you've determined to place them on the green items, if council so decides that should move to the white papers.
Councillor Matika and Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Kusana.
Therefore, Speaker, I move item number 15.2 to stay on the green page, all other items to come to the white page. Did you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Matika. Yes. Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I agree. I just believe in terms of the rules of order, we must minute that the motivation for excluding the item, I think you said it was the second item, I haven't got it in front of me, is that it deals with disciplinary issues against members of staff. Thank you, Speaker.
It's 15.2, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman.
Who is seconded, Councillor Skosana? And then I see the manager of legal and then the MM.
Speaker, 15.3. I want to ask council to consider to keep it in committee, and I would motivate that in the committee meeting, and there's a specific reason for that, Speaker. There's a specific reason for that, but 15.3, I want to recommend to you that you keep it in committee.
Councillor Skosana, your hand is still up.
Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. I think by the guidance of the MM now, it says that the agenda must be 15.1 on white paper and 15.4 must be on white paper and 15.2 and 15.3 must be on a green paper. I think we should allow that space for the MM. Then let's continue, Speaker, to save time with 15.1 and 15.4 on the open agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. So you are seconded what Councillor Matika and Councillor Wasserman were saying. Councillor Wasserman.
No, I don't agree. Speaker, that item that is being referred to by the acting municipal manager can be discussed, but the issue with regards to addresses can be left out of the discussion. I think that is the only issue in that item that needs to be kept confidential. The addresses.
Speaker, Councillor Skosana here.
Yes, Councillor Skosana.
I think, Speaker, we should allow the space of the MM. Speaker, it talks to us councillors and the safety of us. I think the MM want us be the only people who know that where will the councillors be in terms of their safety. I don't want to preempt what the MM want to tell us. Let's give the MM that space because that item spoke to councillors' safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. MM.
Speaker, no, it's exactly the locations that are important that should be kept in confidence. And if you move the item to the white paper now, those that information will be available. We won't have the time to redact the information that's there. So if council can deal with the matter without making that information available, then I'm quite happy for council to discuss the rest of the item. But it's exactly the locations that I want us to keep confidential.
I'm not very Melanie, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to echo what the MMS said. Council must be mindful that once you resolve for the item to go into the open agenda, the entire item as it is submitted goes to the open agenda, which will include the addresses that's set out in item 5.3. So you cannot take out some portions because the entire item as it is written will then go onto the open agenda.
Thank you, Melanie, for that advice. So we are keeping item 5.2 and 5.3 for the committee agenda. Councillor Wasserman.
Can I just say that I don't agree? I think that council can resolve that, and we've done this in the past, that certain parts stay on the white papers and certain parts go into green. It's very easy to split the information, and I think the public has a right to know that there was a proposal with regards to the use of property. So, and what the financial implications thereof are. The only issue that needs to stay in committee is that of the location of those properties. It has been done before, it can be done, the information can be split, no problem at all. Thanks, Speaker.
Speaker?
Yes,
Skosana here, Speaker. Speaker, I think when Councillor Roseman was giving us her credentials, you also said that she represented people in court. I think in court, when they start to talk about a safe house, it means that people must not know where that person is going to be. Here is about the protection of people here. If people have read this item, it's talking about the safety of councillors and the protection in the location. There's nothing that we are hiding to the public, but we are saying here in an action that it's a safe house one. We need to read it. The safe house, no one must know where that person is. Even in court, even your family members, sometimes they don't know where the court take you to. Now we can't take this report to a white paper. And what's the paper to take it to a white paper, and then there's no point that we want to achieve when we read the item. Can you bear with us? And also, Speaker, Rule 6 has allowed you, when we have divided into layers, to make a ruling. Thank you.
Councillors, can we deal with the item 15.1 and 15.4?
Speaker, will you allow me? Will you allow me to say something, Speaker?
Yes, Amen.
Speaker, like I said before, I've got no problem with the item being discussed in the open committee, with the understanding that the locations be kept secret, and that councillors are careful when they debate the item, that they do not refer to those locations. Because once those locations are referred to in the open meeting, we can scrap them as a location that we can use for this. So if councillors want to do that, I'm quite happy that we do that. So the administration must know that the item cannot be made public until we make the redactions that's required. And councillors must also know that they cannot distribute the item that they've received, because that item contains information that must remain confidential. So it's only once we've done the redactions that we can then distribute the item. So if we do it under those circumstances, Speaker, then I'm quite happy that we proceed in the open meeting in respect of that.
Agreed, Speaker.
Councillor Matika, I see your hand is up. Councillor Salase.
Yes, Speaker. Madam Speaker, can you proceed in these two items we agree? Those other items that municipal manager and legal advisor must stay to the green paper. Can you continue these two, Speaker, please? Otherwise, we're buying time now.
Thank you, Councillor Salase. We are on item 15.1. Are we all on item 15.1? Councillor Skosana and then MM, the hands are still up.
Speaker, because ulwimi liyakwazi umshiya umuntu lento bakuthiwa because siyazibiza izindawo umuntu ophazama ababiza amagama lezindawo mazihlale ohlobo ezizinto siqhube ngezimbini kwi-white paper ezizimbini siqhube nazo kwi-green page because lento bakuthiwa siyobiza amagama apha siyoba nobushushu sibiza amagama endawo yaziwe ezi zinto qhuba sisibide ngezimbini.
Tongues can slip during the debate and people can be emotional, and names can slip and they can come out, and then therefore locations can be disclosed. So we should be careful. So let's not move this item into white pages. So let's just discuss the other two right there in the green pages. Thank you.
Councillors, we are on 15.1. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. On 15.1, with regards to the diagnostic report, we can go with the recommendations as they are on the agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matika.
Yes, the recommendations members of can just summarize
I think we should continue because the recommendations are here, and the MM could have just summarized there and there.
MM?
Speaker, you're moving too fast for me now. I now need to declare an interest on this part of the agenda, and just make sure that when you get to that item that I leave the meeting. So I'm just declaring my interest in item. What's the number now?
15.4.
15.4.
It's on green page.
Councillor Matika asked you to summarize up the item in 15.1.
Okay, 15.1, Speaker. We've received the diagnostic report by the provincial government. The reason why we initially put it on the green papers is that the Department of Local Government asked us not to have that report disseminated before the council had the opportunity to discuss it. So council is quite within its right. Councillors have probably read the report, and it seems as if councillors agree with it. So we've said in the recommendations that we adopt the short, medium, and long-term proposals by the department, and that we add another. Sorry, Speaker, I'm just trying to get to the recommendations. If you don't, just give me a second. That council also resolved to approach the Western Cape Provincial Government, the Department of Local Government, to assist with either the appointment of a specialist forensic investigator or for the funds to appoint such an investigator to conduct a full forensic investigations in respect of the various complaints set out in Annexure B. And the reason for that, Honourable Speaker, is that we are confronted with investigations by the Public Protector, the Human Rights Commission, the MEC for local government, all sorts of institutions, and it's taking up a lot of our capacity to answer these questions. We think that we should have a consolidated investigation into these matters so that we can once and for all deal with it, and if there's any actions that need to come from it, so that those actions can come from it, and council can put these matters behind it. So it's for those reasons that we are proposing resolution C. That's me, Speaker.
Kosi, MM, thank you very much. We go with the recommendations.
Yes, agreed.
Yes.
Does Kobe speak?
Speaker? Next item.
Cherish.
Yeah. Lawukhala nje uzophendulile.
Kuba.
Uzawuphendulile nje uthi hayi illegal, qhube illegal.
Male.
Speaker?
Sorry. We need to
Speaker, Councillor Vomras, may I ask something?
Yes. I want us to just, can we just 1 minute, Councillor Volmerans? Before we go to the next item, can we first approve the minutes of the 11th of June, 18th June, and 2nd of July?
Speaker, no, we're not in the green papers yet.
Ask, Speaker.
Yes.
We're not in committee yet, Speaker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you confused me now because I thought we were in green papers, and I'm surprised at all these people that are here. Okay, then we can go to the second item then. 15.4. That is where the MM said he wants to be excused.
Speaker, I'll go out of the meeting, and I can be called to get into the meeting when you're done with this. And the Director of Corporate Services will take my place in
Speaker?
this item.
Oh.
Councillor Matika? Councillor Matika? Councillor Matika?
No, you can carry on, Speaker, sorry.
Yes, we are on 15.4. There's a recommendation, Councillor Matika. The hand is up.
I agree with the recommendation, but I just want to ask one. I don't know sometimes our DDP valuers, how they operate, but is it, I don't think it's a correct way to charge 28 rand a square meter, but we must look at our valuers. Sometimes I don't know how they are doing their valuation, but I agree with the recommendation, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the application by the municipal manager to stay at the flat at Senza, I think there are three issues here that we need to speak about. The thing is, the municipal manager is, of course, welcome to stay there, but he must firstly pay a market-related rental. Now, there are a number of arguments in this document with regards to what a market-related rental for that property is. So a valuation was done by DDP valuers, and it was done recently. It was done in February 2020. And they said that a market-related rental for this property was between 5,500 Rand and 6,850 Rand per month. The first problem with that, Speaker, is that their valuation is based on a floor size of 80 meters squared, whereas this property is actually 86 meters squared. So one would expect the true valuation to actually be slightly more than that. Then the acting municipal manager says that the valuation should be more, given the fact that looking at the current state of the entire building. Now, when you have a look at the valuation, it is clear that that is in fact exactly what the valuer has done. In fact, they say at page 30 on this agenda that the valuation has been valued in its existing state. So I think that the argument that it should be lower due to the fact that the building is in a state of disrepair, that is why they've given the valuation that they have. Otherwise, I imagine it would be much, much more considering where this flat is. Then there's the argument that actually we should be looking at the rentals paid by the two directors of technical services and corporate services for the properties where they are. So the director of technical services is renting a property at Buffalo Bay right on the water, and he's paying 4,650 Rand for that, which equates to 28 Rand per square meter. And the director of corporate services is paying 5,300 Rand a month for her house at Lower Old Place, which equates to 25 Rand per square meter. Now, I think anyone who's been in Knysna for even a little bit of time would know that those rentals are extraordinarily low. All that this information tells us is that the rental currently being paid by the directors of technical and corporate are way below the market-related rentals. And I think that this is something that this council needs to investigate. So that's the first issue. I think that the market-related rental for this property is at the very least 5,500 Rand a month. Then there's the suggestion that one should spend 50,000 Rand on renovations of this property for the acting municipal manager to be able to stay in it. Now, he's been with us for 2 months. He'll only be with us for another month. So spending 50,000 Rand for accommodation for that month is just exorbitant and unrealistic. The last issue is with regards to furniture. I'm assuming that the expectation is that the municipality would provide furniture, and that is at an additional cost. So, Speaker, I would think that on the facts that are before us, the proposal doesn't make any sense. And I would really question where it is that the acting municipal manager is currently staying and whether it wouldn't be better for him to just stay there for the remaining month. Because to spend 50,000 Rand to renovate a flat for a month's accommodation, and to have a proposed rental of 2,400 Rand for this flat at the Heads, it doesn't make any sense at all, Speaker. So if we can accept those changes to say that we don't spend 50,000 Rand a month on renovations, that the acting municipal manager provides his own furniture, and that he pays a market-related rental as given by DDP valuers, then on those conditions, I could say that we could accept the proposal before us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Matika and then Councillor Luzuko. And then the Mayor. Councillor Luzuko and then the Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, three things for me. The first one is the recommendation from the acting MM, whereas this matter involves him himself. He's excused himself. I was just wondering that this list is for him, and he also gives recommendations on this. I was just wondering who should be giving the recommendations, or is it him or someone else? Because I think there is a conflict on that one. The second one, Speaker, is the financial implications. I think Councillor Wasserman has touched on that. For me, to say to have that in your financial implications, it's not assisting. You're not telling us what the implications would be. To say the properties have been standing vacant since 2017, 2019, respectively, and you think that explains the financial implications. We used to have a situation whereby you give us how much is council going to spend on this, but I see there is amounts, but they are not financial implications. The third one, Speaker, is on page 5, the second paragraph, the last sentence, where it says the property was placed on tender in 2018 and in 2019 with no responsive bidder. I just want to understand, is that statement correct to say that we didn't receive responsive bidders? Because from what I've heard was that the bidders didn't meet the criteria. So if I can get an answer to that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zukamaya.
Speaker, at this moment, I don't want to go into this whole figures put forward by both Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Teokolo. But I also need to raise, Councillor Wasserman raise figures of what the current directors is paying, and the current directors is currently still part of this meeting. So I was a bit concerned about that, Speaker, but you the Speaker in that regard. We should be mindful that whatever we say, if we didn't ask certain officials to recuse themselves, we should be careful. Chair, coming back, 2 issues here. After I saw this report, I just went to drive and look at these facilities. I never knew that there was a flat on top of that building. I never knew that. It was the first time that I saw it the day before yesterday, Chair. And I was amazed when you look at the vandalism that is taking place on our facilities. The same applies, Chair, for that house in upper, what is this place called? The council outlet is still standing empty. Upper Old Place, Chair. When you go there and have a look at the vandalism, and we currently have security guards that is protecting that property, Chair, but still being vandalized, then you start questioning what we intend doing with our properties, the way it's been vandalized. And I think previously councillors spoke about the vandalism with the taxi rank. And sometimes I think, what are we really want to achieve through allowing those specific properties to be continued vandalized and even pay security people to look at it. But the vandalism still continue. And some of the issues here, Chair, is the fact that some of this building is standing empty. That's precisely the reason that it's been vandalized. It's standing empty, Chair. So I think what we should look at very seriously, whether we should fill these buildings ASAP to start with, and then properly at the market-related rental, if that is possible. But at one stage, we must be serious about what we do with our properties. On the property at the heads, fortunately, there were a couple standing there. I know him from him because he's playing golf. I saw him at the golf course once. And then the one person, the woman came to me and said to me, Mr. Mayor, that, in fact, she congratulated me first. Mr. Mayor, these are the properties that you need to protect for the people of our town. And listening to her, I then understand that properties on the heads, we should be very careful getting rid of those properties. It's going to be an asset lost forever, forever. An asset that belongs to the people of this town. And she was quite adamant about it. So, Chair, coming back to the argument of both Councillor Teokola and in more specific Councillor Wasserman, I think what council should do, is to determine whether we want to continue those buildings then open. And secondly, if not, how are we going to fill that buildings? I believe, Chair, that we need to look at the second part, that we must fill it ASAP. But I also agree, Chair, that we should look at the situation whereby we don't, and we can't do it because the Act doesn't allow us to rent at our property, not at market-related prices. And with that, I totally agree. But I will not accept the fact, Chair, that we will continue having these buildings then vacant. And I'm starting feeling very strongly as a citizen of this town that we should be very careful that we don't get rid of property, especially property at the heads, which belongs to the public of this town, to a private person, because that will be property gone forever. Thank you.
Speaker. Speaker. No, Speaker, I agree with Councillor, with the Mayor. Yeah, if we are going to have a lease agreement, let's use the market-related cost. On the issue of Councillor Wasserman, saying that it's only 1 month, we don't know if maybe we're going to extend because the previous case has not yet been concluded. So yeah, we'll deal with that issue when we cross the bridge. So I agree. Let's use the market-related cost, and also we must fast track the Mayor. I'm 100% behind you on the issue that those properties must be occupied. We must fast track. If there is no, in the last time there was no one who met the criteria, maybe we need to check what were the criteria that were set out. We need to revisit those criteria so that we can accommodate our people from Neisner so that they can use that property. That property could bring us a lot of revenue. Yes, I agree with you. We don't need to sell that property, but we need to fast track that. If there was someone did not meet the criteria, then we need to re-advertise and make sure that and amend our criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to check, maybe we're getting close to some kind of consensus, which would be lovely. So the DDP value is, if I work out correctly, and perhaps someone can help with this, it looks like their market-related rental is about 68.75 meters square, but I don't know whether we need to put that, if that would, we would need to amend B, that talks about a rental rate of 28 per square meter, and that would have to be amended to reflect what DDP valuers have said. Then I just want to ask the mayor if he has any proposals about the, it's not in the recommendations, but I'm assuming it would happen in any event, but if he has any thoughts about the spending of 50,000 Rand on renovations and about providing furniture for this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I see your hand is up. I see the Director Corporate. I see Councillor Skosana, Councillor Leveil, and Councillor Luzuko.
Speaker, if I'm the first person, I was actually hoping to hear what the Director Corporate Service is saying. But if I'm the first person to respond, my response will be basically on the question raised by Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Wasserman, it's the fact that we eventually will have to spend money on the upgrading of that building down there. We will have to spend money. If we allow it to continue deteriorating in that fashion, we probably end up spending much more money to repair that building. So it's a fact that if we're not going to sell that property, which I will be quite vigorously against it, as a born and bred citizen of the town, then we need to start looking how we're going to spend money to get that building to such an extent that it can be used again. So if that is the first part, I don't have the figures. I'm not going to sure how much it's going to cost to repair that building. I just saw there's not a lot of structural damage there, but there are a few, I assume, some paintings at the outside and probably some planks or wood that need to be refitted. I'm not an expert, building expert, to see how much that will cost. On the issue of having furniture in there, it depends on Speaker what council will have to do with it in future. If it is expected from any person of the municipality, I believe at this moment that the person that is currently renting property of the municipality, they supply their own furniture. That is the case, then it should be applicable to any person. I'm not quite sure whether the other directors or people that lease property from the municipality, that we buy furniture for them. If we don't do that, we can't do it for the MM, for example. But om daai gebied of om daai gebou in 'n situasie te plaas waar 'n mens kan leef, you'll have to go to spend some money. And I'm not quite sure what is the amount there. Councillor Wasserman, apologies.
Thank you, Mayor. Director?
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Partly the mayor has covered me in terms of making the flatlet habitable. Should council resolve that it should be leased to the municipal manager. Therefore, there would be expenses incurred in ensuring that it is habitable, because in its current state, it is not habitable. The second issue was the fact that the Senza building was put out on tender for leasing as resolved by council. And that has been done for 2 consecutive times, and it was not successful. Now, to respond directly to Councillor Jokolo's question, that what do we mean when we say there were no responsive bidders? Indeed, those bidders who had bidded did not meet the functionality criteria which were set in terms of the tender document. So we had to cancel the tender because no one would meet those criteria and it had to be returned. Now we wanted council to express whether they would rather dispose of the property or we try again on putting it out on a lease or request for proposals to lease the property. So we are now getting an indication from the mayor that we would definitely have to go back and put it out on lease again. We will recall that council had resolved to lease it for a period of 20 years, which would make an investment sense to those who would be interested in bidding to list the property. So those were the two issues, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to express myself on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Director. Councillors, Councillor Kusana, I see your hand, and Councillor Davis. I want us to go to the recommendation, colleagues.
Ngosi Somlomo. Somlomo Plumba ndicela ucacelwa nje kakuhle. Apha sithetha ngendlu sifuna uyizamela u-MM lo siphetheyo. Bandifunda kahle ithi acting MM. Now,
yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to have some clarity because if I read correctly, we are talking about a property prepared for the MM, acting MM.
Xa sijonge ku page 9 isichazelo ukuthi samqasha ngoJuni utata lo sinayo apha kude ephungeni. Ithi loo nto kwinyanga kaSeptemba uyaphelelwa uba kunye nathi apha ephungeni. Inyanga zakhe ezintathu uzobe uzigqibile.
If we look correctly on page 9, it shows that the acting MM was contracted from the month of June to be under employment of this council, and therefore his contract will be finishing on September.
Umbuzo ke ndizibuza wona xana ikhala ngento ezikhala ngazo apha ku page 9 ngokunyuka esihla nendawo zokuhlala. Behleli phi yangathethi ezovela ngokuxa kushiyeka inyanga because inyanga eshiyekileyo ngaphandle bakho into induku efihlwe emgqubeni singayazi.
The question I have in the questions that he's raising on page 9, why was he quiet all the times and why was he not raising these issues all along? Unless maybe there is something that is hidden that we do not know of, because he's raising these issues only almost at the end of his term.
And okwesibini basisinokuya ku page 10. Andiboni impendulo because xa unomfundo page 10, we are aware that the Western Cape Provincial Government has in the past covered the accommodation and transport costs of officials of the Western Cape Provincial Government, who has, you can read it first, seconded to act as municipality manager. The second paragraph is saying, in light of the above, we want to humbly request the Department of Local Government to assist the municipality by covering the transport and accommodation costs of the acting mayor. I don't see the response of this letter when I was reading through that. What is the local government said when the mayor was requesting this for the MM? Can anyone then take me through in the response? And moving further, we go to page 15. Procedures to follow in the allocation of accommodation. I need to understand from this council that do we have a housing allocation committee? Because it is specified in 7.1 that you need to have a housing allocation committee. Let me stop there, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Skosana. Councillor Matika, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Davis.
What libali Speaker, ne?
Speaker.
And the Deputy Mayor.
Speaker. Ukonje into engathi siyayilibala. ingathi yalibala lapho u-MM zange after application yakhe wayifaka apha kumasipala wathi ufuna umsebenzi. Sithetha ngenye into.
Speaker, there's something wrong
Apha
with
ngoku speaker sithetha ngento different. Sina sisuke apha sawucela u-MM ngapha kumsebenzini wakhe apha ehleli nefamily yakhe. Samcela uba makazosihlangula azosinceda uba sinayo umuntu ozo-acta. Ngoku u-MM ufuna indawo yokuhlala. Sithetha amabali apha napha sithetha amabali siyatshona.
Speaker, there's something
Kaloku u-MM ikhona le ilanda imtshisayo kule ndawo behlala kuyo. That's why efuna indawo yohlala. Akoni wrong apha uyifuna correctly. Ba ndifuna indawo yohlala lo. Nindithathe ngapha yandihleli nenkosikazi wami nentoni. Nathi mantsoni ngihlangule. Ngondi lapha ngufuna ninike indawo yohlala. Unless ke nithi ke kule ndawo babe mhlambe ehlala ku-BNB. Unless ke nithi sayibhatalela pha u-MM e-BNB. MM apha uzonceda thina lokho, not the way around. Yena uzonceda thina sithi abaye kuye. So must move any simtsho qha bakubhatalwe i-market related money. MM ku-renovate laa ndawo ilungiswe. After that, laa nto ebithethwa ngumeya, uba laa ndawo kukho i-security squad yavandalizwa. Then we must make a follow-up uba la security company ibhatalelwa ntoni. Or la security company must insurance yayo ithini. Funeka ilungise laa nto uba yephinde yavandalizwa silungisile. Because nobhatala ikhampani kanti indawo iphinde ivandalizwe. The reason sibhatala i-security company, we pay that indawo zingavandalizwa. So xa bekhona bona they must claim security yabo ilungiswe laa ndawo. So xa ilungileyo laa ndawo, if MM iyahamba izophinde i-advertise for onye umuntu ahlale. Asithethe nga-restaurant esezantsi. Iste-restaurant esezantsi into funeka siyidiskase ecaleni. Sithetha nge-flat, khona iflat epha phezulu indawo yohlala. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, there's something that we seems to be forgetting here. It is not the acting municipal managers that came and looked for an employment from us. It is us, this council, this municipality, that went and troubled him and asked him while he was there with his family to come and assist and rescue this municipality. So it should be our responsibility to look at his accommodation, that it is in a proper condition for habitation. So therefore, he's following the procedures in asking and in raising these issues. And also, I would have understood if maybe he was in a BNB or something like that. But he's speaking about his accommodation to stay. And therefore, so I think I would agree that let's renovate and do what he's asking, because it is true what if it is true what the mayor raised, that there is security in that place where they are, but that place is being vandalized, then therefore why are we paying security costs in a security company that is not doing its work? Thank you.
Councillor Lebail.
Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
And then the Deputy Mayor.
I don't want to belabor this issue. You know, there's so many comments on this, but, you know, I just want to, you know, of course, I'm not speaking at such a late period. You know, I just want to clarify something. So, basically, we're saying that there's a particular market value for that particular rental at the Senza Place flat, and it's at a certain amount. It's going to be fixed at a certain cost, but then the rental is still going to stay very little as what it is now. I can't understand why the rental would not be more, but be it as it may, that boggles my mind still. So that I've got a bit of a challenge there, that the rental still is quite, considering if you're going to put an investment to repair it, that it's still going to be so low. So I will continue to have a challenge with that issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lebail. DM.
Yeah, somlomo inkosi kakhulu man. Speaker, bendicinga ubana ndizungena kulomba. Kodwa ndiyabona ubana mandingene Speaker, because ndinexhala kancinci somlomo.
Speaker, I thought I was not going to take part in this debate, but let me also have an input, because I've got a concern.
Ixhala lam Speaker lisekubeni ireport icacile apho, siyayifumana ireport that ikhona ibuilding pha, and le building vandalized okanye ikistate ikimeko embi kakhulu.
There is a report here that shows that the building is in a very bad and uninhabitable condition because of being vandalized.
And andibona isizathu senobana sinakunika municipal manager MM wethu ahlale pha, you know, with le rate is esuggestwayo up, so that ze kuthi xa i-building irenovatiwe then sireconsiderishe ke ngoku i-rate, singathethi nge-market rate, nge-market related rate apha kwi-property engekho kwi-standard esikula level emela ikuso.
I do not see any reason for us not to be able to renovate the property. We can only speak about the market-related accommodation price only when that place is renovated. At present, it is not renovated, that property.
So we expect njani umuntu makabhatale i-market related price because it hurts, because kwindawo ekwizinga eliphezulu kodwa the property in question ayikho kimeko suppose ukuthi kwi-level emele ukuba ikuyo.
So how do we expect for a person to pay a market-related price value while it is not in a good condition for that value?
Speaker, I want to support Councillor Matika to say, ndifuna support uMatika ngelithi noba u-MM ushakelwa ixesha engakanani, the fact of the matter isengu-MM wethu, you know, masimnike le ndawo yohlala ze sithi xana irenovatiwe sibuye size etafileni. Those are the understand le debate abasawute ngoku abantu bafuna uba technical kodwa i-report iyasixelela imeko yala property. I mean, this is right lento. I mean, the report kuzona ikhansileni so that thina silibhunga sawuthatha isigqibo. Now I therefore Speaker support Councillor Matika and the supporter nendubani u-MM makayinikwe le property ze sithi xa sigqiba urenovate ke ngoku ze siyothetha ngoku-market related price. I don't have a problem with that. And okwesibini uMatika ucorrect. And you understand into bana South security ezikhona pha sibe sikhipha sibhatala security, the very same property i-security ezimele zayijonga iyophulo ayijongekanga ngehlobo emele ijonga ngalo. So therefore Speaker ndiyafuna masivale lena tsika andumntu esijikeleza apha ingathi asiyazi uba sifuna ntoni. U-MM ukhona and ngu-MM wethu uMatika ucorrect. MM akazange aze kuthi sithi abaya kuye sathi makazosinceda ayithi loo nto leyo ke akazubhatala kafuneka ebhatele. But on this one I think let's stick with the recommendation. Speaker, thank you very much.
Speaker,
may I see your hand is up?
Speaker, just some closer portions that the Deputy Mayor does support the sentiments of Councillor Matika and also addressing the issue of
I'm
the
still in the
security.
meeting, he doesn't believe me. He's Solomon.
Can we go to the recommendation? May I see your hand is up?
My hand is up as well, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Weideman. And Councillor Salas, is your hand up? Councillor Weideman?
Speaker, can you hear me? Can I carry on?
Yes, Councillor Weideman.
Thank you very much. Speaker, earlier on, Councillor Wasserman saying right at this moment. I think that we are actually, the purpose of this report is to request and to consider the leasing of that property by the acting MMM. We are now going totally off the beaten track. We need to continue paying it for that 1 month, and then maybe this whole item about redoing the apartments and the broken properties, and that could become another item at another time. But we should have building now. We are supposed to be discussing the leasing of the municipal right now, and why can we not just pay his accommodation for this month? I'd like someone just to please answer me on that.
Councillor Selassie, I didn't get Councillor Wasserman there, but Councillor Selassie.
Okay, Speaker. Speaker, man, when I disappeared, okay, I want to put in that way because my battery is a little bit smaller now. But when I disappear, it doesn't mean I unrespect of you, Speaker.
Okay.
But Speaker, in this issue, Speaker, I think to me, I think I supported to go with the recommendation. We must, before we can list to somebody the house, we must be use the money, must be repair. If you want to make a business, you must put the money first and then you get the money. Even if it's not municipal manager, whatever we are doing, we are put the money. We must agree that we use the money to upgrade that house and then we can do the business. That's why I'm supporting the recommendation. Unfortunately, the technicality whatsoever is bigger and so and so and so. Instead of vandalizing the house, nandicela into yokuba sithathe ne recommendation njengebinjalo what ezakwenzeka kumasipal manager kwixesha elizayo end of term. It's not part of the debate ngoku. I-debate ekhona yoba siyavumelana nangoku into yoba indlu mayilungiswe ihlale ready for basenze business kuyo. Masivumelaneni ngaloo nto. Singaxoxa ngomasipal manager singazomazi noba uzawuthini na. Indlu isenongena yena, isenongena omnye umuntu, kodwa laa ndlu funeka ilungisiwe, maspend imali pha, basiyavumelana, bayikhona, unless udirector waka-finance uthi ayikho imali yorenoveyitha laa ndlu. Uyawutsho kumasipal manager, udirector athi ayikho imali yoba kurenoveyithwe laa ndlu. Then sibuye siyoyilista ilela hlobo. Enkosi, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Selassie.
Speaker, just in short, the councillor is saying that therefore we need to agree that let us renovate that property. The debate now is not about the end of his term or who's going to stay there, because it does not matter who stays there, even if he stays or who stays there in the future. It is a responsibility of this municipality to renovate that property, to do business in the property. And that cannot be done only if there is no money or finances to spend on renovating the property. But if there is finance to spend to spend in renovating the property, let it be done. Then we can have a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, do you want to say something on this so that we can conclude and go to the recommendation? I see the legal service, your hand is up.
Speaker, just give the legal service.
Speaker, very quickly. Yes, thank you, Speaker. Very quickly, I really don't want to take up any further time, but there was a question asked by my councillor, Councillor Skosana, with regards to the Housing Allocation Committee. Councillor Skosana, this is a very different matter. And this is the reason why the item is before council. Ordinarily, it would only be Renwell as the properties admin officer and 2 other staff members that would consider an application for rental, and then the rental agreement would be concluded with the municipal manager. Now, the delegations doesn't allow for the mayor to do that, and that's why we brought this item, and also for council to consider the MM rather than have his subordinates consider whether or not to grant him staff housing. Secondly, the biggest cost at the Senza restaurant, Renwell and I have had a discussion about it, is the electricity. There is no electricity on the premises at the moment. The DB board is broken, and it is for that reason that we have an actual security guard doing duty at night rather than having an alarm system in the place, which is cost is less. Our property section is also advised that it would mainly be material costs, and the labor portion could be performed by our own internal carpenters. And then that would be the replacement of the carpet that would be an additional cost in the renovation. However, council could decide that they want to go rather with a market related value. We just brought in the other comparables when it comes to what council is renting their own properties out at this moment. Yeah, I think that's it, Speaker, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Maya?
Speaker, now thank you very much. I'm glad I allow the legal manager to speak before me. Chair, quite simple. We assist the MM with housing or we don't assist the MM. It's a simple decision by this council. Secondly, Chair, we continue our houses being vandalized, and you've just heard there's a security guard in the evening, not in the day. But go and have a look, all those buildings during the day are closed. All those flats, there's nobody in those flats. There's a spookdorp daar onderkant. So we could allow these people to continue and eventually break the thing down to the ground. And then we can be held accountable for that also. Because that in itself for me is a clearly waste of council's money and resources. In closing, Chair, I've raised the issue about market related. I've raised the issue about furniture, but I cannot understand the fact that we debate these things now for close to an hour and still doesn't come to a conclusion. Simple, we assist the municipal manager or we don't assist him. And then we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Can we go to the recommendation as a recommendation A? The report in the annex regarding the leasing of municipal property to the acting municipal manager be noted. Then there's a second one that said B.
But you haven't answered my question.
Sorry, Speaker.
Director Corporate. Director Corporate. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. I was going to advise that the recommendation, looking at the flow of the discussion in the meeting, it is clear that council in principle agrees or approves to list the flatlet on top of the Senza restaurant to the municipal manager for the duration of his employment. I would also advise that we put a C, that a report on the status of Senza and other vacant municipal properties be submitted to council, so that all these discussions that ensued in this item should then be discussed and resolved on that particular report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Weideman, can you repeat your question?
My question was, where is
there's a problem with your sound?
We
That's
can
what
bring
I
this
didn't
item
hear you.
about renovation at a later time.
Councillor
But can we
Weideman,
not
there's
just
a
carry
problem with
on
the sound.
saying where Can you hear me?
Yeah, but there's a problem
Is
with
that
the
better?
sound.
I haven't had a problem the whole day.
Okay, Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you. Just to move things along, Speaker.
Have you heard Councillor Weideman? Because there's a problem with the sound.
I did. She's asking why we can't just pay for the acting municipal manager to stay where he is for the remainder of his contract. Then we won't have to renovate anything. That was her question.
Okay, don't think that's possible. Melanie?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Weideman, we have Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, we have raised that issue. We addressed correspondence to the office of MEC Bradell to ask exactly the question that Councillor Weideman is raising now. However, province has advised us that it will go against the upper limits for total remuneration for senior managers.
Thank you,
And
Melanie.
from that, following that, the executive mayor addressed a letter to province to ask if they are not willing to contribute to the costs, as they do with MMs that are seconded by them. I don't know, Mayor, if you've received a response from MEC Bradell.
Speaker, can I carry on with
Yes,
my Thank you so much. I just wanted to point out to the mayor that there is a security guard there during the day. We met him the other day when we were at Senza. The other thing is that the acting municipal manager earns over 100,000 Rand a month. And the fact that we're asking people for help for his accommodation is quite extraordinary. Speaker, there isn't consensus about going ahead with this lease. I think there would be if we went renovating to the tune of 50,000 Rand and providing furniture for this. So you please record my vote against this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. There was an amendment by the Director Corporate.
Speaker, I just need to respond to Councillor Wasserman. I just love her enthusiasm in this regard, Speaker. I think the answer of the MEC was no. That was a question earlier, that they're not going to assist. And then secondly, Chair, forget about the now. I now understand that this council is prepared for their property to continue being vandalized. And I want to be quite clear. Vacant property, those of us that own property, you don't need a person personally to vandalize a property. The mere fact that nobody is occupying that property and nobody is looking after that property in itself make that property, Chair, goes clearly being vandalized. So I'm a bit concerned with the way that people want to react in this regard, Speaker. I'm living with these things. Whatever this in the council being taken, I'm living with these things. But I will tell councils quite clearly, go and have a look at these properties for a while. Don't make decisions you don't know what's happening there.
Speaker. Councillors, there's a recommendation A, B, and there's a C that the Director Corporate have added to it. Councillor Wasserman, yes, Councillor Crouch.
Thanks, Speaker. My hand has been up for a long time. Speaker, I agree with the recommendation as it is. But I must say, if it was a white wanting to stay on the heads, the DA would have welcomed it. And they would have read.
No, Speaker, absolutely.
Councillor Crouch, we are on the recommendation now. I'm not going to allow. Thank you.
Speaker.
I do agree with recommendation A, B, and the C that was added by the Director of Corporate.
Speaker, Councillor Pomerans.
Councillor Pomerans.
No, I don't agree. I want my vote against that recommendation recorded, please.
Thank you, Councillor Pomerans.
Speaker, it's Councillor Chokolo. I also record my vote against that. And Speaker, can you ask Councillor Kraus to withdraw what she said?
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo.
Can you ask her to withdraw?
Who else? Who else?
Councillor Skosana, Speaker, I'm going with the recommendation that we allow the MP and the mayor to do the leasing agreement with the recommendation in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Quinana, I don't agree with that. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Weideman.
Yes, if you go with the recommendation, please record that.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Anyone else?
Speaker, Councillor Tsengwa, I support the recommendation, Speaker. I support. Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Sturble is also against the recommendation.
Okay.
Speaker, Councillor Matiwana support the recommendations.
Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Nglezu, I support the recommendation.
Thank you.
Councillor
Speaker.
Matika, I support the recommendation, Councillor Matika.
Speaker, it's Councillor Nike. I support the recommendation.
Speaker,
Village.
Speaker,
Yes.
Councillor Van Aswegen, and I want to be quite clear in what the recommendation is. I just heard that people said I support and I don't support, Chair. A remains as it is.
Yes.
B, if B is not market related, Chair, then we need to find out what is market related rental. Because I believe that if that is the policy of council, we cannot bypass those type of policies.
Okay.
That we rent out our property at market related rental. So I want to be clear on that one, whether that is market related for 28 rand per square meter, Chair. Then I think it should be quite put clear that the municipality is not going to provide furniture for that property, Chair, and that is the responsibility of the person that rent or lease the property from the municipalities. Is irresponsible to provide furniture. We can't expect the municipality to provide furniture for that because we don't do it for other officials. The third one.
B is talking about the 28 square meter, and I don't know if that's market related. Can somebody assist us here? And then there's a C that the director have added, saying that they will come with a report.
So Chair is quite clear, but we need to understand whether that B is market related. If it's market related, Chair, then we can go with B. If it's not, then we need to find out what is market related. And I think it's important, Chair, that we do accept the fact that we have that responsibility, Chair, to revenate, what is the correct word I'm looking now for, vir die herstel van ons eiendom, die verbetering van ons eiendom. Ek soek nou net die correcte Afrikaans of Engelse woord, but I think that the legal services could assist me there. That remains our responsibility, it's our property.
Melanie?
Speaker, thank you. Mayor, Councillor Wasserman has already indicated earlier on that there is, and you will also read from the content of the report, there is a valuation report on the entire property, which includes the flatlet from DDP valuers. What the property section has done is they have done a comparable on what current municipal properties is being rented out for, but it is entirely up to council to accept and not. Please, Mayor, don't resolve to get a valuation because we already have one if you are looking for market related. The administration, however, did a comparable on what we are currently charging for our properties per square meter.
Speakers, I'm quite clear that I said it should be market related, leasing of that property, and we are responsible, Chair, to repair our own properties. Chair, listening to what the manager said, it's about a DB board and our own staff that need to repair that property, Chair. And then probably as part of that, that we're not responsible as a council to provide furniture for the MM or whoever is releasing our property.
Melanie, can you just assist us with the recommendation here?
Chair, thank you. If I capture you correctly, Mayor, if I'm wrong, please help me. That B will then be that the executive mayor be authorized to conclude a lease agreement with the acting municipal manager for the flatlet at Zenza at a market-related rental. C, that the municipal manager, Mayor, I think we don't have to have a C for that. We can just in B say that it is an unfurnished, for the unfurnished flatlet at Zenza at a market-related rental, and the C would be that a report be submitted to council on the current status of all council properties that are currently vacant and the procurement processes followed with the Senza restaurant, if I'm capturing the director corporate correctly, but she can assist as she is still here. Mayor, I hope that is what I have from you.
We take the 28 square meter out.
That is
Speaker,
correct, Speaker. The mayor can use the valuation that is already attached in the report if he so, not the mayor, if council so resolves.
Yes.
Speaker,
you.
if that is the recommendation, I will then support that recommendation.
Let me start over. There's a recommendation now in front of us. Councillor Tsengwa, are you still supporting it?
Speaker, Councillor Skosan, I'm supporting my lawyer. I'm supporting that lawyer. 100%.
Councillor Skosana, Haibo. Councillor Tsengwa.
Councillor Tsengo just went to the Klein Hasty Speaker.
Councillor
But I'm sure
Skosana
he's
supporting it. Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Nezu. Councillor Nezu.
Supporter.
Councillor Naki.
In support.
Councillor Matika.
Supporter.
Matika, support.
The mayor has supported the recommendation. Councillor Matiwana.
Yeah.
Councillor
I
Matiwana.
support, Speaker.
Thank you.
I support,
Who
Speaker.
else is supporting the recommendation?
Speaker said I support.
Who else is supporting the recommendation?
Skosana, Speaker.
No, I've got you.
Okay.
Have you captured me, Councillor Naki, Speaker?
Who else is supporting the recommendation? Councillor Melanie, as your hand is up.
Oh, sorry, old hand, Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, unfumene mna.
Yes.
So.
I also support the recommendation.
Where's Councillor Ace? He must support.
Where's Councillor Ace?
Oops. Oops.
Thank you. I don't.
Councillor Ace?
No, I said thank you. I don't support.
Okay, I think the recommendation is carried.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Wolmeran.
do you want us to repeat again that we are not in support?
Yeah, I've got Councillor Wasserman, Councillor Wolmerans, Councillor Chokolo, Councillor Quinana, Councillor Weideman, Councillor Strubel, and Councillor Ace. Can we move, councillors?
Excuse me, Councillor Opperman against the recommendation.
Sorry,
Speaker.
Speaker.
Did Councillor Salaza vote?
Speaker.
Yes.
Sorry, man. I had a technical problem now. I didn't hear anything, but I assume that are you doing voting now?
No, there's those who support the recommendation. It's amended.
No. Oh. Just read it to me, please. Can you just tell me where we are? I'm actually against the recommendation.
Are you against the recommendation?
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, we should be quite clear to councillors what the recommendation is.
Yes.
And Councillor Leville Davis has the right, whether he agrees or not agree, to know exactly what the recommendation is. So I think we just need to repeat that recommendation so that Councillor Leville Davis precisely know what he's voting against or what he's voting for, Chair. I think it's important that people understand that, because this thing, Chair, it's going to have nadreis soos in Afrikaans sê.
Okay. Councillor Melanie, can you repeat the recommendation, please? Thank you.
Thank you. That was recommendation.
Just a second, Speaker. Speaker, then B would be that the executive mayor be authorized to conclude a lease agreement with the acting municipal manager for the unfurnished flatlet at Senza for a period not exceeding the duration of his employment and at a market-related rental. The C would be the reports that council required for in respect of Senza and all other unoccupied municipal properties.
And so, David, have you heard that one?
Madam Speaker, I'm still against it. Thank you. I don't see the rationale. It's got nothing to do with the MM per se or anything. It's just got to do with the rationale. I'm totally against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Honey, Joy Santa. Can go to speed image. Level. Let me change.
Speaker, where are we now?
Yes.
Speaker, can I speak?
Yes.
I haven't recorded Councillor Selasi's vote. Perhaps he can just refresh his vote, please.
Okay. Councillor Selasi, I remember he said he will have problem with his phone. We just need to check on him. Is someone checking on Councillor Selasi?
Checking, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker, are we now going to wait for someone who's not in the meeting?
You mustn't try that one, Councillor Tokolo.
It's a question, Speaker.
It happened twice, remember?
Councillor Opperman. Councillor Opperman, you must remember, Councillor Opperman.
Sister, please, man. I'm addressing the speaker, not you.
Councillor Opperman, you must remember. Just saying to you.
Speaker, you see, you allow these things to happen.
Yeah? I phone you. Yeah, I was going to get a Councillor Opperman. And who can vote?
He's coming back.
No, we come outside Tamena, Pusbal. I go to Tamena.
Can the interpreter please interpret for us also so that we can be part of the conversation that is going on now, Speaker?
MM, I see your hand is up.
Sorry,
Before
Speaker.
they speak.
Speaker, I'm just saying that I'm back.
Speaker.
I found Councillor Selasi. He's now on the phone with me. He's got connection problems. Councillor Selasi.
Yeah,
you can speak. You can speak.
I can speak, yeah?
Speaker, can you just repeat for Councillor Selasi also like you did for Councillor Lavelle?
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
Councillor Selasi, we on the recommendation for the accommodation for the MM, for the A, B, and the C.
Speaker, but then I need to leave. I thought you're done.
Oh, sorry, MM. I was just saying we're not done yet.
Oh, sorry. Then I'm leaving. You can let me know when I can come back.
Melanie, can you just repeat the recommendation for Councillor Selasi?
Speaker.
Councillor Chokolo.
I'm going to charge him extra for this, Speaker. It's B. Councillor Salazi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I hear you.
That the executive mayor be authorized to conclude a lease agreement with the acting municipal manager for the unfurnished flatlet at Senza for a period not exceeding the duration of his employment and at a rental rate and at a market-related rental rate. And the C part would be for the report. I don't know if the director corporate is going to have to assist Carl and Joel with the correct wording of what she recommended. But C, Councillor Salazi, would just be a report on the current status with the rental of Senza and other vacant municipal properties.
Yes.
I've never seen such a joke.
That is the recommendations, Councillor Salazi.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. So we are voting.
So-
Other council is already voting, Melo.
Yeah, Councillor Salas, you must say, do you support it or not support those recommendations?
No, I support in that recommendation.
You support it.
This is a joke, really.
Thank you.
Councillor Luzuko,
Thank you, Councillor Salas.
I really now want to address you.
No, Speaker. The other councillors are
I want
speaking.
to address you.
Please try and connect again.
We
I know
were
your network
doing
is
this
giving
roll call
problems.
here. Councillor Davis was nowhere to be found. He just came on afterwards. I waited for him and we actually readdressed the whole recommendation for him.
But Speaker,
I
the rules are very
really
clear,
take
Speaker.
exception about what you are doing to me.
If you were applying the rules, Speaker, you wouldn't,
Speaker,
we wouldn't be here.
You must tell Councillor to must listen to you. It's not Kaele to hear.
This is the last time I'm going to
Speaker
address
of
you
the
also.
town. You are not a speaker of the
Don't come
Kaele.
making
You must
it
listen
sound
to
like
you.
bias here.
Councillor Kigora doesn't want to listen. You are not speaker of the Kaele.
The Speaker,
You are speaker of the town. You must listen. You must respect the speaker. The speaker is competent,
Can we
not like
move?
you.
We are now
You have
going to go to
henchmen
the
now. You have
committee
henchmen.
items.
Speaker.
Councillor Weideman.
You're joking.
We joke when
Mr.
joking.
Brown is not in the meeting. Anybody is not in the meeting.
Who's not in the
cannot
meeting?
take the phone with the telephone.
Who's not in the meeting?
Councillor Salazi cannot play.
Councillor Salazi is on the meeting.
Not
What
to
are
be in
you
the
saying?
meeting.
Speaker Councillor Salas is on. He's here.
Councillor Salas in the meeting, Councillor Weideman. There he is.
Speaker,
Yes, he is now.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Kaka.
I can then confirm that the recommendation A, B, and C as amended is carried 10 votes to 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. We are now going to go into the in-committee items. And those ones that's not supposed to be part of the in-committee items, can they excuse themselves?
Speaker, are we going to stay on this link or are we going on to a different link?
We're going to a different link, as usual.
Speaker, I have two urgent items that I want to raise. Do you want me to raise them after the we've dealt with the in-committee items?
No, we can do it now, Councillor Wasserman.
Can I do it now? Okay, super. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my first urgent item is that it has come to my attention, it came to my attention at the beginning of this week, that in March 2019, a letter was sent to the acting municipal manager, Johnny Douglas. The letter was from the Commercial Crimes Unit of SAPS, and it said that the Director of Public Prosecution